Mic test, 1, 2.
Mic test.
I don't know what y'all did on the gilts on the Barrows. I don't usually talk them while it's cooking. Let me just come over up the top side. Should have started there.
Well, what a lot of times what I'll do. Somebody brought their own coffee from the hotel room. Good morning and welcome to the 75th annual San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. I'm Wayne Rohde here, co-hosting with Brandon Anderson, and we welcome you to the start of our Barrows show this morning. We're going to be starting with Berkshires. Class 1 has been called, and the judges serving us throughout the week for the two ways is Brandon Ogle and Eric Polick. And Brandon is going to be the lead judge here in the start of our show, starting with Class 1 of the Berkshires. The class weight ranges from minimum of 250 to 250, and we have 59 in this class. We've had a nice showing of Barrows that showed up yesterday for the wave. We actually checked in 1,675 Barrows. And so we're going to have a nice set of Barrows to go through today. In fact, we're going to be going through Berkshire, Spots, Poland Chinas, Hampshires, and that'll end the day. And so these judges will be evaluating 787 Barrows today. So anyway, we're excited to be. We also have another co-host, Landon Rohde. He'll be coming in as well. And so we're here to serve you and make you feel like you're right here at the show, and we appreciate you joining us. And Brandon, welcome. Nice to be with you again.
You bet, Wayne. It's good to be back in San Antonio. I was just talking with your son and talking about how this is the pinnacle of the Barrows shows for us, and certainly one that I enjoy getting the opportunity to come down and see. And great atmosphere, great stock show. It's always the toughest one, in my opinion, on the Barrow end. So out there on Radio Land, if you're listening to this and got other people you want to communicate, I do know Taylor's having a little trouble streaming this on Facebook, but if you go to TaylorFort.com and go to his live page, you can tune into it there, and make sure that you let any loved ones that are out there that you also want to have tune in, make sure that they get a hold of that website and get tuned in so we can watch. That's the one good thing, Wayne, that came out of COVID, was our ability to webcast stock shows so much better. So.
Oh, absolutely. And not only stock shows, it was the whole world. And even my church and everything was done that way. And so, you know, I'm so excited that Taylor, along with other people as well, had that vision to come up with a plan how we could get this, and it's brought this closeness to everyone in the United States that wants to see this Barrow show but couldn't fly down here and watch it firsthand.
Yeah, Taylor and his stream team do a great job. Give you some looks that you won't see if with just a stationed camera in the corner. Kind of throughout the day too, and Wayne's talked about how our class schedule is going to be. We're going to have 3 classes of these Berkshires. The way that the Barrows show goes, a little different than the gilt show, maybe similar though to a point. I mean, they sift in the back, so they're going through one at a time right now, coming out. Every kiddo gets the same look. Every kid gets a look of their own with the main judge, which is Brandon Ogle in the Berkshire breed. And then if Brandon likes them, he sends them on up through classification and weigh-in, and then they get put in a pen. If he doesn't like them, first impression is important, and if they don't make a good first impression, he sends them over to our associate judge for this particular breed, which is Eric Polish, and then Eric will take a look at them. If Eric likes them and kind of thinks, hey, we might want to take a look at that one again, Eric will send them to the main arena, and they'll sit in the main arena until both judges are done, and they'll go out there and look. or if he doesn't think that one's quality enough, they go ahead and go to the truck. But used to be you'd get that 2-second look or 3-second look here at San Antonio and Houston. But at least now every kid has the opportunity, both judges analyze those hogs and get a good look.
Absolutely. It used to be a one-judge system, and we've come a long ways into that. And kudos to San Antonio for always trying to put two judges together in the same type of patterns and understandings and work together. And I know that these two will do an outstanding job of working together and making sure that every young person gets a fair look and a good evaluation. Brandon, it looks like we've got one in the pen so far.
So like I say, that one that's already in the pen, they've had to go through, they go and look at a 3-member classification team, decides whether they're a Berkshire or not. If they don't, if they were to happen to class out, they'd come back tomorrow and show in the dark crosses. But if they get deemed a Berkshire, they go to the scales. They've got to weigh back within 10 pounds of what their turn-in weight was. In this particular class, I think they all weigh 250 pounds. So it's 10 pounds either way, so they can't weigh over 260 or under 240. And then if they pass that test, they get to come up to the holding pen and set and wait, which is kind of a benefit to the next group that's out in what we would call the Dead Sea. They're out there. They're still having to drive. They'll have to drive a little bit more, but there's still an opportunity for the kids that are in the main ring too.
Yeah, and that classification deal, what they do is they throw chips in there. So you want all blue chips, of course, but you do need to get 2 out of 3 blues to get through on classification. And if you don't classify under that breed, then you get realigned into the dark crosses.
So one other thing while we're waiting on the main class to be set, throughout the day you'll be able to see the sponsors scroll across your screen. If you happen to have a personal contact with any of those sponsors or know them or happen to have their name in your phone, drop them a text, tell them thanks. We couldn't make this possible without them. Taylor and his team work awfully hard. I think this is the 3rd year at San Antonio, if I'm not mistaken. But it is like everything with San Antonio, it's grown and just got better. I was just sitting here around ringside. I'm excited to pick Wayne's brain a little bit throughout the day because he has probably been to as many San Antonio stock shows as anybody maybe in this barn. But the development of the stock show, we used to show all the hogs came in one wave and they all showed in the one swine barn.
Yes, that is correct. And we're talking, we didn't have this nice pelleted shavings. It's wetted down. We had basically sand is what we had in there, and we had to weigh every pig.
Deep cold sand, if I remember.
Yes, it was. Yeah. And talk about it hard on the knees. I think I still have repercussions from it.
Yep, I know a lot of judges have come down here and they were not physically fit and prepared to trounce through the wet sand. So we do have a 2-judge system. That was part of what happened too. We had a judge one year that kind of midway through the show got to not feeling great, and so that was kind of what spurred the 2-judge system. I like it. I think it gives us the opportunity to give every kid a really good fair look, and then they get to see them a lot better. And so kind of then those two aren't, one of them's not out on an island. They can kind of get out there and talk and discuss and figure things out together.
Oh, absolutely. I'm glad they came up with it because it is, like you said, a lot of fatigue of on your feet, for up to 10 hours sometimes.
The other thing, too, is just the battle of mental attrition, too, on these judges because they're looking at, like you said, 787 head of hogs today. So 6 of them in the holding pens now?
Yes, sir.
So again, to further explain what we'll do here in the Barrows show throughout the day, if you've not seen the San Antonio Barrows show, now they get up to the main ring. Again, our lead judge, Brandon Ogle, will come up and we'll have him then sort down and evaluate to a top 10. The top 10 ribbon getters in each class will get a ribbon. In each particular breed, though, they only sell a certain amount. in each class. I'm not sure whether the Berkshires are 5 or 6. So as they go down there and place that top 10, some of those placings get awfully critical because difference between 7th and 6th in the class that's selling 6 is very, very important as well. So then they'll work them down. We got 3 classes of these Berkshires, and then we'll come back and show for our champion and reserve champion Berkshire. So we'll also do the spots and the Polands, probably get through them before lunch today. May even start on the Hampshire breed. They are 4 classes of spots at the conclusion of the Berkshire breed. We'll have 2 classes of Polands, and then we'll roll into our Hamps for this evening. There's 9 classes of Hampshires to be showed in 3 divisions. So just talked about cell holes here in the Berkshire breed. There's six hogs in each cell, or each class of Berkshires will make the cell. So our top 6. So again, that 6th and 7th place will be a very important decision for our judges to make. Like we've got 8 in the pens, and they're still sorting in the back. So all of our Berkshires in class 1 weighed 250 pounds. There's 59 head in our first class. So out of those 59, we'll have a top 10, and then those top 6 will make the sale. And I did misspeak. There's 5 classes of spots. So we'll have 3 classes of Berks, 5 classes of spots, and 2 classes of Polands. Again, the way they set the numbers in each breed, they go off of kind of the average or the trend that show up in that particular breed on an annual basis. And I think they go off a 3-year trend here at San Antonio. So that's why they've got 5 classes for the spots established. I know we've got 12 in the pens now here in our first class lightweight Berkshires. We'll try to announce our top 10 in each class as we can get those for you. Again, there's a myriad of different levels out there watching. You may, maybe the first time you've seen the San Antonio Barrows show, maybe a group, though, sitting at a pig sale in the Midwest that are just looking for something better to do this morning. So appreciate everyone tuning in. Again, if you need to get the information out, they're not able to live stream this year on their Facebook page. Not sure that Facebook didn't call me to see what was going on there, but anyway, they're not live streaming it there, but you'll see it periodically throughout the day. He'll remind you to go to his website. It's taylorfort.com. You go to taylorfort.com and then pick up or click on the live button. And the live button, you'll be able to scroll down and find our live show for today, which would be Wave 1, Day 1 of the San Antonio Barrows Show. So all of our market shows here at San Antonio, actually the sheep and goats have concluded. I apologize, the main species, the sheep and goats have concluded. The hogs will be this week and wrap up on Thursday. And then the steers will be in too as well and wrap up on Friday. So busy week here at San Antonio as they wrap up their major stock show. Got at least 13 in the pens, Wayne.
Man, that means this quality's pretty good and deep in this class. There's I don't know if you mentioned to the audience already, and if I've repeated, it's just those that have just joined us. We've got these competing for only 6 placing slots, and so that's as Brandon told us earlier in this show. I mean, San Antonio is probably one of the toughest, or it is the toughest show to try to get one stuck in, because the competition here is just so deep and so few placings that it's just like pulling teeth to try to get that slot. And so how it's going to come down is what the judges will do. They'll go through and they'll pick as many as they want to give a second look to and pin them. And if they pick some out of the big ring here, then of course they go into classification and weighing just like the ones that got pinned initially. And then they'll let them back out, and they'll do a second evaluation there and pin back from that point. What will happen then is they'll be working their placings. They'll be working their bottom up to their top placing in this class. They will be issuing awards, that is rosettes, to the up through the 10th place. But unfortunately, only 6 of them are eligible for the sale. Which really makes it tough, because you think about it, we have 179 total Berks here at San Antonio, and only 18 will make the sale.
So, Wayne, other thing we've done at the Barrows show, and I don't know what they did at the gilt show, but, in the sheep deal, I think they do loose sheep. The way we've done the Barrow webcast is we count mullets. So you're going to be picking out the mullets. Last year we decided a difference between a mullet and just a kid that was too lazy to go to the barber are 2 different things. So we're trying to analyze mullets, and we'll be keeping track of the mullet counter all during the San Antonio Barrows show. Berkshire breed too. I mean, I can remember a lot of times you'd start with the Berkshire breed, and maybe that wasn't always the best breed to start with. Kind of hard to set a pattern, but they've gotten awfully good, Wayne.
Oh, big time. Even in the Brandon, in the breeding gilt show, the Berkshire was the reserve there here at San Antonio, and even from last year, they were deep as could be, and they've come a long ways. And to know that the purebreds are that tough, and then you come into the to this breed here in the market hogs, and some of them are pure, and some of them are probably Berk appearing, and
yeah,
so.
And I noticed, I listened to y'all on the gilt show. A lot of those were top it offs in that Berkshire deal, and
big time. In fact, Top Shelf is Top It Off's dad, and Top Shelf won that reserve grand, but his son dominated along with him. That was kind of father-son domination in the Berkshire Gilt Drive.
Yeah, and like Wayne alluded to, and now our 2 judges are in the main arena. They're still evaluating to see if there's anything that both of them missed, and kind of considering what's going on. Again, our judges, Brandon Ogle and Eric Polish. Appreciate both those guys coming down and working with our kids. Again, they're still evaluating. I know they've got plenty in the pens. I think they've got 14 maybe. And then again, like Wayne said, we'll have the top 10, so that's all they've got to get. But giving them all one last look out here
They got 16 in here, so it's even more showed up after we checked. So yes, they've been very fair to take 59 in this class and keep 16. And we look out here in the big ring as they've excused these that got a second look out in the big ring. There's still quality out there, and they've worked really hard. So they've done outstanding. So they were well deserving of a round of applause for some super hard work as well.
So like Wayne was saying, though, in the gilt show, they had to be pured with papers, purebreds, and in the Barrows show, not necessarily the case. I mean, everyone likes to call them Southwest Berkshire, Southwest Yorkshire, whatever you might want to call them, but they're not required to have a pedigree to show in these particular breeds. They just need to be Berkshire marked and Berkshire colored. That's why we've got the classification system like we do. But sometimes, sure, improves the quality of some of these breeds, but ought to have a great Berkshire show today.
Yes, it looks really deep. I can't wait for these to come out and see what they've put together. They're fixing to let out the first one here.
So all of them will do it a little different. We'll have to figure out how they want to work their system. Two judges working together. Ogle does have the lead, though, in this particular breed, and a lot of times they'll sort back through, and as they're bringing them out here, maybe bring 4 or 5 to the ring, and if they like a couple of them, they'll stuff them back and then kind of just go down the ring and at least get a top end repinned, maybe even repin 10 and rework 10 for placing. So every judge is different. Every class is different, though, too, and every class is going to have differences in depth of quality. We get to some of those classes, they may actually go ahead and place like 7, 8, 9, and then start back and place on the way up. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to work them today. Should be fun to watch. It was a very muscular show bear that came out. It's stuffed back. Again, we're on Class 1 Berkshires, 59 head in this class. All of them weigh 250 pounds. Still think they've just pinned that one back, right?
That's all they've done so far, so it's kind of interesting. I think they're just kind of trying to get their pattern kind of put together here. They must really like that one that they put back, and they're trying to put their pattern together, how they want to get their top 6 lined up here. Now we've got 2 back so far. Got a 3rd one back now, the young lady in the gray sweater.
So first class, and usually you'll see them probably keep more in the first class just to kind of see how deep the water is going to get before they get out here. So I think that's part of why they're driving a bunch of them before they stuff a bunch of them back too. So got 3 of them pinned back at this time.
Yeah, and then now they've picked the young man's pig here, coming kind of in the bluish pink multicolored shirt here.
That's 4 of them then. I know I heard some clapping. Here comes the young lady in the blue sweater with the red collar. Other thing, Wayne, too, and we don't want to be remiss and not mention this throughout the day, but the reason this show runs so smoothly is they've done it a lot of times, and they've got it running kind of like a top, and it takes a lot of volunteers to do that. So there'll be volunteers throughout the day. One of them I'd like y'all to key in on, and if this guy's been here a long time, my understanding is, and Wayne, you may know more, there's a guy out here in a purple shirt, and he's worked the exit gate for years, as far as I know, and I think he used to be a cop that used to work some security out here on the fairgrounds, just worked his way onto the hog committee. But every kid that comes to San Antonio and shows a hog gets a fist pump or a pat on the back from that guy, and that's awesome.
And you hit the nail on the head. This gentleman here not only does this at the Barrows show, but he did it all throughout the Gilt show. We had we had in excess of almost 1,500 head of gilts in our purebred show, and he gave high five to every kid that went through this ring, no matter if they went back to their pen or if they placed or they were in the big arena. So he's done a great job. But all in all these volunteers, they donate their time. A lot of these people just take off and non-paying a lot, or they'll take their vacation time just to support these kids. Looks like we've got 7 penned back so far.
They ended up keeping a few more, or had a few more in the back. They've even brought back more than 16. So.
Oh, wow. Well, that's just the kudos to the integrity of our judges. They want to make sure that that they put this lineup to as consistent and the best quality in their opinion to the top. And this way, by going this deep, it allows them to do this and gives that goes the extra mile to give them this, and that every kid's got a fair evaluation.
So it looks like to me they've got 8 in the pen. So I think what they're going to do is place 9 and 10 and dismiss the ring, because I think our superintendent, David Griffin, just gave him, and here's Ogle giving a button. So I think that's button 10 or 9.
Yes, the young lady in the black shirt, congratulations to her to receive an award. What she's gotten is the hard work, the experience. Unfortunately, only the top 6 make the sale, but just to make the top 10 here is quite the accomplishment. They've just now excused the ones out here in the ring, so they've done an outstanding job. Congratulations to each and every one of these young people that have worked really hard with their projects to get this far. And that is such an accomplishment here at San Antonio to even get this far up into the lineup of this first class of Berkshires. So what they'll do is as they get the remaining out of the big ring here, they'll go out and let these top 8 out one at a time. And then we'll find out if they're going to pin back the top 4, or are they going to drive all 8 of them in place from the bottom up. So we'll see kind of how they put this together and see if they're going to have a system or they kind of change it up based on the quality or the depth of the class.
Again, we're just going to redrive 8. And again, 6 ribbon getters or button getters in the lightweight Berkshires, 10 ribbon getters, but 6 of them make the sale. So that placing between 6th and 7th will be very critical. Again, if you're just tuning in, if you've got other individuals that you'd like to get hooked up, send them through the same process you did, or drop them a text. They need to go to taylorfort.com, click on the live icon, and it'll scroll down, and this will be San Antonio Barrows Show Wave 1, Day 1.
So it looks like they're going ahead and they're going to leave everything out here. So, that's so important, as getting your animals prepared in condition to handle a long drive, because that's what's going to happen. These top 4 are going to have to really drive a long time because he's got his buttons in hand and he's placing from the bottom up. They just put in the 8th place currently. Congratulations, that young lady. Again, she just gets her rosette, but yet she's got the bragging rights of, she was one of the top 10 here at San Antonio. Looks like the young lady in the red has gotten 7th. Congratulations to her.
Again, that was 7th, so now 6 of them sell here. So this next one will be our first sell button getter of the 2024 San Antonio Barrows Show.
Yeah, and Brandon, the things have kind of changed in this auction a little bit here at San Antonio this first year. Apparently, the 1st through 4th. Let's see here. I'll bring to that here in just a minute.
That's what I thought I heard you saying. Maybe all of the kids weren't going to have to be here to walk in particular. Down to our bottom 4, or top 4.
Yes, that is true, Brandon. Actually, the 5th and the 6th place is what they call their non-walking now. They don't have to be at the sale and have to walk through the sale. They will receive $1,500 each of them in monies, but then if there's any buyers there that want to add on, they can actually add to that lot, but they don't have to be here for the sale. I think the sales got so late at night that they had to do some things a little bit differently. So they're trying this, and I think it's a good way, because they can still get added money to their unit.
Not sure what 364 is that the number that they sell Barrows?
Well, it isn't I think it's three. I believe that's correct. I will double check that number throughout the day here to get us that exact number.
I'm giving you homework to do, Wayne.
Yes, you gave me a homework assignment, and it's just morning time.
Got her down to a top 3 now. Awfully tense times. I mean, now kind of a comfort level that you've made the sale, but also the longer you drive, the more exciting it gets to actually be a class winner here at San Antonio.
Absolutely. Their hearts are pumping a little bit.
Third.
Young lady's sweater is second, and the young man in the turquoise is first. Congratulations to each and every one of these winners for a fine job with lots of hard work.
Here's our judge. Talk his first class of the day.
You guys can go ahead and fire them up. Good morning, and certainly a pleasure to be here judging at San Antonio. Eric and I are pumped up, and this first class of Berkshires, we have some depth and some pizzas and parts here. The young man in the green is one that sorts himself to the top in this particular class for me. He becomes a happy medium out here in the top 2 or 3. I think this one could use just a tick more fill when you get him back if you got some room. Outside of that, I think when you get on top of this hog, a tremendous amount of turn and shape. He's got a good look. You compare him to the Barrows in second and third, I think he's a little fresher in his presentation than the one in second. I like him there in his skull and joel more than the one in third. Young lady in 2, that barrel is one I think that, again, I'd like to just freshen him up there in his appearance ever so slightly there in his blade and neck, but that's a barrel I really appreciate. His hind leg, his build, his proportions. Nice one to land here in 2. Young man coming out next in 3, a barrel from blade back. I like as many in this particular class. He's got big legs and good bend, a big forearm, and again, a tremendous amount of width and spread in his skeleton, up there in his head and his jaw. I don't like to get nitpicky, but on certain things like that, but that hog's got to be different there and just have a little more style or mug to him. Young lady coming out next. Bold, stout, big old forearm and blade in this barrel. I'd like to just level him up in his hip, see him flex his hind leg a little further back when he's out on the move. Young lady's coming out next. One from hip forward I like quite a bit. Again, there's a lot of hog there and a lot of rib and body capacity. He's got a good look, but still a stout, mainly features behind. He's just not as coordinated on his rear too for me. I'd like to see him just go a little stronger behind. Young lady's barrel here is one that hit me hard in the sift ring. Tremendous amount of turn and shape when you get on top of this hog. I really like the top view of him when you get on top of him. Off to the side, that's a barrel that gets a little out in his hock, needs to have a little more give in his skeleton off both ends. Young lady coming out next does have one that's got a little more bend and flex. He's one that, though you take him to the ground, he gives up a little stoutness and feature. I'd like to stouten him up in his bone work and foot size to get him higher in this particular drive. Really nice class of lightweight Berkshires to start off our day.
So we wrap up Class 1. We'll give a top 10 in each of these particular classes. This will be an unofficial top 10, but pretty certain I got the numbers correct as they were being played.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward.
From Brownwood FFA. 6th to Kinsey Keeling from Lexington FFA. 7th to Addison Scott from Kendall County 4-H. 6th place went to Kinsey Keeling. 8th place went to Cadence Ferguson. 9th place to Jaden Rowan. Cadence is from Abilene Wiley FFA. She was 8th. 9th place went to Jaden Rowan from New Deal FFA. And 10th place in your top 10 in our lightweight Berkshires is Genevieve Vihar from Whiteface FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in our first class of the day, lightweight Berkshires. And now we roll back and start the process back over again for Class 2 Berks. Our second class of Berkshires are hogs weighing from 251 pounds to 275. So much different than our first class when they all weighed 250 pounds. These are all from 251 to 275, 61 head in this class. Again, middleweight Berkshires, Class 2. Also, our Texas Pork Producers Association recognizes the highest placing Texas bred hog in each of our particular classes. We'll try to get that for you as we go throughout the day, but the Texas bred bear in that particular drive was the third place bear, belonging to Lawson Taylor from Bear County 4-H. Congratulations, Lawson. Hopefully we'll get to find out who that breeder was as well. But congratulations again to your Texas bred winner out of the lightweight Berkshires, Lawson Taylor. So we do get a little following from everywhere. Doug Albright is texting in, and Doug was our judge here last year. Appreciate Doug coming, spending his time with our 4-H and FFA youth in Texas. Also a breeder of a bear in that particular drive. Last year he didn't get to sell any bears that were showing at San Antonio, but this year he did and was second in that lightweight class. So congratulations to Albright Farms, breeding that second place individual. And thanks, Doug, for tuning in. I know you guys got a little bit of snow on the ground and a little frosty up there. So it's actually a very cold 54 today with a north wind in San Antonio, if you were wondering.
Yeah, Doug, share a little bit of that moisture with us, by goodness. You know, we're a little short of supply down here. We can't even get the rivers to run hardly. Hey, and the Texas bred of that third place was H&F Genetics out of Port Lavaca.
Cassidy Hayes.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're into our class 2 of our Berkshire breed this morning. The weight ranges is a good spread in this class. It's 251 to 275 pounds, and there are 61 in this class. Again, the weight ranges from 251 to 275, so that's a good little spread there. Of course, the heavyweights will go from 76 to 300, and there was 59 in that class. But currently we are on class 2, our middleweight Berkshires, and there's 61 in this class.
So Wayne, let's go back and talk about how it used to be here at San Antonio. I know the first year I was a county agent, which would have been 97, 98, or the first year I came to San Antonio. Mm-hmm. Everything came together, and we showed. Like the Duroc breed, there was 3 classes of Durocs, and there were large numbers in each class. And how has this show changed in your opinion? Obviously for the better, but what changes have you noticed the most?
Well, one of the biggest changes I think is help. Of course, the 2-wave system has allowed these pigs to have more room. I mean, we were crowding 3 and 4 pigs to a pen, and the stress and the dust and everything. So splitting it up has helped tremendously. But then the turning in the weight cards, that is a biggie in my opinion, because we were having a lot of bad carcasses and stuff, because what happened is you were drawing these pigs way down in weight, taking all the moisture out of the muscle tissue. You were stressing them down. They were dried out, and just the carcasses were terrible. And by turning in your weight, you're allowed to leave them hydrated at their showing weight, instead of trying to draw them back and then bringing them back. So both the waves and splitting this up, and also just less fatigue to go into the judge system, all of these have, in my opinion, have been milestones to make leaps and bounds in this show here at San Antonio.
Otherwise, we need your barrel to the ring. Thank you. Thank you. Connor Charles Cribble, Harrington, FFA.
So if you weren't joining us earlier, I had touched on that San Antonio has changed a little bit in how they're doing their sale. The Berkshires here today, we have 3 classes of Berks, and the top 6 will earn sale slots here. So we've got a total of 18 out of 179 Berkshires that will make the auction here in San Antonio. Now, however, the top 4 will actually have to walk across stage and be there to sell their animal. But the sale had always been going so late at night, and it was a lot of fatigue on the buyers as well. And so they've tried a new procedure in that the 5th and 6th place will not have to be there, and they will receive $1,500. But in all fairness for them, they also are allowing buyers to do add-ons to those, even though they're not there. So they can get additional monies besides of that $1,500, and of course the 1st through 4th will go through the auction.
Yeah, and Wayne, that's pretty nice, really. For like you say, it would go late into the night. I can remember we had a 6th place buyer one year and sold. I don't know what time they sold, but we didn't.
Probably close to 1 in the morning, or midnight.
I know they got home at 4 o'clock in the morning. So
that's just I'm glad that they have come up with this plan to kind of test the waters. But I think it's a great idea, because, like you said, that was a lot of fatigue on everyone.
So again, if you're out there listening too, I don't have the information, but we'll try to get it for you on how you could donate to that sale if you're interested. Obviously, we appreciate everything that our major stock shows do for our youth and 4-H and FFA members in the state of Texas. 364 Barrows get sold, 660 down at Houston in a couple of weeks in that major show. So kind of a nice opportunity for our youth, and then maybe a few more sale holes in a few states as well, and some of those. So, but it takes lots of dollars to support that, and certainly if you want to donate, we'll help you find out how. Also, you could probably go to the San Antonio Livestock Show's website and find that information also. But appreciate you guys if you'd want to do that. Also appreciate you guys tuning in. I know if you're just getting on for Class 2, we've got a myriad of different people. A lot of people have seen lots of hog shows. Some people have not. So here in our middleweight Berkshires, we're sorting down. We'll be getting the top 10, and 6 of them go to the sale. Right now, our judges are in the middle of wrapping up their sift in the back. And so that's what's on your screen right now is the sift, going through and sifting those Barrows. They'll keep their top end and rework those to a top 10, and then the top 6 sale getters as well. A little hold up in the back, so I think they've got that resolved and they're ready to start back to sifting again in the middleweight Berkshires Class 2. 61 head going from 251 to 275 here in the middleweight Berk class. And we have the Berkshire breed. Then we'll go to the spots. We'll have 5 classes of spots and then 2 classes of Polands. And then our part of our morning and the rest of the afternoon we'll be showing the Hampshire breed, 9 classes of those. Also, if you're tuning in, pay attention to our sponsors. We couldn't make this possible without the sponsorship that we get for this. I know those sponsors are heavily invested in the show pig industry as well, and that's why they believe in what Taylor and his stream team are doing here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. But if you happen to know one of them, have a personal connection, or the next time you see them out in public, drop them a thanks. Tell them we appreciate their efforts and their support. If it wasn't without these sponsors, we couldn't make this possible for you guys to view today. I don't know if you know, but Taylor and his crew are doing all the market shows. They've done all the junior livestock shows here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. He's got a crew of, I don't know how many, these young people are interns with him, and spend a couple of weeks, and they've been going solid. I know yesterday he said they had 14 hours in the breeding heifer show, so couldn't make it possible without those sponsors. So help us thank them. If you've got a connection there, drop them a text or just tell them thanks next time you see them.
Yes, the outstanding job that he does here. And, he recruits these kids on interns from all different universities around the state here, and even sometimes some outside, and just does a really good job. And they have a new set, several new ones at each show, and all of them they do a good job of bringing in. I've been there. The students that come and work this are very well mannered and hardworking, and do a good job for them. As they're going through this SIFT area, I just want to mention that San Antonio has done an outstanding job. Them being in their 75th year, the first scholarships that they ever put together was a mere 90,000, and in today's time they have generated 255 million since inception, and this was through scholarships, grants, auction, calf scramble, show premium, and endowments. So it's come a long way. And, the first rodeo that was ever held here was in 1950, and that's how we get, of course, our 75 years. We talked a little bit about the volunteers. Again, all these people volunteer their time. They use their vacation. They get non-payment to work with these kids, and they have an excess of 6,000 volunteers that are out here helping, and without them, this show could not function because, they only have 30 staff people here at San Antonio, paid staff. I mean, everything else, there's no way they could run this show, and financially, this helps bring back money and makes it a success to educate our kids.
Okay, our judges now have finished their SIF in the back. They're up here in the main ring going through and seeing if there's any more left that they're going to pull back. I know we've had 15. I actually think we've got at least 16 in the holding pens at this time. And so, again, kept quite a few of them, a very, very good set. We'll point out there's one out here in the middle, a young lady that does a nice job. She's got a purple bow or a pink bow and doing a good job. That young lady, though, won the junior skillathon again for the second year in a row. That's Sarah Foster. I've known her family for quite a while, and that young lady does a nice job and certainly doing her best right now to try to get showed out of the ring into a holding pen. But lots of opportunities for these kids at San Antonio. You see he's grabbed one out of what we consider maybe a bad way to say it, but the Dead Sea, because you're kind of working your way back up out of it. But kiddos really driving and bearing down and trying to get into that holding pen.
Yeah, you mentioned skillathon. I mean, there's ways to win scholarships, and one thing that I haven't touched on, in the Gilt Show, you can win the breed and get a $10,000 scholarship. But here in the Barrows Show, if you win the breed, not only do you get to go to the auction, but you also win a $10,000 scholarship as well. So there's, and with the skillathon, as you mentioned with that young lady, there's other ways of winning. They can win up to $20,000 in scholarship money in competitive events here at San Antonio. And so once that's where they top out. So it's not just here in the Barrows Show or the Heifer Show. They can participate in any of these other events and have a chance to top out at $20,000.
And again, they found what they're going to sort through here in our middleweight Berkshires. They're just missing the rest to load out. So appreciate all these kids participating this year, and a lot of hard work and effort goes into it, but they just didn't make that first cut. So
let's give them a round of applause. And they've worked really hard. Just like we touched on, to make the top end pull, even if it's in the big arena, out of 61 head is an accomplishment. And here they've let the first one out.
I assume they'll do it similar to the way they did the lightweights, redrive them, stuff some back, maybe place a few at the end, but then come back and rework that top end.
Yeah, it's so important too. Once you be ready and have that pig facing forward in front of that gate to get him out, so that you can give that judge a really good look of both the front side profile as well. Of course, you're here also wanting to play. If you know that you're maybe not quite as wide up front, you want to play a little defense too, and maybe show a little bit more at an angle than straight on. I mean, this is a sport, and you got to know your strengths and your weaknesses. It's not that you're trying to deliberately hide it. You just want to make sure you show the judge all the positives of your animal. So that's one thing you always want to work on at home to try to make that happen. And then another thing is just also being courteous. Once you've gone and they let you out and they've done an evaluation, then try to stay behind them to give each and every one of the kids a fair opportunity, because they're not going to look at you if you try to get in front of them while they're looking at one at a time. So once they've gotten through them, then get after it and try to get in front of them again. Looks like what, Brandon, we've got 2 in the pen so far?
Yeah, they've stuffed 2 back so far.
Dismantle your pins. Do not take apart any of the show pins. We've had some people have taken some of those panels apart and created their own campground. Do not take apart any of these pins that are built in the barn. That is a standing rule in our training list.
Three of them back in now.
If you've just now tuned in with us, we were in our second class of Berkshires. We're going through our second sort. We've got 4 pen back. He's going through, both the judges going through the top 16 here. We're happy to be your host here. My name is Wayne Rohde, my co-host Brandon Anderson, and also Landon Rohde. We're going to be working with you throughout the day and try to bring you the play-by-play here and make you feel like you're right here at the show, and we thank you for tuning in.
Got 5 back in the pins now. 6.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and start placing from 10th up to that point of what they've got pinned. How many we got pinned, Brandon?
7.
7. Okay, so they'll place it then up from 10th through 8th place and excuse what's left out here in the ring. So it's so important with these young people to get out and get in front of them because they're still, they might not be making the sale, of course, but at least they have the bragging rights of being in the top 10, and they will be receiving a nice rosette as well.
Like they're going to do 8, 9, and 10.
Folks, give these exhibitors remaining in the ring a nice round of applause.
They've gotten their 8th, 9th, and 10th place, and they've excused the ones out here in the big arena. And congratulations to them for working so hard and getting in this top end of this really strong Berkshire middleweight drive as well.
Again, redriving 7 here in the middleweight Berks. So 7 and 6 right there. That first decision they make going back in will be the difference between making the sale and not. Here comes your 7th one out, so they'll start probably reworking them from the bottom up.
First call, class 3. First call, class 3. Barrows, exhibitors bring those barrels to the holding pins at this time. Make sure you have your pen fill card with you, and that you have your backpack with you as you enter the holding pins. Parents and adult leaders, once y'all have escorted those exhibitors through those gates, we do ask that you please step back, step aside.
Pretty good barrel right there in the middle coming at us, Wayne. This kid in the red plaid. Interesting pig.
Yes, he's really
checker.
square to the ground, isn't he?
Seventh.
So as we call classes, please try and help us keep these alleys clear. You don't want anyone getting hurt as they make their way to the ring.
Got 6th placed, huh? So he's the first one that's made the auction, so congratulations to him. That's the hole you want. You don't want the 7th. But, you know, it's still a great accomplishment to be seventh. But unfortunately, that doesn't make the auction. But that's what we call the crying hole, and it sure can happen. I know it happened to our family numerous times as well.
Got them down to the top four now.
So we're down to the top three here. This is where you want to have your pig just utilizing the entire ring. Looks like he's gone second here with the young man in the pink. And that barrow that we talked about ends up first. Congratulations.
Nice class winner. Here's your judge, Brandon Ogle, with comments on the middleweight Berkshires.
Here in these middleweight Berkshires, Eric and I thought that this class winner here was non-negotiable in our opinion. One that hit us awfully hard. He's a barrow that's extremely stout featured and rolled up high, good body and feel and proportional when you study him from the side and up top. He's a barrow that I think I could relax him up front in his shoulder, maybe give him just a nickel more set. That's being critical, an awfully nice one to win. Young man's barrow coming out next and second. Really like a stout mug, big forearm, a barrow that's maybe just a little lower set to the ground, a barrow that's a little shorter there from jaw to blade. In his neck, a barrow that's maybe not quite as shapely when you get up top, but heavy structured, lots of spread. Really nice barrow here to be two. Young lady coming out in third, I kept telling Eric, I called this one fundamental. He doesn't have a ton of extras, but he doesn't have any big glaring holes either. I think a barrow that's got a lot of good to him, a tremendous amount of feel, and I love that hog center body and rib and cage. He's a barrow that's not super long-necked and trendy up front. He's okay there. He's a barrow here as the class is worn on, wants to get a little loose there on his rear too. But I like that hog there. From forerib to flank, that one is very, very good. Young lady here in fourth, blade back. This one can run anywhere from second to fourth. I like this one a lot. His hind leg's good. He's got as much true turn and shape up high as any in this particular class. I really like his look from blade forward. He's got a tremendous amount of show ring appeal. He's got to be set back in his shoulder a little. He needs to come at me just a little bit wider up front to crack into that top three. Young lady, congrats. You did a nice job of continue to work this guy up and work this guy up. Big-footed, good spread and muscle. A barrow that I think at times there how he hinges behind and he wants to track a little. You take him from his tail root down to the ground. He wants to get a little narrow track in behind, a little rough how he blends into his loin. This guy here needs to be stoutened up in his feature and bone. If you can do that, that's one you can roll up. Sound, shapely, good-looking, mobile, not stout enough featured for me. We round out this particular class. Again, another parts and pieces here. We could change things this or there or in little spots, but a really, really nice class of Berkshire hogs here in the middleweight division.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Top 10 placings there in our middleweight Berkshires. First place class winner went to Reed Powell from Jordanton FFA. Second went to Hank Majewski from Washington County 4-H. Third to Brendel Harper from Lamb County 4-H. Fourth place went to Riley Wunderlich from Canyon Lake FFA. Fifth place went to Kenley Wilson from Gaines County 4-H. Sixth to Ace Nagellan from Medina County 4-H. 7th place went to Heath Hines from Sealy FFA. 8th went to Michael Heinrich from Tahoka FFA. That was 8th. 9th place went to Kason Green from Iowa Park FFA. And 10th place, Adeline Gunn from Academy FFA. Congratulations to your unofficial top 10 in our middleweight Berkshires. Again, we now move to the sift of our heavyweight class. Heavyweight Berkshires going from 276 to 300 pounds. Have 59 head in our heavyweight Berks.
Our results of our certified Texas bred winner was our first place, Reed Powell of Jordanton FFA. The breeder of this pig is Powell Livestock in Jordanton. Congratulations to Reed and to Powell Livestock. They do a really outstanding job as well of raising some really good quality animals. If you've just now recently tuned in, we are in our last class of our Berkshire market hogs here. This is our class 3, our heavyweight Berkshires. The weight ranges is from 276 to 300 pounds. There are 59 in this class, so we've got the first one coming out here. He's basically, if you've just now joined us, our lead judge is Mr. Brandon Ogle. He is getting the first look. He is our lead judge in this Berkshire Drive. If he likes it, he's going to send him forward, which then will go through classification and weighing. And he's pulled that one to go forward. If he not sure about this animal that he wants to pull him yet, he'll send him over to Mr. Eric Polick, who's the gentleman in the next arena sort pen there in the black jacket. He will give the final evaluation to determine either we'll put it to the big ring for a second evaluation or he'll send it on its way. Two-judge system is a really a fair way to give each of these kids a fair opportunity, because it allows the judges to not be worn down as hard, and allows them to be refreshed a little bit more, because they can also spin things off of each other to come up with a great pattern. Naturally, of course, they have to be able to see the same type of hogs, but they work really hard of bringing judges together that view hogs similar and are good at working with each other. And you can tell these two guys have really worked at ease and have really done a good job of spinning off ideas to each other on what they're seeing and how they want to put it together. So at the conclusion of our heavyweight drive, we will be then bringing the first and second places back out for our champion and reserve champion Berkshire drive. The champion Berkshire will not only receive the ability to go to the auction and auction this barrow off, but also receive a $10,000 scholarship. If that person has maxed out at his scholarship, then it rolls down to the reserve champion. So what an outstanding job San Antonio has done to put a program together, not only to win monies to go to auction, but also scholarship monies to further their education. We've got 2 pins so far that I see, probably something back still in classification Wayne, but 2 pin back here, and then we have 3 out in the big arena at this time. Looks like we've got 5 pins so far, and we've got 4 out in the big arena at this time for a second evaluation. If you just now joined us, we're in the last class, the 3rd class of the Berkshires, our heavyweight Berkshires. The weight ranges from 276 to 300 pounds. We have 59 head in this class. So in the first 2 classes, they've have consistently kept 16 head, and so they've really done an outstanding job as far as being very fair and being precise and showing some precision in evaluating these animals and giving each and every one of these kids a fair chance and a fair look.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Landon. I'm filling in for Wayne for a minute here while he goes and gets him a water and some coffee. But I want to let y'all know so far the guys have got 17 pulled back in this class. Very, very deep set of Berks in the final class of the day. Several out in the big pen right now. But the guys are moving along very well. Got about 3 more to sort from the initial first sort. And the guys will make their way to the big ring to see if there's anything else they want to keep back in this class. But as of right now, we've got 17 pinned back.
Yes, it is. Very deep set here. They've kept a bunch of them, and I like the opportunity to come and do this webcast is fun. But what I like even better, and I was just talking about this with Taylor, you just turn around and watch them things go through that sift, and the view and perspective that you can get from up here. If everybody that sorts livestock could come up here and see that, I mean, because you see them, you know, just what the judges see, and only from a little higher up, so you're able to see chest and basically kind of look at their skeleton and see how comfortable they are coming out, and just a neat perspective. I know last year, second wave, we brought a few breeders up here, sponsors of the webcast, and that was a comment or two that were made is about how neat a perspective that is from where we are. So
absolutely, getting that bird's eye view, Mr. Anderson, and just see these kids, you know, coming out of a gate into a small pen is very hard to do to get a setup. But there's almost every kid that has come out of that sift gate has really gone out there and just had their head and their animal moving and driving. And you only get a few seconds to get a really good look at that animal. But all these kids, man, you can tell a lot of these kids work very hard day to day with these animals, and it shows in their driving skills.
Like your dad alluded to earlier, I mean, they've got to be in shape. They've got to be athletes. They have to have the ability to drive. If you want the ability to win in a class at a high level like this, I mean, those things have to have some endurance. You have to have some endurance and the ability to get out and go. And I know there's a limit because we certainly don't breed hogs to run marathons, but at the same time, they do need to have some wind built up.
Especially, like you said, in those top 10 individuals when they're sitting there, and once they get to their top 7 or 6, whatever they pull back at the very end there, they might drive those things for 10, 15 minutes before they pick themselves a class champion. So, looks like the guys are going to release these kids here, giving them a round of applause for a job well done and wish them the best of luck down the road.
So not sure if we got back to you on the Texas spread there in the middleweight Berkshires, but Powell Livestock, that individual, that class winner, I believe his name is Reed Powell, Barrow, that they home-raised Barrow. That family does a really good job here in the state of Texas. I was telling Wayne off air that they had the reserve Duroc, and I think the reserve either white OPB or dark OPB at Angelo just this past week. So great family doing a great job of raising quality stock as indicated by that class winner.
And they even raised or showed 2 of the class winners at the San Antonio Gilt Show this year as well. You heard Powell's name announced several times, so they've got a good competitive stock set.
That's how they're able to raise these class-winning Barrows, to win class-winning gilts.
Looks like the guys are making their way through Class 3. This is the final class of the day, too, right, Mr. Anderson, on the Berks?
Here in the Berkshires, this is the heavies, ranging from 276 to 300 in this particular drive. There are 59 head in this class. Sorting them down to a top 10. Top 6 will be ribbon getters. So, like you said, and I know they kept 18 and or 17 or 18, and I think they even pulled a few out of the middle. I'm not sure what they ended up with, but found a really deep set to sort through here in the heavyweight Berks.
Absolutely. And you were talking about also on the weight breaks all the way to 300. You know, when I was showing the top end was 270, and we thought that was big, but to see these monsters out here being so mobile out there for that size. It just goes to show you how far we've come in the industry and being able to create these creatures to be able to be so mobile out there. And that goes to all you breeders out there on a job well done on what you guys are doing. So keep up the great work.
All right, folks, as a reminder, we were announcing yesterday, and again, want to let you know that trailers are not going to be allowed back onto the ground to pick up your tack. So if you're picking up your tack or fill boxes,
So they've got 8 out here in the redrive right now and still haven't stuffed any back. So
I was thinking the exact same thing. Usually about this time they'll at least pin 1 or 2 back, and I guess that's what they're kind of talking about. Look, there they go right there. Young lady in the thin striped red shirt is getting pulled back for the top end of the class. Based on what you've seen these last 2 classes, Mr. Anderson, what are they doing, pulling about 6 or 7 back to sort through?
First class they placed 8 or 9th and 10th, and then reworked the top 8.
Gotcha.
The middleweights they placed 7th or 8th, 9th, and 10th, and reworked the top 7.
Gotcha. Still only 1 pulled back at the current state. Looks like the guys are kind of evaluating. Just pinned a young lady in the black shirt. So about 5 or 6 more to evaluate back here from the initial sort.
Yeah, I saw this one come through the sift. Very nice pig that young lady in the black shirt's got.
Does a phenomenal job driving it. This young lady in the white that just came out, she's doing a good job keeping that animal's head up, moving. We've got 11 out there right now, and they've only pinned 2 back so far. It goes to show you how deep the class is when they pull 17 to 18. Out of how many started in this class?
59 head here
59
in the heavyweight
head.
Berks. Yeah.
Young man in the white just got pinned here. Just pinned back the young lady in the green sweater here.
Again, we're on the heavyweight Berks, so we'll finish up this class and we'll roll right into the champion Berkshire drive, so stay tuned for that. Again, we'll be doing a top 10 here in the heavy Berks. Top 6 ribbon getters go to the sale. Comes that young man that you mentioned to me, young man on the back brace, gets pinned back.
Yeah, I went down there and visited with him and asked him kind of what's the back brace for? You getting old? And he said, well, kind of. I'm a senior this year, and I've got 2 discs that are bulging out, and I can't feel anything in my legs, but it's my senior year, and I'm going to make sure I go out there and give it my best. And very proud of him for fighting through all that pain over there.
All that hard work and effort at the barn. I mean, he definitely wants to live it when he gets out here. So
Absolutely.
commend that young man.
So we got 6 pinned back so far. I think they're done from the initial sort, pulling these kids out of the pins, and be interesting to see what they do here. They got 6. I don't think they've pinned anything else yet. And you were correct. There was 18 total that they pulled back from that first sift. They got the buttons now, so it looks like they'll start placing. And they've been placing from the bottom back up to the top, correct?
Yes, they have in all those classes. They've got 6 in. They've been keeping at least more than 6. They kept 7 on that middleweights and 8 on the others before they started placing, but they may have changed up things just a little bit.
They're starting to get their pattern down. I know after the first class, you kind of try to see, like, okay, what are they going to do? What's their consistent pattern going to be? And it seems like they've kind of kept that rolling into this last class of Berks here.
Okay, they did pin 7 back. Now it looks like he's getting buttons from Dr. Griffin. Or maybe he did.
Hey, yes, here he goes. He's starting to place now. Young lady in the white, he just placed here, I believe, probably, I'm assuming 10th. Because they're only placing 10.
I'm going to bet that's 8.
8, okay.
Possibly. We'll see what pin she heads towards. Next button goes out.
Yeah, she was 8. And the young lady in the, looks like a grayish blue striped shirt was 9th.
Okay, they've got their top 10 now.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring in their efforts today.
Now they're going to excuse these other young exhibitors out here in a very, very deep third Berk class here today at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Those of you tuning in, we want to give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew. Appreciate them giving us all the opportunity to watch from home if we're not here today, and we appreciate you guys tuning in to support these kiddos, whether you be at home, at work today, get ready to do whatever you're doing on your Saturday activities, but thank you for tuning in with me, Mr. Anderson, and my dad, Wayne.
Go to taylorfort.com to log in and find that. Go to the live icon, and it'll scroll down. You'll find San Antonio Barrows Show, Wave 1, Day 1 is what you need to find. Reason I explain that out, I'm not real literate when it comes to computers, so reach out to some of your friends that are my age and help them get logged on and tune in to us, and appreciate y'all tuning in. Again, also, if you know these sponsors, couldn't make this possible without them, so appreciate all the sponsors that are scrolling through our page today. If you've got a personal contact for those guys, drop them a note of thanks and tell them you appreciate watching the San Antonio Barrows Show from wherever you're watching it today, and show your thanks and appreciation, because we couldn't do it without them. Again, redriving 7, top 6 will be a cell hole, so first decision they make is pretty critical.
I've got 4 out there so far, and I got to give credit to all these kids out here in these top 7 here. They're really doing a wonderful job in their showmanship skills, driving their animal, kind of keeping them separated from the other Berks out here in the class, and it's just fun watching some really good showmanship, and these kids are all pretty dang good on the stick.
I see about 3 of them I like out there pretty good, but that's why I'm up here and those 2 guys are down there. But a nice set, and I'm excited to see what they end up doing.
Yeah, very consistent set, and that's the big thing, you know, consistency and being able to tell kind of what they're looking for. All one of them very structurally correct, as we all do, but very mobile. Every animal that I've seen so far throughout the day has been very mobile. Looks like he just placed 7th. The young lady in the paisley shirt, young man here in the corner over there was 6th. Young lady in the red was 5th. Now he's down to his top 4 in this last class of Berks here today. And this is what you were talking about earlier. This is so critical in this top end here, being able to drive your animal and really work at home to condition these.
Classes 1 and 2, please return to the holding pens for staging for our brief rapid round.
Young lady in the green was fourth. Young man in the red was third. Young man in the white was second. And our class winner, you were talking about how much you liked that Burke earlier today, ended up winning the class.
Actually, the three that I said I liked ended up in the top three. That never happens for me. So here's our judge.
You got a pretty good eye.
I told him to keep these top two out here together, the young lady and the young man's Barrows. I told Eric as we were coming up here, so I'm not going to say anything, but there's two of these that I think really, really stand out, and it's this pair out here in front of me. Between the pair, I thought there's one that's a little longer and leveler in his hip. He's a little more relaxed in his spine. Little subtle things sort these two, and that's the young ladies, and she'll be my class winner. I like the look from Blade Forward. That one in second of the young man's man. He's sharp there in his front end from Blade Forward, and you get up on top of that one, and he's about as dialed in his back and turn as you can make one. Like I said, I'd like to maybe just see that hip and change just a little bit back there behind and relax him a little in the middle of his spine, but that's being hard on the nice one. Awfully good top pair in this particular class. Young man coming out next and third. He got caught behind a couple of buzzsaws, but Eric and I like this one quite a bit. You study him from a standpoint of just flex and give and mobility, heaviness of structure and bigness of foot. This one needs to work himself up to the top. He is a barrow that could be just a nickel shorter in his back, but he still balances up well. I like this one to be third. Maybe doesn't bring those extreme extras to the table that are outliers as those top two, but very, very good. Young lady coming out next and fourth, big blade, big forearmed hog with some spread. He wants to funnel and taper when you get him back to his hip there in his pin. He wants to kind of flatten up and just plane up a little. But again, a nice hog that's square and balanced here to land fourth in this heavyweight class. Fifth of the young ladies, I like this one's elevation. I like his cleanliness, his leanness, his shape. This one's, again, another one that's sharp there. When you study him through his front end and his lower body, he's clean and lean. He's one that Eric and I thought maybe needed to be stoutened up, in particular in his front foot and ankle, to get up into that heat in this particular drive. The two barrows coming out next, the young man's barrow is another one, big arm, big bladed, comes at you strong, really good spread up high, maybe not as much turn, maybe not as trendy and showy looking as some of them, but I like that one here to land sixth in this particular class. The young ladies barrow, again, I think it's close between those two. That one there gets to be a little too jolly for me, a little flatter there in its center body. Nice class of heavyweight Berkshires.
Okay, that wraps up our heavy Berks. We're getting loaded for our champion drive. Do the top 10 real quick in that heavyweight Berkshire class. Your class winner, Riley Shacker from Dumas FFA. Second to Carson Cliff from Randall County 4-H. Third place went to Weston Herber from Fredericksburg FFA. The Roadie boys were mentioning their knowledge of that guy, and it's come to find out the Roadie boys raised that barrow too. So congratulations to Wayne and Landon. So fourth place was Autumn Birkenfield from Nazareth FFA. Fifth to Gracie Tate from Abilene Wiley FFA. Sixth place was True Baird from Deaf Smith County 4-H. Seventh place went to J.C. Hoyt from Hardin County 4-H. Eighth was Allie Pig from Valley FFA. Ninth was Jaylee Knowles from Randall County 4-H. And your 10th place class in the heavyweight Berkshires was Claire Deaton from Plains FFA. Congratulations to our unofficial top 10 there in the heavyweight Berkshires. Again, we're getting them reloaded now to just show for our Berkshire drive. Out of our lightweight class, we'll have our class winner that was exhibited by Bragan Conrad from Armstrong County 4-H. Second in the lightweights was Mila Mahalik from Wharton County 4-H. Your middleweight class winner exhibited by Reed Powell. Again, Reed Powell from Jordanton FFA, and congratulations to Reed. He was the Texas bred winner in that middleweight class. Second in the middles was Hank Majewski from Washington County 4-H. I'm sure I butchered that name. And then our class winner again here in the heavyweights was Riley Shacker, and second was Carson Clift. So if you're just tuning in, we're getting ready to show for our champion Berkshire. Again, 3 classes of Berks, so this will be the first breed champion of the day that we name.
So with that in mind, the champion Berk will not only go to auction and can get into the ring of champions there and get a nice amount there, but that champion will also receive a $10,000 scholarship.
Yep.
Here at San Antonio.
So very, very competitive events here at San Antonio, but they have endowed that fund well enough where they're able to give a lot of those scholarships. They're kind of like the Oprah of livestock shows. You get a scholarship.
Yes, sir. As expensive as college is today, boy, everything helps, though, doesn't it? It's not $4 an hour like it was when I first started college.
Nope, things have changed. Everything got more expensive. So we did just get the Texas bred winner out of that heavyweights, and the class winner was the Texas bred winner as well, a Barrow raised by Wintex Farm. So congratulations to Will and the crew. Jay and Will and the crew. So get ready for our Berkshire Drive.
So folks, as we're waiting here to get things going for our dream round, I have a couple of just basic announcements for you. First of all, we'd like to thank one of our sponsors, the sponsor here for New Year's, and that's Creative Awards. And we just appreciate them and their relationship they have here with San Antonio Stock Show. They specialize in all sorts of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps.
So one of the things here with winning a scholarship here, in addition to going into the auction, that doesn't change anything. They can max out at 20 in competitive events, but that's not where it ends. San Antonio works really hard of really providing a large amount of scholarships for kids, and so if they apply for the 4-H and FFA scholarship, that does not they can apply for that as well. So that's the good thing here. It's just not limited that 20,000 to the competitive. They can go on and still apply for those 4-H and FFA scholarships as well. At the conclusion of our naming our champion, Reserve Champion Berkshire, we will be going to our spots. We have 5 classes of spots, and our first class will be 250 to 250, and we have 45 in that class coming up.
The first 20 lots, either
Now I think we're ready to show for our champion Berkshire. First breed and reserve breed champion of the day selected. So coming out, we've got our lightweight class winner exhibited by Bragan Conrad from Armstrong County 4-H. Second in that class was Mila Mahalik.
Class 2, Reed J. Powell, Jordan, FFA.
Middleweight class winner comes out. That's Reed Powell from Jordanton FFA. Second in that class, Hank Majewski from Washington County 4-H.
And from class 3, Rodgers Jacker Dumas, FFA.
Heavyweight class winner comes out now. Heavyweight class winner exhibited by Riley Shacker from Dumas FFA. Second in that class, Carson Cliff from Randall County 4-H. So best of luck to these three young individuals as they show for our first breed champion of the day, the 2024 San Antonio Barrows Show. Again, our judges are Brandon Ogle and Eric Polish. If you're just tuning in.
Well, let's put your hands together for these Berkshire class winners. Three outstanding individuals that they drove out here for us. Really nice Berkshire show to start today, and Eric and I really appreciate what these three bring to the table. There's one, however, we think brings some extras, and he comes out and just kind of swallows them up. A barrel that's so stout, square, and wide, and has look, and you get in behind him, and he's packing so much to him, but he's still so square, good in his hock and his hind leg. Young lady, your heavyweight will be champion Berkshire.
First breed champion of the day comes out of the heavyweight division of the Berkshires, exhibited by Riley Shacker from Dumas FFA. Congratulations, Riley, and Wintex Farms. Now bringing second was Carson Cliff from Randall County 4-H to show for reserve champion Berkshire.
Well, the young man's second place barrow comes out, and I just kind of sit back. I wanted to see what Eric thought, and we kind of visited as we were waiting on how we thought things were going to shake out. And once he comes back out, it's not as close as we thought it would be. There's one that, again, from a standpoint of extras, bone, feature, body, you catch that one at a 3/4 angle, and how good. He's as good up high as any in this show. Young man, your second place barrel will be Reserve Burke.
Reserve champion Burke comes out of the heavyweight classics well, exhibited by Carson Cliff from Randall County 4-H. Now we move to the spot breed. 5 classes of spots. We'll have to find out for sure how many we're selling in each of those particular drives, but we now move into the spot breed.
So we're about to ready to start our spot drive here in our Junior Market Barrow Show here at San Antonio, it being their 75th anniversary. It will be class number 6, and the weight range is 250 to 250 with 45 in this class. And in the spot breed today, with the 5 classes, we will be having 5 of them make the auction here. And as they had discussed in our Berkshire breed there, we are within that. The top 4 will go and walk across the auction stage and go through the auction, but 5th and 6th place, if in some of the breeds where we do have 6th place, those will be given $1,500. However, there are buyers, if you would like to add on to that young person's placing there, you can do that. So they can accept any and all add-ons to that exhibitor as well. They just don't have to go through the sale, which is, I think that's a great part on San Antonio's, because the sale was going sometimes till 1 in the morning, the barrow sale, and that's a lot of stress, not only on the exhibitor, the parents, but also the poor buyers as well. So we're hoping this will help them a little bit in that respect, but still being super fair to the young kids as well.
All right, everybody, those of you who are just now tuning in here with us, me and Dad are both on it. Mr. Anderson's going to take a little break. So in this first class of spots, we have a total of 45 head in this class, ranging from 250. I guess they're all 250 in this class, huh?
That is correct. And the total spot show today, representing 5 classes, we have a total of 159 spots that have showed up here at San Antonio to compete.
Wow, that's I was surprised how there's more Berks and there's 3 classes there, but we have the spots with 20 less head and have 4 classes here in this drive here for the spot breed. Don't see anything pinned back just yet.
If you've just joined us, of course, yesterday we had all the barrows come in, and it totaled what came onto the fairgrounds here, or stock show grounds, was 1,675 barrows for this first wave.
Wow, that's a lot of barrows. I mean, I'm sure a lot of those equated to probably what, Durocs and Hamps and Dark Crosses. I'm curious to see how many, because what are we judging tomorrow? We're judging Durocs and Dark Crosses. Is that correct, Wayne?
Yes, we'll be. That's all we'll be having tomorrow. Will be that amount there. We're going to have 893 tomorrow, but today 787. So actually, we have a larger day tomorrow than we have today.
Yes, we do. Doesn't mean the quality's not there, because I'll tell you, I got to kind of step in for you for a second in that last Burke class, but I've been watching the first 2 Burke classes, and man, those top 10 individuals. You could take those top 10, I mean, I'll even extend it to top 15 to a lot of county shows and those county pigs. I mean, there's some breed and reserve breed champions from county shows that are placing 8th, 9th here at San Antonio, just because the quality and depth of quality here at the show, being probably the toughest barrow show in Texas, or even I'll go by extension the United States, how tough the quality is here at this show. There's a lot on the line here at San Antonio. Got one here pinned back in the big arena. This is for their secondary sort. So those of you who are just joining us right now, we have on the screen young lady in the pink just went in over to Mr. Ogle, but they're going to go to Mr. Pollock first, and he's either going to point straight ahead toward your screen, like he just pointed to the right, so it's going to go to Mr. Ogle, and he's your secondary judge. So in this breed here, he'll either send you the big arena for a secondary evaluation or send you back on to your pen.
Well, actually.
Well, yeah. So this is a terminal show.
On to the ground.
Yes, onto the ground. So they're going to a nice farm somewhere else with greener pastures, that sort of thing. I'll keep it kind of that way. But this is a terminal show, so you're not able to take your animal on to a different show.
A little different than steers. Steers, to my knowledge, as far as in a market show, is the only thing that is non-terminal that they're able to take them on to another show if they don't brand here at San Antonio.
Gotcha. When we were here 2 weeks ago for the gilt show, those are breeding stocks, so you get to take your gilts back home, turn them into mamas and do stuff, whatever you want to. But no matter what, here at this show, whatever animal you bring to the Barrows show, you do not get that animal back, which is different than what you do at your county level or a breeding show.
You're speaking about the gilts. The gilt show was strictly scholarships and some premium as well. But here at the Barrows show, the ante gets even raised further in that your breed champion will receive not only the opportunity to be in the Ring of Champions at the auction and bring a nice amount of money to further their education and expenses, but they also receive a $10,000 scholarship. And so it's great that San Antonio has been able to put this together. In fact, the first scholarship ever given here at San Antonio was only to the grand champion, and it was a $6,000 scholarship, and it dates back to 1997. So we've come a long way since then. That was all that was kind of given, was the grand champion, until 2007, where they began giving scholarships of $8,000. And at that particular time, then it raised up from there to it actually raised up to it was $10,000 at that time in 2007, and the reserves got $8,000. So now it's changed a little bit in that the grand champion receives the $10,000, and then if they've received they have received these scholarships or have maxed out, then it rolls down to our reserve.
So there is a cap in the Barrows show, is that correct?
It's basically a cap on all competitive type of events, which the Barrows show is one of those. They can cap out at $20,000, but they can continue, participating in different entries or even junior skillathon, and top out to get that $20,000.
So we were talking about the gilt show 2 weeks ago, and so say they had breed champion there, they get $10,000 in the breeding show, and come over here to the Barrows show and get another additional $10,000. Is that your max?
That would be their max in competitive.
So across all competitive parts of the show here, whether you show steers, skillathon, gilts, barrows, lambs, goats, you cap out at $20,000 in scholarships, which is a lot of money.
Well, but also what's the nice part, Landon, is that doesn't take into play, that doesn't count against them. They can also apply for your 4-H and FFA scholarships their senior year. And so that they're not topped out at 20. They still can apply for those scholarships. They just can't be in other competitive events, which that's just outstanding that have been able to build and put these scholarship programs together.
Absolutely. So going on to this first class of spots here, looks like they've pinned back a total of 7, I think there's probably 2 underneath me right now. So what they'll do is if they get pinned right away by Mr. Pollock, and that's when he points straight at your screen here that you can see. then that means you go to the classifiers, they classify your animal. So what they do is you'll have a panel of people underneath us here in the crow's nest, and they will classify your animal, and that means breed characteristics. Does your animal exhibit those characteristics of that particular breed, like in spots, for instance? I mean, they're down-eared. The coloration on them varies, but, I mean, for the most part, you look at the different colors. You see a lot of these people who are watching right now who probably don't know anything about spots here. They're black and white, kind of polka dotted looking breed with down ears. So those classifiers are looking to make sure that you meet those characteristics of that breed. Then they go onto the scale. So when you turn in your weight card at 250, you have a 10-pound, you have 10 pounds to play with after that, so they can weigh up to 260. Is that correct here, Wayne?
That is correct. It's a 10-pound weigh back, so they can weigh up to 260.
And I've been talking to the scale guys down there, because some of these animals, they'll get them right up to the 260 mark, and if they're within a pound, like I know that there was a couple down there that were within a pound over, they reweigh that animal 2 or 3 times just to make sure, because if you get weighed out, you don't get to compete for a top spot here. So they are doing their best and doing a good job of, if you weigh in a pound or 2 over, and even up to 5 pounds, they said they'll re-weigh you a couple times just to make sure before they send you back to your pen. But if you're within that 10-pound weigh back, you're able and eligible to compete for those top spots here.
Well, what a fine job here at San Antonio that that our scale people work so well here, and San Antonio wants to make sure that they don't eliminate anybody from the show due to a misfunction of the scale. So that's why they make sure the scales are on. They put the weights on them, make sure they're accurate, and then, like you've said, Landon, they make sure everything's cleaned off and put them back on there before make sure they got the official weight.
Well, I've got to give a shout out to WW and Paul Scales for being here and being present and making sure everything's running, because I've seen them after every class. They will clean that entire scale off and rebalance it and everything else, so that way they're accurate the entire time.
Yeah, a shout out to Mr. Bo Sanders of WW. He's the one that's behind the lines here, ensuring that these kids are getting a fair chance and a fair evaluation on the weights.
Absolutely. They've got a total of 10 pin back here that I can see here, Wayne. A couple more coming down, so I would say he's got about 12 pin back so far. And looks like, based on our screen here, we've got about 16 more to go through here in this first class, which, like we said earlier, there is 45 total head in this class. There are 6 total pigs out here in the big ring, and the big ring is where, after they do their initial sort, Mr. Ogle and Mr. Polick will go out there and see if there's anything else they want to keep back that they might have missed in their first initial sort. I mean, because, you think about it, you have a short chance in these first sift pins to really get a good look, and if they think they want a second look, they might not have got the look they were looking for, but see a lot of potential in that animal. They'll send it to the big ring to get a secondary look, and if they pin you back, you'll have a chance at the top spot. And historically in the Burke classes, they were pinning between 14. I think that last class they pinned back 18 total.
Yeah, it's been at least 14 to 18 head. I think the second class even was like 16 head. So they've really, I'm real pleased how these judges not only have worked well together, but they're ensuring that that the top end, that they feel that they have what they want, and then giving a fair evaluation, letting them back out and analyzing them again before they put together their sale units. Because let's face it, in the Berkshires there are only 6 that made the auction. Here in the spots there will be only 5 that make the sale here at San Antonio.
And I think that has to do, is it because of the depth of classes? We talked about the Berks had 59, 61, 59, where there's only, this class has 45. The rest of them are high 20s or very low 30s. So that's why I guess they're doing only top 5.
I believe so. I'm not sure, and maybe I'll try to find out a little bit more information on how they how they come up with their numbers for each breed. So that is a great question. I'm going to try to research that, see if I can find out a little bit more information, because like I say, we have less spots than we had Berks, and actually we have more sale units in the spots than we do the Berks. But that is a good question. Maybe I can get a little more information for our listeners on that.
Absolutely. Looks like somebody lost their brush. Hopefully they'll find it here in a minute and realize they don't have their brush. So we talk about in showmanship, it's so important to have all your necessary equipment. Obviously, a show stick would be the starter, but you also want to keep a brush with you in the ring to brush off your animal, because sometimes they get a little messy on their back end, or get a little dirt on their nose or on their feet or their back. It's amazing where these animals can get dirty walking them around. But you want to make sure you have all your equipment. And for those of you listening, you may not be showing this first wave because we have a second heat Wednesday and Thursday. For those of you listening in right now, kind of what they're doing, we talked about they're pinning between 14 and 18 back in the class. If you get sent to the big ring, kind of hang out. Don't try to overwork your animal. Conditioning is so important, and I know Mr. Anderson and Dad both kind of touched on that earlier today. But kind of hang out. Let your animal relax a minute, kind of make sure it's prepped and ready to go, because you don't want to tire that animal out when the judges aren't even in the ring looking at your animal just yet. If you tire them out, they're not going to be ready to go once they do come out there, because they'll spend a good 5 minutes, and it looks like Mr. Ogle and Mr. Polick are coming out here right now to come look in this big arena to see if there's anything they like. So now these kids are getting their animals fired back up, ready to rock and roll. They've got 13, maybe 14 pinned back so far, Wayne.
Yes, means not only it's a nice strong class, and as we touched on, this show here at San Antonio has a lot of depth of quality, but also just fine job by our two judges of making sure and getting a good amount as their starter sort to this class.
Shows you how deep the class was, too. Not only do you have 13 or 14 pinned back here for a chance at the top spots, but also there are 10 to 12 out here in the big ring. So 2/3 of that class have a secondary look that they thought needed a second look. Like you said, depth of quality is definitely deep, especially in this first class of spots.
Most definitely.
I was talking to Mr. Ogle and Mr. Polick earlier this morning when they first got here. They were drinking their coffee, and I said, hey, I remember Eric judging back when I was in school, not trying to shout out his age here by any means, but he's been judging for a long time. And I said, have you guys ever judged together? And Eric was like, no, we haven't judged together, but we've known each other for a long time, and we're excited to judge together, and they have a lot of the same attributes in what they look for in animals. And we talk about getting a pattern together and keeping on a consistent basis, and I really feel like, especially watching the Berks and what was out there from top to bottom, they did a really good job lining them up as a uniform judge, not just being two, one like one and one like the other. They were very uniformed in what they were searching for in the Berks, and I have a feeling it's going to carry over for the rest of the week.
Yeah, you can tell they've got a real comfort level, and they're very relaxed, and they just you can tell they're just working at ease and doing a really good job, I think, of giving each and every one of these young people a good, fair evaluation here.
Absolutely. Have one back from the initial sort that they kept back, and a young lady in the green will be the second one out of the gate here. Both young ladies doing a fine job presenting their animal to both Mr. Polick and Mr. Ogle here. Young man coming out here will be the third one out of the gate. Go show you here, anybody can show, and what a teamwork group they have going on over there for that young man. It's like he pinned back. The young lady in the green's getting pinned back. So when they do that, for you, those of you listening or just tuning in, that means they like that animal enough to where they want to keep it at their top end of the class, and top end of the class could be either 6 or 7, what they'll end up pinning back at the end here, depending on depth of class and how many they have pinned back. But historically, the past 3 classes, different breed here, it's been 6 or 7 they've kept back, Wayne.
Yeah, they'll usually, what they did in the Berkshires is usually place 10th through 8th place and then bring them back. So it'd be interesting to see, with as many as they kept in the big ring and then also here in the pens, I would suspect because of that quality depth, they might do exactly the same.
Mm-hmm, absolutely. Like I said, they have 14 total hogs pulled back here, and only 10 get a ribbon, and 5 make the sale here in the spot breed. So you pinned another young lady back pretty quickly. Must really like that spot a lot. Young lady in the kind of purpley looking shirt doing a wonderful job. Just came out of the pin here. Looks like they've got 3 pinned back thus far in this class. It's still a few more to sort, Wayne. What do you think of the quality so far that you've seen in this top end of this class?
I think we have no disappointments. It's kind of like our Berkshire breed earlier. Within this, of course, each species or each breed has its own breed characteristics, but for the spot breed and you see some really good consistent quality of combination of chest width and muscle, and still got that flexibility. It looks like they're putting this similar pattern as what we saw in our Berkshire drive.
Yes, sir. This looks like the last young man in the pink just came out. This is the last one from the initial sort. So they have 4 pinned back so far for their top end, and the guys are kind of getting together, and we talk about just communication between the judges, and they work as a team here. They're not first judge, second judge kind of thing. They're pinning them back together. Young man in the pink just got pinned back. That'll make it 5 now for the top end of the class, and we'll kind of give you a better feedback when he gets the buttons. When he signals for the buttons, he'll start placing his other animals in the class, and then once they get to 10, if there's anything left out there, they'll send them on their way. Young lady in the black and white shirt, diamond shirt here, just got pinned back. That'll make it 5. Excuse me, 6.
6.
And Mr. Polick just got the button, so now he's going to start placing. I don't know, were they placing from bottom up or top down?
That's what they did in the Berkshires, and I suspect the same way. And here at San Antonio, unfortunately, we only have 5 that make the auction. However, we do place all the way through 10th place, and your 7th, 8th, and 9th also get a really nice rosette as well. And, that's the bragging rights. Unfortunately, all they have is those bragging rights and all that hard work, but they're well deserving of that recognition as well.
Looks like you just placed the young man right here. What a good teamwork they did out there helping this young man. They all did a wonderful job showing. They worked as a team here.
Absolutely. That's team effort.
That is.
It's great that we're able to see this hard work being done, no matter what the obstacles are, they still make it happen, and that young man has made it happen.
Young man was 7th, young lady in the kind of purpley pinkish shirt was 8th, I believe.
Put your hands together for these exhibitors remaining in the ring and their efforts today with their project.
They have made their top 10 placings and have excused the others out of the ring. And again, congratulations to hard work. They made a great effort and nothing to be ashamed of, because this is the top competitive show here at San Antonio.
Those of you tuning in here, this will be the top 6 in the class. They placed 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th, and they're down to their top 6 here in the first class of spots at the San Antonio Barrows Show. Thank you for tuning in wherever you're at. I want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors and our webcasting group, Taylor Fort, for making this possible for all of you at home to watch. Got our top 6 out here, and they'll place from 6 down till they have a class winner. 45 total head to start with. Now we're down to 6. Mr. Pollock just grabbed the buttons. Mr. Ogle and Mr. Pollock are sitting here evaluating all 6, and that goes out to them. Shout out to both of those 2 judges for working so well together and talking about the class as a whole and said, okay, here's our pattern. Let's stick with it. Let's do it together. Eric's looking for being the lead judge here for the spots. Mr. Ogle was the lead judge for the Berks. Now we're on the spots. Young lady in the black and white will be 6th. Young man in the light pink will be 5th. Down to the top 4 here now. A young man in the vest was 4th, actually. And we are now down to our top 3, young lady in the pink, young lady in the green, and young lady in the blue, all wearing vests or sweaters here. Young lady in the blue was 3rd, young lady in the green was 2nd, and our class winner was the young lady in the pink. All of them did a phenomenal job showing. Congratulations to all those individuals. Let's hear from Mr. Pollock.
All right, folks, nice class of spots to start this spot division off with, and we're going to go ahead and lead with the young lady in the pink there coming across the middle of the ring. This one, for me, wins it pretty handily, and Brandon and I are both in agreement on these top 3. This one just kind of puts together all the positives that the other 2 have in 2nd and 3rd. This one's sound and balanced, and he can go, and he's got muscle, he's got product, he's got that 3-dimensional look we're looking for today. Nice spot to go ahead and win this class. Young lady in 2nd has a barrel that does a lot of good things, a lot of positives, checks a lot of boxes for us. He's got internal dimension, he's got rib, he's got muscle. You watch this guy flex and drive off those rear 2. He gets out here and motors across the ring. That's where he beats the one in 3rd. Maybe just not quite as trendy up through his front end, maybe just not quite as good through from his ham loin and from that blade forward as the one in 1st. But there's a good kind of barrow that does a lot of good things. Young lady here with the predominantly white one coming out. This one, when you study him up high, that's as good as anything in the class. From his blade back, that turn to that 10th rib is really, really good. You look at him out through that hip and rump, that's a big pinned wide one as he goes away from you. He just doesn't get out here and grab another gear. He's got to flex and motor and go better from behind to go ahead and move him up in that top pair. Young man's got a real stout one coming out here in 4. Love the just internal dimension this guy has and just the rib and depth of heart this guy has. You get on top of him and he's not quite as pulled apart at his blade all the way back. He gets a little flatter in that upper rib, but you talk about one that's sound and functional and has that 3-dimensional one-dimensional look. Same way with the young man coming out here next in 4 or in 5. Got one that's sound, is functional. He does a lot of good things. Maybe just not quite as square coming out of his blade. Maybe not quite as good up through that front third, but just a sound, balanced one that doesn't have any holes or issues. The young lady coming out next has got a real good one, similar to the ones we just talked about. Opened up, square, got a ton of product in him. Just gets a little shelfier over that loin edge. Just doesn't quite have that shape coming out of that blade that we're looking for today. But a really nice spot barrow to run 6. These next ones coming out, really good hogs. Maybe just need to be opened up a little bit more. Maybe need to fix the little feet and leg problems on them. But a really good class of spots to start this division with. Let's give these kids a nice big hand.
That concludes our first class of spots here today. Moving on to our second class. This will be class number 7 on the list, but second class of spots. 31 total head in this class, and the weight ranges from 251 to 262. So a total of 14 less hogs in this class versus our first class, which was 45. After this class of spots, we have 3 more classes, followed by the champion and reserve overall selection of the spot breed here at the San Antonio Barrow Show, Market Barrow Show. And this is a terminal show. For those wondering, you do not get to take your animal back with you. They go on to what I'd call greener pastures, putting it that way. Both judges doing a phenomenal job working together as a team here. We're happy to join you here on Taylor Fort's webcast. For those of you at home, both me, Brandon Anderson, Landon Rohde, and Wayne Rohde are kind of tag teaming this deal, and we're having a good time doing it together. It's been fun. Always enjoy getting to see some good livestock up here on the Crow's Nest with Dad and Mr. Anderson, getting to visit with both of those two guys. When I already kind of announced, we have 31 total head in this class, ranging from 251 to 262. And how many more classes do we have after that?
We have 3 more classes after this second class, a total of 5 classes in our spot breed today.
159 total head spots. Then after that, we move on to the Poland Chinas after the conclusion of the selection of the champion and reserve champion overall spot barrow here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. It is the 75th anniversary, a very big anniversary for San Antonio this year. We want to wish them congratulations on having such a wonderful show for the past 75 years.
Yeah, the first show started in 1950. Oh, man.
You weren't even born yet.
Nope. And how the years have flown, regardless. So, they concentrate heavily on these scholarships. The first total scholarships they ever gave was a mere $90,000, and the first amount that were awarded at that particular time was 15 of them, and that was in 1984. So think where they were in 1984 and where they are today. Today they do 255 million they've generated from the time they started, and that's through scholarships, grants, endowments, auctions, cash scramble programs, and show premiums. So unbelievable.
And the sky's the limit for this show. They just keep getting more and more people who want to be involved. And I want to give a shout out to all these volunteers out here that dedicate their own time and vacation. Some of these people take off all their entire vacation just to help with this show and help these kids. And what a selfless act by these individuals. I've seen several of these people who have been here the entire time, some of this ring help, and I want to give a shout out to them because they're donating their own time, and time to me is the most important thing you can give in your life. It's only yours to give, and you never get any of it back. So I got to give them props for coming down here and helping these kids and being such selfless people. Going through the sort, we've got total of, I think, 5 or 6 pinned back, Wayne. I think there's 2 underneath me right now. I saw one kind of in the corner of my eye here a while ago that went back there, and kind of watching on this screen here.
Yeah, this one won't take quite as long to sort through because, like I said, only 31 head in this class.
There's 14 less hogs in this class.
Yeah. Well, I understand on some of this on how these numbers come up. It's on a way I was understanding talking to someone. This is not from officials, so I might get some additional detail, but it's on like a 3-year type average on what has shown up and everything, and they do these adjustments based on that.
Got you. Because you don't ever know what will be there that year. You just go off of what you've been in the past, like 3 or 4 years, and kind of going by that.
Absolutely. And you got to preset these things, ahead of time.
6 or 7 pulled back thus far, and there are 3, 4 total head in the big arena for secondary evaluation to this point.
So far, we're at 1/3 already between the two areas.
Those of you watching, say you get pinned back to show for the top spots here. They what they'll do is they'll have water bottles in there for you guys to kind of squirt your pig down after you get weighed. You don't have to worry about a weigh back after you get weighed. So you can squirt your animal off, brush it off, kind of get it ready, hang out. I want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors who made this possible. You can see their sponsors go across the screen here. Want to give them a big shout out because without them this wouldn't be possible. And once again, thank you to Taylor Ford and his crew for bringing us this webcast at home. Today is Saturday, so hopefully you guys are having a wonderful Saturday, and thank you for taking your time out to watch this show on a Saturday. I know some of you are at home doing honeydews, but taking breaks here and there to kind of watch the show. So we're glad you joined us for one of your breaks today. 7 pin back. Looks like they have one more, Wayne, to go through here on the big screen that I can see here. This will be the last one, young lady in red. Sent it over to Mr. Ogle from Mr. Polek to evaluate that one. And after he kind of goes through these last 3 here, they're going to make their way to the big arena. Looks like Mr. Polek is headed that way now. Only 5 back here in the big pin. Like I said, they have 8 pinned back, so they need at least 2 more to fill the top 10 placing ribbons. Like you said earlier, there will only be 5 that make the sale, but they place 10 here. 10 of them will get ribbons here today at San Antonio in the spot classes.
Yeah, actually, in this Barrows show, they actually get even a nice rosette.
A rosette, excuse me. Yeah, they do.
That's super that they do that. If you've just now recently joined us too, as Landon mentioned, 5 make the sale. They are doing something different this year at the auction, in that only the first through fourth place actually goes across the auction stage, and the fifth, and in some of these classes where they have six, they will not have to be here. And the reason for that was the sale was just going till midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning, and it was just hard on the parents, hard on the kids, hard on the buyers. And so if you're fifth or sixth, you're going to get $1,500, but you're not topped out at that. If you have any buyers that want to add on to your lot, that can be done. So.
And the sale will be Friday, is that correct, for the Barrows show?
Yes, it's Friday afternoon.
Another thing I remember back when I was showing here, you got to, I guess if you were in the top end of your class, you actually got to walk your animal across the stage. Are they still doing that to your knowledge, Wayne?
Good question. I haven't been at the sale in the last couple of years as far as physically being there, so I can't honestly answer that one.
I'm going to look into that one. So it looks like they only have 8 pin back. Went ahead and pinned a young lady. I think they have their 10. These 3 that are out here right now, they're evaluating to see if they want to keep anything back for their top end of the class here. They already have, I think they have 9 or 10 pulled back now, Wayne.
I think the reason why they're kind of waiting there too is just make sure that those will make weight.
Weight or
or
the classification too, because there's times when they, an animal will get classed out because it doesn't exhibit breed characteristics for that certain breed. Yeah, and I think it's like a 3 or 4 person panel down there that
it's
three.
3.
3, okay.
And they have blue chips and red chips, so you want all blue chips, but you got to have 2 out of the 3.
Looks like those 2 that they pulled back meet those qualifications, and they're going to send these other exhibitors on. So I want to give them a shout out for getting out here and showing their heart out, and they will head back to the pen. And now we will judge the top 10 individuals here next in this second class of spots, class number 7. First man out of the gate is also going to be the first one pinned back as well pretty quickly here. Mr. Polick must really like this animal here, and very, very, very uniform spot coming out here first. This will be the third one out of the gate right here. Young man coming out right here in the speckled shirt, doing a fine job exhibiting his. Have 1 pin back thus far.
Once again, a reminder, folks, once you complete the showing and you're wanting to load up your cat.
In this class, I have a feeling he'll pin 5 or 6 back for his top end, kind of historically what he's been doing this morning thus far. This will be the 6th spot coming out of the gate here. When I say 6th spot, I don't mean placing. I mean 6th one that they pulled out. Went ahead and pinned that young lady's back. We'll have a chance at the top end of the class. Young man in the vest coming out, doing a wonderful job out of the gate, exhibiting his spot Barrow. looking at that young man's pig pretty hard. Kind of talking together about it. He's going to go and pin him back. Have a total of 3 more to pull out from the first sort. The top 10 individuals here. 3 pin back so far for the top end of the class. Going to go and pin the young man back in the speckled shirt. He'll be the 4th one pinned back. Mr. Pollock's going for the buttons now, so now they're going to start placing the animals. So you have 4 pinned back for the top end of the class, and they'll place 5th all the way up to 10th here. Young lady in the blue. We placed 10th, so he's going from bottom up here, Wayne, on this one. So he placed his 10th place. Whereas before they were placing from top up on the bottom end of the class, now they're doing bottom forward on this class. She was 10th. Young lady in the red and black vest will be 9th. Congratulations to her and her showing.
Yeah, they've kind of gone back and forth a little bit. I think it's kind of due to the depth of the class, how they see it, and
lining them up how they to keep that pattern consistent.
Absolutely, so that they get a nice uniform set of top 10.
Young lady in the light blue shirt was 8th. Young man in the kind of whitish khaki-looking shirt was 7th. And we're down to the young man in the black and the blue here for 6th and 5th place. I don't know if he'll leave these out here or not. It'll be interesting to see. This is the first time I've seen this, if they're going to end up placing these 2 or hold 1 or 2 back and bring these other 4 out. But it looks like he's going to place the young man in the blue, 6th.
But, you know, he might leave out the 5th one to compare, or maybe not.
He's going to place it. So the young man was in the black was 5th place. And now you have your top 4. So they were pretty dead set on these 4 that they pinned back, that's their top end, and the other ones didn't quite maybe match up as well. So young lady, the first one out of the gate here, she was pinned back very quickly, and so was this young man coming out here. He was the first one out and the first one pinned back, and it was very quickly. So something about those 2 animals they really, really liked.
First call, class 8, spot Barrows. First call, class 8, spot Barrows.
Other 2, he left them out there for a little while. So young man in the speckled shirt, he showed for a little while, and same with the young man in the vest. Showed for a little while, where those first 2 that came out of the gate, they got pinned back almost immediately, Wayne.
Yeah, I think like the young boy in the vest, he's just a little bit harder off his rear hock, possibly.
Maybe not as clean fronted as some of these other ones in the class, but still a remarkable looking barrow.
Super remarkable. Yeah, they've got a nice
all 4 of
set out
these.
here.
Yeah, all 4 of these. And you can see our 2 judges in the screen here. Mr. Pollock is in the black jacket, and Mr. Ogles in the khaki-looking suit jacket here. Just to kind of show you guys watching who's who. I think they have this class pretty much lined up here, looks like to me. Young man in the speckled shirt is 4th. Young man in the vest is 3rd, and I kind of had a hunch that these 2 would be at the top end. Young man in the pink is 2nd, and young lady in the green. Blazer is your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Pollock here. That's kind of what I thought was going to happen.
Yeah, I figured he couldn't keep those 2 apart, 1st and 2nd. Just matter if they're going to go a little more width or a little prettier design.
Let's hear what Mr. Pollock has to say.
really nice class of spots to go and sort through here. And I think we got a really good top pair. The young lady's predominantly white barrel out here, wins it pretty handily for us. And you can watch this guy at the ground. He is opened up. He is three-dimensional. He's got a big center cage, but where you got to appreciate this one and where he wins the class is when you get right on top of him, that blade all the way back into that hip. He's balanced. He's sound. He's good design. That's a totals hog. And where he is good, he is really good. Young man's second place barrel out here. You love the elevation, soundness, and just mobility this guy has. He's a little heavy featured kind of barrel. He's got some extension up through his front end. Where he gets beat is just at the top of his blade. He doesn't have quite just the punch coming straight out of that blade into that top that other one does, but there's a balance, sound, good looking spot that's just got beat by a better one. The young man coming out here next got a really good one, sound and functional, really big back, got a fresh back, and we like that shape in him. Good hip and hind leg in this one. Wants to be a little lower to the ground. You like to elevate him up compared to those other two, but just a really nice kind of barrow to run in third. The young man coming out here next has got a good one. Again, one of those ones you can appreciate when you get right on top of him. Really fresh and shapely coming out of his blade. This guy's sound and functional off either end. Just maybe wants to get a little rounder, maybe not quite as heavy structured as those other ones, but just a really good kind of barrel to run for. The young man coming out here next has got one that's got the big legs in class, and you got to like the feature this guy has and how stout he is at the ground. Heavy structured, big footed, big back, big hip. Just one of those that wants to get maybe a little more tubular through that middle third, maybe not quite as elevated and extended up through that front end, but a really nice kind of barrel. The young man coming out next in sixth has got one that's a bigger elevated kind of barrel. Gets a little plainer, maybe not quite the bells and whistles we had on some of these other ones. These next barrels coming out, sound, functional kind of barrels, just maybe need a little more shape, maybe just need a little more look to go get them up in the top end, but a really good set of barrels. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
That concludes our second class of spots here today at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Moving on to our third class here, we have 28 total head in that class. Weight ranges are from 263 to 272. We're going to get you we're going to announce the placings from this second class of spots here shortly, along with the Texas breds from the first two classes. Those of you just joining, we are now moving on to the sort of the third class of spots.
I've got the Texas bred here from the first class. We had not announced that. It was Brianne Rayburn. She was second in that first class of spots, and the breeder was All-Star Genetics there out of Jacksboro. Congratulations to Brianne and All-Star Genetics.
Okay, moving on in our second class, I'll go ahead and announce your top 10 individuals, and I'll do my best with some of these names. So if I butcher your names, I do apologize, but want to give a shout out to all these kids who worked very hard to make the top 10 here at San Antonio. Like I said earlier, San Antonio is probably one of the most competitive shows you'll ever go to. Any one of these top 10 individuals at any county show would have a chance at their breed champion or reserve breed champion. I mean, there's grand champions at county shows that come here and might not get top 10. It's just that competitive of a show. There's a lot on the line, and this is like the granddaddy Super Bowl of them all as far as I'm concerned with numbers and quality. Not that there's not other really competitive shows out there, just what I've seen and the depth of quality here is just unreal. So our top 10 individuals, Ruth Pacina was 10th. 9th place went to Zane Matthews. Hope I said that right, Zane, but congratulations. 8th place was awarded to Michelle Lawrence. 7th place was shown by Mason West. 6th place went to Brayson Barron. 5th place was shown by Whit Lowry. 4th place was awarded to Paxton Southard. 3rd place was shown by Brody Hatfield. 2nd place was exhibited by Laramie Hodges. And our class winner in the second class of spots here today, and that would be Class 7, was Michaela Dishman from Jefferson County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals in class number 7. Moving on to Class 8 here, Wayne.
Yes, we're sorting Class 8 currently, and we have 28 in this class, and the weight range is from 263 to 272. Again, we have 28 in this class. So as far as total amount of spots that showed up here at San Antonio this year, we had a total of 5 classes that we're going to have here in our spot drive. The total was 159 total head. And so after this class, we'll have 2 more, and then we'll go ahead and name our champion and reserve champion spot, which not only will it make the auction, but it also will receive a $10,000 scholarship here from San Antonio.
That is awesome. It looks like they have 2 to 3 pinned back so far. There might be 1 or 2 below us. For those of you just now joining us, we want to welcome you guys to the webcast here presented here by Taylor Ford, and want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors that you see going across the screen here. Thank you for being a part of this. For those of you kind of tuning in here, kind of showing you on the screen, they're going to go to Mr. Eric Polick first. He's going to evaluate that animal. If you point straight ahead kind of toward the screen here, he just pointed to the right there, so he's going to go on to Mr. Ogle. That means he's going to get a second evaluation by the secondary judge. But if he points forward, that means you get pinned for a chance at the top spots of the class. But if he points to Mr. Ogle like he just did there with the young man in the blue, Mr. Ogle will evaluate him. And if he points straight ahead, it goes to the big arena for a secondary sort with the 2 judges together. And if he points to the right, then you are done showing that animal for the day. And you're only able to show 1 animal at San Antonio. You can't show 1 in one breed and 1 in another breed in the Barrows show. You can only exhibit 1 animal per individual. Whereas like if you had in the breeding show, you could show, I think, up to 4 total, I believe. I could be wrong there. But in the Market Barrows show, you are allowed 1 animal per exhibitor. You're allowed to show here at San Antonio in the Market Barrows show at 3rd grade all the way to 12th. So from 3rd grade to senior. They've got a total of 6, possibly 7 pinned back. Like I said, we can't really see underneath us, but once you get pinned, you will go to the classifiers, and they will look at breed characteristics of your animal to make sure they match up. It's a 3-panel judge in classification. If you make it past that step, you go on to the next step, which is way back. So like Wayne and I talked about in this 3rd class, it goes from 263 to 272, and you have a 10-pound weigh back, so you've got to weigh within 10 pounds of what you turned your weight in. If you meet that qualification, you move on to the pin, where you will be evaluated after the first sift of this class. Once again, my name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my father, Wayne Rohde, and also Mr. Brandon Anderson. Enjoy both of these guys very much. They're both wonderful people. I've known Wayne my entire life, obviously, and I've known Mr. Anderson for a long time. Did a lot of showing underneath his brother, Brian Anderson, as a kid growing up a long time ago. Wonderful family, wonderful stock show family. Eight total pigs pinned back thus far, and looks like the guys have done their initial sift. Now they're going to go to the big arena here and evaluate these individuals in the big arena for a secondary look. Mr. Polig and Mr. Ogle are coming out now. Total of 5 total head here in the big arena. And I think they have between 8 or 9 pinned back thus far in this class. Ten placings get a rosette. Top 5 here in the spot drive per class make the sale. He's going to go and pin the young lady in the purple here, or maroon, excuse me. She's going to have a chance to be in the top 10 in the class. She will go now to classification and weigh back. Like I mentioned earlier, there is a 10-pound weigh back. You've got to weigh within 10 pounds of what you turned your weight card in at. And if you meet that criteria on both classification and the other, they'll send them back.
And their efforts with their barrels today.
Going to send these individuals back to their pen. Like I said, this is a terminal show, so you don't get to take your pig back home with you, unfortunately, but job well done by these individuals for getting their pig ready and having a chance out here today in this 3rd spot class of the day. Judges have 10 pigs pulled back for chance at these top 10 individuals, and we're fixing to start here in a second with the young man in the blue checkered shirt here. He'll be the first one out of the gate. And looks like they're ready. Here he comes. This will be for your top 10 individuals here. Young man doing a good job presenting his spot barra. Keeping that head up, keeping that animal moving. He's going to go and pin that one back. He likes him a lot. Young man in the red and white coming out now. Also doing a phenomenal job exhibiting his animal. Last class, they pinned 6 back for their top part of the class. Then they placed 10th down to 5th, or 10th down to 6th, excuse me, and then brought those other animals back out and placed the top end of the class. So far, they only have 1 pin back, and this will be the 5th one coming out of the gate here. Went ahead and pinned back. There's 2 young ladies in green here. Went ahead and pinned back one of them thus far. That'll be the second one the guys have pulled back so far for the top spots in here in the class. Still have a total of 5 more to sort here, or 4 more to sort here. Young man here in the speckle blue shirt coming out here doing a nice job. All these exhibitors here today, as soon as they come out of that pen, they're ready to rock and roll. They're getting their barrows heads up, moving, showing them the angles of their barrow to the judges very well. You can definitely tell these kids work very hard. It all comes down to this moment here at San Antonio. Looks like they have all their pigs out here in the arena or pinned back. We've got 2 pinned back for a chance at the top end of the class. I have a feeling they'll probably pull 1 or 2 more back and then start placing from there. During the Berk show, they'd pull about 14 to, I think, 18 in that last class of Berks. They've only been pulling about 10 back in the spots. Depth of quality on the top end was very, very deep, as it always is here at the San Antonio Barrows show. Young lady in the striped shirt, 20011, just got pinned back. That'll make it 3 so far that they pulled back for their top end of the class. They may pull 1 or 2 more back here. Going to go ahead and pin the other young lady in the green. And that'll make it 4 thus far for your top end. So it turns out there was 11 total. The guys are sorting here. I thought there was just 10, but there are 11. 10 of them will get rosettes. Top 5 will make the sale. Young man just got pinned back, so that'll make it 5 here. Young lady in the colorful shirt is going to be pinned back as well. So that'll be 6 total pigs pulled back for the top of the class, and now we're going to start placing them here. He placed from the bottom up in the last class. In the Berks, they kind of did the other way around, top up. It just depends on the judge's preference here. Young lady in the white is going to be 11th. Did a wonderful job getting up there and showing. Young lady in the purple or maroon is going to be your 10th place. She did a wonderful job coming out of the big arena and showing her way up to the top 10 here. So got to give her kudos in her showmanship and never give up, because it's not over till it's over. Young man in the striped maroon will be 9th. Young man in the blue will be 8th. Young man in the pink and green and blue will be 7th. Now the guys are going to come out here and judge these top 6 individuals here. Once again, for those just tuning in, this is Class 3 of the Spot Barrows here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Started with 28, now we're down to 6. First 2 bearers are out. Guys looking at them. So they're going to have all 6. They're going to end up pulling all 6 out and then kind of talk together and evaluate them together and check all their boxes. And place from the bottom up until we have a class winner. Young lady spots wanting to walk backwards here. She did a good job getting her composure and getting him moving. He just wanted to act up on her a little bit, but she's doing a wonderful job getting that little guy moving there.
First call, class 9. First call, class 9, spotted barrel. You're going to bring your barrels to the holding pin. Make sure you have your pen fill card and your back card with you as you enter those flat gates.
Guys getting together right now, talking about these top 6 here. Looks like he's got his first placing here of the day in this class. 6th place went to the young lady in the multicolored shirt. She did a good job exhibiting today. Very proud of her. Young lady in the green vest and with brown hair, she was your 5th place exhibitor. Did a wonderful job as well. Now we're down to the top 4 here in class number 8. Young lady in the purple striped shirt was 4th. Now the top 3 here in your class. Young man in the checkered shirt was one of the last ones to be pinned back, and he's worked his way up here into the top 3, so that goes to show you, no matter what, keep showing. You can work your way up in the class by being a good showman, and now he's in the top 3. Young lady in the green has been showing her animal very well all day, and so it was the other young man in the striped shirt. Watching all 3 of them out there and all the hard work they put in to be in this top 3 here in this class. Young man in the checkered shirt will be 3rd. Here's your top 2 individuals out here waiting to be evaluated by the 2 judges. Young lady in the green, young lady in the blue, or young man in the blue, excuse me. Young man will be 2nd. Young lady in the green will end up winning your class here today in class number 8 of your spot Barrows. Started with 28 down to 1. Let's hear from Mr. Polick.
Well, definitely one of the more challenging classes to put together we've had here today, and there's definitely some give and take out here. And the one we kind of landed on was the young ladies in the green. You got to appreciate that one when you get right behind that one and study that one's pin set, his range of motion from behind, his length of hip, his length of stride. This guy's the most comfortable one out here. He's the levelest out through his hip. You get on top of him, he's not the most shapely coming right out of his blade. He's not the freshest just up through that head. But when you get on top of him, there's a lot of spread. He is the biggest ribbed one. He is the stoutest. He is the whitest, and he's the most comfortable out here. The one when you really appreciate the one in 2nd is you get right on top of this guy there. That is a huge back. That is a big hip. This guy's elevated. I mean, he's kind of the carcass hog out here, but at the same time, he's starting to hinge just a little tighter the longer this drive goes on. He didn't have just the depth of flank, the depth of heart, and the cage that the one that we had started with. And the longer he's out here, he's just doing spot things and starting to fight the young man a little bit too much. But there's one, when you get on top of that one, that is a ginormous back, and that's where you got to appreciate that one. Young man in third's got one here that's a real stout featured one in terms of structure and width, and gives us that three-dimensional look. Tons of product in this guy all the way through. He wants to be a little lower to the ground, and he too is one that just wants to be a little shorter strided from behind. He needs to hinge better and go better from behind to go ahead and get him worked up in that top pair. Young lady coming out here next got one of the bigger outline barrows in class. You talk about one that's elevated and extended. He's sound, he's functional. He just maybe just doesn't have quite the power the other ones do at the ground. Needs to have a little bit bigger foot, needs to have a little more feature to him to go ahead and get him in the top trio. The young lady coming out next has got one that's, again, elevated, sound, just not many problems, not many holes, but at the same time, not a whole lot of bells and whistles. Needs to be stouter featured, needs to be bigger legged and bigger footed to match how much true power he has up high. The young lady coming out next has got one that's, again, one of the elevated ones out here. Starts to struggle a little bit as we go, especially from behind, but you like his length of hip, you like his design and balance from the side, just needs it shot more mass and power all the way through. The young man coming out here next has got one that's really bulky, really stout featured all the way around, gets a little chubby up front, gets just a little waistier all the way through. These next ones coming out, good barrows in their own right, but just need to be stoutened up in their feature all the way around to go ahead and get them any higher.
Okay, so
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
top 10 here in the middleweight class of spots. So class 8 overall, class winner London Futrell from Lubbock County 4-H. Second was Colton Mullins from Upshur County 4-H. Third was Joaquin Dudley from Comal County 4-H. Fourth place was Kennedy Justice from Merkel FFA. Fifth place was Addison Henderson from Van Zant County 4-H. Sixth was Hayden Shieldknight from Spearman FFA. Seventh was Weston Friesenhahn from East Central FFA. Eighth to J.C. Malloy from Seminole FFA. Ninth place went to Hayes Dean from Jim Ned FFA. And 10th was Tatum Moyers from East Central FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in Class 8, the middleweight class, so third class of 5.
And also been certified Texas Red Racing Class Champion from Class 8, included by London Futrell of Lubbock County 4-H. Leader of that barrel is Foot Farms from Lubbock, and they can pick up their certified
Class winner in that class was also the Texas bred champion, barrel bred by Foot Farms out of Lubbock. So congratulations to the Foot firm and breeding that spot barrel that wins the third class, class number 8 overall in the spot division. Again, exhibited by London Futrell from Lubbock County 4-H. Sifting has now begun in the back on class number 9 spots, which are weight range from 273 to 282, 28 head in this particular class. Again, we have 5 classes of spots, so we'll have this one and one more. But again, class 9, weight range 273 to 282, sift has begun in the back. We'll be back with you when they get to the main ring.
All right, moving on to class number 4 of our spot Barrows here. 28 total head in this class, just like the last class. But weight ranges are from 273 to 282. One more class of spots after this class, and then we move on to the overall selection of the breed and reserve breed spot Barrow here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, which is a terminal show. Wayne Poindexter, what did you find out for us? It sounds like you got us some pretty cool information to kind of give to our listeners.
Just a little bit more insight on. We talked about how, the question was how many total barrows that make the actual auction, and it is actually 346 barrows that will make this year's auction. And to kind of giving you an idea, on what's at the stake here, the stakes here that we're looking at. The grand champion Barrow last year brought $76,700.
Say that again?
$76,700.
That's a lot of dough.
So you can see why, and that's they take this all home. So you can see why the stakes are so high here and why it's so competitive here at San Antonio. And the reserve grand champion brought $50,450. So, just kind of giving you an idea how much it's changed. The grand champion in 2021, was $21,000, and last year it was $76,500. So what a change that it made from that 21 to
that was a tough. 2021 was a tough year.
It was. Well, that was right after COVID. So kudos to how they rebounded after the COVID year.
That's a mullet.
Looks like the guys have a total of 8 to 9 pinned back thus far. 8 that I can see in the pins. There might be 1 or 2 below us here. Both Mr. Pollock and Mr. Oger are looking through these 4 barrows here. He's going to go and pin this young lady right here in the white, meaning she'll have a chance to show him the top end of the class. Top 10. So she will go back to get classified and then weighed on the way back. And if everything checks out, then we'll have our 10 total spots. So we had to sit here and watch for, unlike the Gilt Show, they could place 10 if they wanted to, but if we're going to place 10 individuals here, they have to first go through the checks and balances here, which is classifying, making sure your animal has the breed characteristics from our panel of 3 classifiers. If they get green lighted on that part, they go to weigh for the top 10 or 10-pound weigh back. So whatever you turn your card in, you've got to be within 10 pounds of that card on the upper end. And if you were within 10 pounds of your weigh back card, then you are good to show for the top 10.
Only time you've got to be careful is if you're lucky enough to win your class, or first or second, is they will come back and reweigh, I believe, coming back for the champion reserve.
Oh,
but
they
I'm
will?
not sure.
That would make sense, but I'm curious because, in the Gilt Show, they didn't do that. So now it looks like, Wayne, we have our top 10. They're going to go and send these other exhibitors back. Young lady in the red will be the first one out of the gate here. for our second to last spot class of the day. We are on class number 9 currently. 28 head started out, and we are down to 10. He's going to go and pin that young lady in the red and white back with the scarf. Really likes her individual, so it'll go back to the holding pin for a chance at the top end of the class. Last class, they only had 6 pinned back for their top end of the class, and they've been doing that pretty consistently all day, pinning between 5 and 6 back, then placing the others. So far, they only have 1 pull back. So, Wayne, do they so if you're first or second in a class and you have to go back to your pin, do they reweigh your animal again?
Yes, I double verified that. You are reweighed because somebody could go back to the barn and just tank them up on water and maybe make a complete different look to that animal in a positive way if he was just barely full enough. Then they've got him, fuller. So, but they go back across the scale, both the first and the second places.
So I'm going to ask you this question while they're evaluating these. So say you had a first place in the lightweight class here, and you turned your weight card in at 250, and you came across the scale at 259. So you have 1 pound to play with. You go back to your pin. You want to give them a little something, but what can you do to give them something that you don't feel like you're going to weigh out when you come back for the champion drive? Is there really anything you can do, or do you just have to sit down there and pray at that point?
Well, if you were at 259, you're taking that chance. But of course, when you went across the scale, they could have gone to the restroom. So it's important that you know that your scales are matching up, pretty close. In the back, so hopefully you'll have a little more room than that 1 pound than what you had. A lot of times you don't know exactly what you weighed a lot of times. You just know that you made it.
Yeah, that's very true. They say good, not good, whatever. Shout out to Mr. Cody Burns listening in today on a Saturday. Thanks for joining us, and everybody else who's joining us today on the webcast. We thank you all for taking your time on your weekend when you could be watching other things. I know football's over with now. And now we're watching the Super Bowl of pig shows.
Absolutely, and as I discussed earlier, a lot at stake here. The grand champion Barrow last year brought $76,700, but the total auction just for the Barrow show alone brought in on 300. We're going to have 346 units. I don't know if that was different from last year or not. I'm sure it was the same, but just look at the dollars here. It was $2,038,465 in just the Barrow show monies raised at the auction that were given to these kids.
Looks like so far, Wayne, they have 5 pinned back, and they're going to pin one more young lady in the red short sleeve. That'll make 6. So that's what they've been doing consistently. They've been pinning 6 back for their top 6 in the class, and then they'll place these other ones here. In the last 2 classes, Wayne, while you were gone, he's been going from the bottom up.
So how many has he kept? Still
6,
about 6?
There's 6. So young lady in the white was 10th. Young lady in the red will be 9th. And he will end up probably replacing these last 2 because he's got a 6 he needs for his top end. Other young lady in the white vest was 8th. And young man is 7th in the class. Then we'll move on to our top 6 here. He will evaluate these top 6 individuals he has back in class number 9 here. This is the second to last spot class of the day.
So this is where these kids are going to get out there and have to show their hearts out.
Well,
and this is where the showmanship and training of the animal really comes into play, because one of them's not going to make the sale.
Yeah, because only top 5 make the sale here.
That
with
is
the spot breed.
In the spot breed, yes, sir.
So I'll tell you, in the last class you missed it, a young man was the 6th one pinned back. So he was the last one in the top end of the class and ended up working his way up to 3rd in the class.
Well, that's one thing. Life lesson there, never give up.
Never give up, absolutely. So the young lady in the teal here, and I guess, looks like cow print as well. She's done a wonderful job getting out there showing her animal. Young man just coming out here now. He'll be the 4th one out of the gate. The young lady in the red, this was the last one pinned back here for the top 6. And young lady in the white, that'll conclude the top 6 individuals here. He will place from the bottom all the way up.
Bring your barrels to the holding pin. Be sure to have your pen show card with you and your back card as you enter the black gate.
Guys working together here, kind of evaluating the class as a whole, as a team here. So he's going to give the young lady, I call the crying hole in the sail hole. She was 6th. Young lady in the white was 5th. But she did a wonderful job working her way up to 6th place.
Nothing to be ashamed of. She worked her way into being right up there, and it's it's just like applying for a job, though. You can be in the final 2, final 3 in that job, and end up be short on it. So it's
but just still never give up. There's plenty of shows out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Every year is a new year.
Beginning.
Every year is new beginning, new hog. So don't give up. So we're down to our top 4 here in the second to last class of spot Barrows here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show, followed by the last class, which would be class number 10, and then we will conclude the spot breed, finding your overall and reserve overall spot barrow. Then after the spots are done, we'll go into the Poland's, which is only 2 classes of those. And I'll be interested to see, guys were asking earlier, like, is there going to be a lunch break? Yes, there will be a lunch break. It just depends on when the guys want to break for lunch, whether they want to do it after the Poland's or get one of the hamps out of the way, because the hamps are broken up in divisions, correct? Light, middle, and heavy.
That is correct. Uh-huh.
Young lady in the striped shirt will be 4th. She was pinned back quickly a while ago. These individuals are doing a wonderful job. And, you can like an animal out there, but once you get into those top 4 individuals, you get to reevaluate them with just them out there, and you can really see, and you may change what you like. You'd say, okay, I really like that one early on, but once I compare it to these other ones out here in the ring, I like these other ones a little bit better.
When it's also the longer they're in the drive too, it's so important that they have that flexibility with combined muscle and width, and
dimension.
Again, having that physical shape that you got to keep these animals in could make the difference between, like you said, between 4th and 1st.
Yes, exactly. So conditioning your animal at home for all you listening.
There we have it.
There we go. Young man was 1st. Young lady in the pink was 2nd. And young lady in the Here we go. Eric's going to talk
Nice
here.
class of spots here, and there's definitely some give and take when you get into these top four, and we kind of had them jumbled up a little bit just discussing them. But the one we landed on was the young man's out here. He's the real immense bone, stout-featured one that's got big feet. He's got toe spread, and the longer this drive rolls on, for the amount of power this guy's packing, he's extremely comfortable and mobile out here. He's the stout-featured one that puts together a lot of positives in terms of shape up high, squareness of build at the ground, bigness of feature and heaviness of structure, especially as he goes away from you. That guy handles it relatively well for how much stuff he's got in him. The young lady's going to be second out here. Love just the build and the design and elevation this one has. This one gets out here and covers a lot of ground. He's not as big-footed. He's not as big-ankled. He doesn't have the feature at the ground that the other one does, but here's one that's elevated. He's short-backed. He's really square, coming and going. No problems, no major holes in that one. The young lady is going to be third out here. Has got one that's really sound and functional. You study this one at the ground. He gives you that three-dimensional look, good through this forerib and through that center body cage. He gets a little longer bodied out here, but you change that about him. This one's a pretty good barrel. Really good hipped and hind-legged, very sound and very functional. Not quite as much power as he goes right away from you as those other two, but that's a really good kind of barrel to be in third. Young lady, it's going to be four out here. Here's one we thought maybe could win the class originally. We love just the presence and the balance this guy has from the side. His proportions are right. The longer we go out here, this guy starts breaking down. He just starts hitting them a little too tight, and he just starts doing spot things for this young lady. And evidently, unfortunately, sometimes that's just the breed. If we can just relax this guy, make him more comfortable, and make him go a little bit better, we can certainly move him on up. The young lady coming out here next has got one just sound, functional, no major holes, no major problems. Gets a little forward in his shoulder. Of our top 4 or 5, he's the most refined in his bone. He needs to be stouter featured at the ground to match how much power he's got up high. The young lady's got a real powerful one coming out next. You like the three-dimensional look this guy has. He's opened up through his chest, big center cage and a big back on this guy. He too just gets a little plainer all the way through. Not as heavy structured, just not as good looking up through that front end. Need to change him right at the top of that neck, just getting a little crusty there. The young man coming out next with a predominantly black one, sound, functional, no major holes, no major problems, just gets a little plainer coming right out of his blade, a little smaller footed. The rest of these nice barrows just need to be stoutened up in their feature, need to be better designed, but a really good set of spots. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
Well, there you have it. That concludes class number 9 here. Moving on to our last class of spots. This will be class number 10. We're fixing to evaluate 27 total head in this class.
Weighing 283 to 300 pounds.
So I guess 300 is the max, correct here, Wayne, at San Antonio?
That is correct. Well, actually,
310. Yeah, 310 with a 10-pound weigh back, yes. So when we tell y'all they turn their weight cards in at 283 to 300. So they have 10 pounds on the upper end to get to, and that's as high as you can go.
And you don't want to turn your weight card in at 301 or 302 because you will be disqualified.
Yeah, disqualified. I don't think, hopefully nobody will be doing that.
I don't think anybody has done it, but, without
you
good
never know.
instruction.
That 0 looked more like a 1, didn't it? Yeah. And I'm sure they'll question that, be like, is that a 0 or a 1? And so everybody knows that, we've got great ag teachers, good people that come over here and help sponsor who've been around it. You have your extension agents that help these kids out, so they make sure they do it by the book. We're going to go and read off your top 10 individuals from this last class we just judged, class number 9. 10th place went to Jada Littlefield. 9th place was Olivia Longhenning. Olivia Longhenning, a German name. I like that, yeah. 8th place went to Sarah Brown. 7th place was shown by Luke Bonert. 6th place went to Kayla Schneider. 5th place was shown by Carson Johnson. 4th place went to Maddie Bucks-Kemper. 3rd place was shown by Maylee Evans. 2nd place was exhibited by Jenna Locke. And our class winner in class 9 of the Spot Barrows was Regan Pearson of Hockley County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. here at the Super Bowl, as far as I'm concerned, Barrows shows. Moving on to our last class, Class 10, 28 total head. Or excuse me, 27 total head. Last class was 28. This heavyweight division, there's only 27 in this class. Top 5 individuals in the spot breed of each class will make the sale, and they will, top 10 will get a rosette.
With that, those 25 represent the spots represent 25 of the 346 that will go across the auction on Friday. The total amount in this spot show was 159 head.
Class number 8 on our Texas bred went to Foot Farms. Congratulations to them. They're a very competitive breeder in our Texas bred industry. And Class 9 was awarded to Night Show Pigs, which was your 4th place exhibitor. So congratulations to both those breeders and being so competitive.
Both the Knight family and Jason Foote, they do a great job and work really hard at it.
Yeah, both good people to work with too.
Absolutely. So we're in our last class, Class 10 of the spots. Weight ranges from 283 to 300. There's 27 in this class.
They've got 6 pinned back so far. There's one underneath us as well, Wayne.
So also in addition to that, out in the big ring, we have 3 head as well. So,
and they've in the past 2 classes, Wayne, they pulled probably 1 or 2 out of the big pin, and I'll never forget. I guess it was the 3rd class of the day. The one who got pinned or pulled from a big pin made its way up to the top 7 in the class. So it wasn't in the top 10 originally and moved its way up to the top 10.
That's where that hard work and never giving up.
Yes, sir.
It's not over till it's over, and that's what
exactly
you always
right.
need to know. So when we get completed with Class 10, they will be bringing back to the pens, to the arena. They'll get them weighed, the 1st and 2nd place out of each class. And then they will pick a champion in reserve out of that. The breed champion will receive a $10,000 scholarship in addition to going to the auction.
Looks like they have 7 pulled back so far. They've added another one to the big arena. And they've got about 4 more to go, or 3 more now, it looks like, from their first sift here. At the conclusion of that, the 2 judges, Mr. Pollock and Mr. Ogle, will go to the big arena and see if there's anything else they want to pull back. And these spots, they've only been pulling 10. We're in our Berks. I think we're pulling 14 to That last class had 18. They've only been pulling 10 total back in the spot breed here today at San Antonio Barrows Show. Excuse you, Wayne.
It's the dust out here.
As many of you know, here at San Antonio and pretty much every stock show you go to, it's going to get a little dusty out there. He's blowing his nose. That didn't come out. That did not come out of his other end, ladies and gentlemen.
You know, you always got to take something back from the stock show. So one thing it is sawdust.
Well, and then you'd have blamed it on the pig if it was the other two. Anyways, poor pigs. We've got 8 total pin back so far, Wayne, and this will be the last one here. Mr. Ogle just put it out to the big arena here. So the guys are now making their way out to the big arena here. And here we go. This is a really deep set here, Wayne, of spots. I mean, the other, not to take anything away from the other classes, but a lot of very high quality here. I mean, even in the big arena for a secondary sort here, these individuals here look really, really good.
Yeah, you can see a lot of, looking down on top of these animals. They really got some big backs in them. Got quite a bit of muscle, so they're fleshy and they look really fresh looking for that 300-pound weight. You know, it hasn't been that many years that we've gone to 300 pounds. You know, and it takes a lot of feed and maturity to kind of get to that weight.
Absolutely. I do believe they only have 8 pulled back, so they're going to need to pull 2 out of this ring. So young man in the pink did a wonderful job showing. He's going to get a chance. What they're going to do now is they're going to classify him. If he makes it past classification, we talked earlier about 10-pound weigh back. He'll weigh to make sure he's within that 10-pound range there. And if he's green lighted, then he'll have a chance to show for a top 10 placing. And I think they need one more. Unless there's one down here that I don't know.
Must be one
If
because
they're
not. But they're holding these 3 just in case that this one doesn't classify or make weight. And if that happened on either one of those criteria that didn't happen, then they would have to pick another one and do the same criteria.
Yes, sir. Like I said, I can only count 8 here so far. I don't know if you guys at home on your screen can see anymore, but I count 8. Now there's one. So he did pull the young lady in the vest. She was the 9th one pulled, and young man in the pink was the 10th. So if he weighs within that 10-pound weigh back, then these other 3 exhibitors will go back. They all did a wonderful job showing, so if you have any kids out there, be proud of them because they did a great job here today. So, yeah, those 2 pigs did make weight and classification. So we're moving on in this last class of spots here for our top 10 individuals in class number 10, followed by the selection of our breed and reserve breed champion overall, Spot Barrow. Here in Texas, we call them Barrows. Up north, they call them Barrows, I believe. Look at the bone work on some of these spots out here. The purple just came out, and followed by a young lady in a purple blazer. Funny they got pinned in the same pin, but they're both doing a wonderful job showing. Young lady in the red's doing a great job, and young lady in the paisley-looking shirt. Young lady in the purple blazer got pinned back for a chance at the top end of the class. Young man in the
That one sure has got some power to him.
Yes.
Looking at him coming back through the gate there.
The one in the
into
purple?
pen,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, had a lot of power to him. Uh-oh.
And can handle it.
Absolutely. We have one pin back for the top end of the class so far. Have 4 more to pull out of the initial pins here. Young man in the kind of grayish just got pinned back. He's fixing to come across your screen. Another powerful looking spot coming back to the pin.
Yeah, he matches up real well with
Yeah.
the first one they pinned.
And they're checking all their boxes off well. And what I mean by that is if they're looking for the ideal perfect hog for them, you check off all your boxes, say whether it be are they square made, are they functional, do they run uphill, do they have plenty of muscle, are they free moving, clean fronted, big backed, whatever their boxes are, they're looking for checking all those boxes off, and anything in their top end has really matched up well with whatever their pattern is here. They pinned back 3 now so far. Young man, the spotted, kind of pinkish, reddish looking shirt. Just got pinned back. And now we have all the pigs out here now. They've either been initially sorted or still out there in the ring. We have 3 pinned back for the top end of the class, and they'll probably, young man in the white spotted shirt. Going back to his pin, can't really tell what color that is from up here. I think blue and white. That'll make it 4. They've been pulling 6 back for their top end, and then they'll place the other ones. Or that's what they've done the entire day with the spot breed. Young man in the blue and white got pinned back as well. That'll make it 5, and they'll probably pull 1 more. Or if they feel confident with those 5, they'll begin placing them. Yeah, man, the pink. So he came out of, when he came out of the big arena, and now he's in the top 6.
Good job, young man.
Yes, he did a wonderful job. I mean, that's pretty crazy. Like you said, never give up, and he never did. Now he's in the top 6. He has a chance at potentially being in the top 5, which top 5 will make you a sales slot here at San Antonio in the spot breed. Other breeds, they'll be top 6, but in the spot breed, we have top 5 make the sale per class. Young lady in the red was 10th. Young lady in the purple was 9th. Young lady with the vest was 8th. And the young lady in the white showed her way up to 7th. So congratulations to all those exhibitors there. Now we move on to sorting the top 6 in class here in the final class of Spot Barrows. Very powerful spot there. The purple, the young lady in the purple showing, coming at you, big chest floored, and they look for that. They want them. They want them big chested.
Yeah, it looks like maybe looking at differences from the side profile, the young man's maybe just takes a little longer stride than the young ladies, but the young ladies chunk full of meat. And of course, this is a market show as well, not a breeding show. So
bacon and pork chops are important. But you know, Wayne, they're all very boxy. When I say boxy, they're square made. If you made a rectangle over their back, they look like a rectangle, which is exactly what they're looking for. And these first 2 breeds, I know this is only the 2nd breed we've done, but they are all uniformed in that right. These are our top 6 individuals we're placing right now in our last class of spots here. They will work from the bottom all the way up to getting a class champion. Following the sort of this class, we'll move on to the overall selection of our breed champion, followed by reserve breed champion, Spot Barrow, here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show here in 2024, 75th annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Congratulations on their anniversary here and all the hard work they put in for the past 75 years, continuing to exceed expectations. Young man in the blue and white was 6. Young man in the reddish was
Look at the
5th.
guy, the little guy in the pinks.
He just made his way from the
big.
big ring. He's going to be 4th, but look, he went
at
from
him.
not even top 10 to making it in the top 4 and getting a sales slot. So congratulations. Young man in the blue worked his way up in the class as well. He was just 3rd. So now we're down to our top 2, and these were the first 2 he pinned back, and he pinned them back pretty quick. So he kind of had a feeling these guys would be at the top end of the class. That man is excited. Look at him.
Oh, yes, and the judge knew it too. Says, hey, yep, look at you.
Good job.
You worked hard. Look what happened.
Exactly. Going from the big ring to top 4. So now we have our top 2 individuals here they're sorting through. Like I said, these were some they pinned back really quickly in the class, knowing that they were at the top end. It's fun watching these 2 guys now sorting. I was telling Brandon Anderson a while ago, I said, wouldn't it be cool to get these guys mic'd up or hear a fly on the wall just to hear their conversations and what they're talking about here? Would be a lot of fun and interesting, but obviously they'll talk on the mic. But young man wins your class, and young lady in the purple was 2nd. Let's hear from Mr.
Nice class of spots to round this division off with, and I think we got a really good pair out here, and there's definitely some give and take between both of these. These are the big, stout, massive ones, and you love these 2 as they come at you. The young man that's going to win this class wins it on balance, design, and just freshness. This guy is attractive from the side, but when he comes at you, he is big-chested, and he has a big, fresh, square back in him. He's leveler out through his hip. He's very sound. He's very comfortable out here. He's got more depth of heart, depth of flank than the young ladies that we run in second. But both of those barrows are extremely good kind of barrows. The one that wins it on freshness, balance, design for us today. The young lady that's going to be in second's just got a creature out here. Brandon says, how is this thing underweight? I don't know, because you get on top of this one. This one is massive. He is really big-chested. He is extremely heavy-structured. He's sound. He's functional. He just gives up a little too much in terms of flank and belly and just overall freshness. He's not as good up through his head and neck as the one we started with, and he's not as level out through his hip. His tail head's not as high as the one we started with, but that is a big, stout, functional one. When that one gets filled back up, I think could be really, really good. The young man coming out here in 3's got one that is just all kinds of power as he comes at you, as he leaves you. Here's one that's got a big back in him, a big center cage. Of our top 3, he's the shortest hipped. He gets around relatively well, and he's comfortable out here, but he's the roundest as he goes away from you. The young lady, or the young man coming out here in 4, this is the one we worked back up. This guy worked back up into 4 just because he doesn't have any holes. He doesn't have any problems. He doesn't have the bells and whistles the other ones do. Maybe not quite as heavy structured, maybe not quite as attractive, maybe not quite as just cute, I guess. But here's one to me that is sound and functional. He's level and just got no major holes, no major problems. He balances up relatively well for a spot. The young man coming out next got the attractive one from the side. You talk about elevation. You talk about one that's sound and functional. You talk about shape coming out of his blade. He's extended. extended. He's elevated. That head and neck set comes straight up and out. He just gives up too much in terms of just bone and foot size and mass and power. He just doesn't have quite the overall mass and density that those other ones do. Next barrel coming out, that's where he is really good. From his front third back, you got to really like that one. Big back, big center cage, big hip in this guy. Just gets too jammed up, too plain up front. Very sound and functional. It just needs to be more extended up to that front third. These next ones coming out, good spot barrows in their own right. Just need to have more bells and whistles to go ahead and get them moved up. Let's give these kids a nice big hand for a really nice set of spots.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Okay, now you're on. That's okay.
All right, welcome back. For those of you tuning in, we're now judging for our champion and reserve champion spot barrow here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Market Barrow Show. I'm going to read your top 10 exhibitors from our last class here. 10th place went to Grace Ward. 9th place went to Rebel Knight. 8th place was awarded to Yancey Parson. 7th place went to Bradley Smith. 6th was shown by Parker Stevens. 5th place was exhibited by Roddy Park. 4th place went to Cannon Pedroza. I hope I said that right, Cannon. 3rd place went to Zach Huseman. 2nd place went to Race Hall. And our class winner in our last class of spot barrows went to Braden Moore. Congratulations to those top 10 exhibitors. Like I said, we're moving on to our champion and reserve champion overall selection of our spot barrows.
They're getting all lined up here in the pens, and they got weighed, and then they're put in the pens getting ready to let out your class winners.
Which I'm curious, when in that last class, they just got done exhibiting it. Are they going to go back and reweigh that barrow? Because I don't think really much could change. I don't know.
I don't think, they keep them there, so I don't think they reweigh the last class. Wouldn't make any sense.
No. But we have a total of, we're going to have 5 total first places out there in the spot. There was 5 total classes of spot barrows, I guess is what I was getting at. So We'll read off the top individuals in each class here. as they come out. And I got to give a shout out to Mr. Brandon Anderson, always being on top of things and helping us out. He's helping us commentate today as well and tomorrow, and excited to have him here and being able to get us all this information as we go. And hopefully I can do the same thing he did later on today.
Yeah, the Andersons family is just a great family. I've got to know all three of the boys, and they're just outstanding family. And their grandfather was a renowned Duroc breeder as well.
And you know a thing or two about Durocs in the 50-plus years we've been doing this?
Still learning, though.
Still learning, yeah, always learning. If we're not learning, are we really trying? So like I said, we have total of 6 total classes left. 5 total classes of spots here. And then we move on to the Polands after the selection of the breed champion and reserve breed champion spot, followed by the Hampshires. There's only 2 classes of Poland Chinas. They should get through those fairly quickly, I would think. I think we are about ready to go.
They're going to start with the lightweight.
Class 6 was exhibited by Miss Cora Merrill from Lubbock County 4-H. Congratulations to her on her first place, and she is the first one out of the gate. Second place in that class was exhibited by Peyton Rayburn. Our Class 7 class winner was McKenna Dishman from Jefferson County 4-H. Congratulations to her, and doing a wonderful job showing out there too. Both these young ladies are. Class 8 was exhibited by London Futrell from Lubbock County 4-H as well. Class 9 was exhibited by Regan Pearson from Hockley County 4-H. And our last class of spots in the heavyweight division was exhibited by Braden Moore of Hockley County 4-H as well. So we have 2 people from Lubbock County 4-H and 2 from Hockley County 4-H and 1 from Jefferson County 4-H. So shout out to all those ag chapters out there in the 4-H. Very uniform set of spot Barrows out here today. I almost said gilts because that's what we did the last time we were here. But they are definitely spot Barrows.
A little different concept. We want that muscle.
Yes.
We're looking down the road.
Great set of Barrows out here, but an even better set of kids. Don't know any of them per se, but they just you can tell all the hard work they put into it.
Well, the kids out here in our ag and FFA and 4-H areas, they're taught a lot of life lessons and hard work and good work ethics, and that goes starting with the parents on up through these ag agents and ag teachers. And
I might be biased here, Wayne, but I feel like we have some of the best kids in the world exhibiting in these stock shows here, or even ag programs. You don't have to necessarily show in FFA or 4-H to be successful when there's different programs between speaking, contest, BB gun shooting if you're into that, home and life skill stuff. But all right, guys, looks like they made their decision on their selection for their champion spot bearer. Eric's got the mic in his hand and they're kind of talking.
Ready or not, here we come.
Yep, here we go.
Well, folks, let's go ahead and put our hands together for these kids for your champion spot drive. You know, I just said to Brandon, I really like the way this thing shook out here when these top enders come out. And spots are a challenging breed to put together. There's no doubt about it. And when we get these top enders out here, I love the way all of them kind of fit together. They got proportions. They balance. They're sound. They're functional, but yet they're three-dimensional. They got muscle. They got product. They got skeletal width. They all got center cage and body, and they do it extremely, extremely well. There's one out here we're in total agreement of. This one does a lot of things so well. He checks all the boxes. He's got all the STs. You can go on, say everything you want to say about him, but this one's big and stout and wide and sound and attractive and absolutely fresh. Young man's Class 5 is going to be your heavyweight champion.
Our champion spot bear was exhibited by Braden Moore from Hockley County 4-H. We're going to bring out He was a heavyweight division. Bring out Miss Race Hall from Potter County 4-H, who exhibited our second place spot barrow. We are now selecting our reserve champion spot barrow here at San Antonio. At the conclusion of this, we will move on into our Poland China division.
Poland China Barrows. Sorry. Yes, that's correct. First call, class 13, Poland China Barrows. First call, class 13, Poland China Barrows. You can just bring the barrows to the whole team. Make sure you have your show card with you, and show card, and the
We dropped that young lady's second place heavy barrow in here, and I mean, that thing is a creature. And you talk about one that is opened up and big and stout and sound, and that one's feature is so good. And you study that guy coming at you, and he is just a monster through that chest floor, leaves you the same way. You know, you change some things about him, and you'd freshen him up. You know, you drop his flank, you fix him on the back of the neck there ever so slightly, but I mean, that's a good kind of barrow. It gets closer out here when that one comes in for us, but the one I still like second best out here, I think pushed that champion in terms of design and build and functionality. You get on this one is another fresh backed one that is opened up and square with a ton of product. Young lady right over here in the green is going to be a reserve.
Young lady in the green blazer was our reserve champion spot. Our champion spot in Texas bred as well was exhibited by Braden Moore, and the Texas bred was also the first place in the last class and the champion spot bearer. So congratulations tonight, Show Pigs, on a job well done.
Way to go, guys.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
All right. No, that's good. Okay, there we've had it with our spot show. Again, congratulations to Tad and Cameron and Scotta. Great job with breeding the champion spot there. We're going into our Poland Chinas next. We actually have two classes of Poland Chinas. And there's 42 in this first class. This will be class 13. And the weight ranges is from 250 to 266. Again, 48, 42 head. And in this breed, too, just like the spots, there will be 5 placings that make the sale. And those that maybe just tuned in, the top 4 will actually go across the stage. And the fifth and sixth in the breeds that we do go 6 to the sale, the 5th and 6th will not walk the sale or walk the stage. They will actually receive $1,500. However, anyone that's interested in helping add on to to those young people. They can add on to it on any amounts, and in fact, they have on add-ons. You can be made on online or in person during the auction, and on all add-ons, however, must be received prior to the end of the business day, the first Friday of March, which would be March the 1st of this year. So anyway, you do have some time if you can't make it online or in person during the auction. For those young kids that don't walk the stage, you still have until March the 1st to do so. So anyway, just kind of giving you some background on that. This breed, just like the other breeds that we've had so far today, we've had the Berkshire show, and now we had the Spot show. Now we're starting the Poland show. This breed will also receive a $10,000 scholarship as well for the breed champion. Looks like they're about ready to start here. They're all preparing. Looks like the judges are kind of probably talking about that last class and saying, "Hey, man, these pigs are really deep," but they've done a really good job of putting these things together and working so well together. I think you've seen, if you're viewing it online, they've got to have some power, some muscle, some flexibility, and some rear rump, hip, and hind leg, some bone work in them as well, and good and functional at the same time. Just for your information, I just received word as soon as we get through with the two classes and name the champion reserve, Poland, China, we will be taking a lunch break. If you've just now joined us, we have started Class 13, the Poland Chinas breed. We have 2 classes for this year's show. We have 42 head in this class, and the weight ranges from 250 to 266. And so far as what's come back into that he's pulled that's in the pens that have weighed and classified, we have 3 in there so far, and then we have 4 out in the big arena that are going to have a second evaluation. So if you've just now tuned in to us, our lead judge for the Poland show is Eric Polak. If he motions straight forward, then that means he's going to be panned and classified. If he motions over to his left, then he's sending him over to Brandon Ogle, who is our secondary judge for this. If he motions toward his left, that means that they're going on. And if he motions straight forward, then they get a second look. And that second look will get them into the big arena. And if they decide to pick you out of that big arena, then they'll go into classification like the ones that are penned and also weighed. In this breed as well, like the spots, we will have 5 placings that will earn a sales slot here at San Antonio. They will place up through 10th place, then they will receive a nice rosette. If you've also just joined us, upon completion of the Poland Chinas, we will break for lunch. So we've got this class, one other class, named the champion in reserve, and then we'll break for lunch. They haven't told us the amount of time, but I suspect probably 30 minutes is what I would be guessing. But as soon as they're through with the lunch break, we will be starting the Hampshire show. And we'll have 9 classes of Hampshires starting after lunch, and we'll have 3 weight divisions, your light, middle, and heavyweight weight divisions. There'll be 3 classes per weight division, and then they will pick a champion and reserve weight division out of each weight division, and then they'll come back upon the last heavyweight division, champion and reserve, and then they'll all come back together, and then we will select the breed and reserve overall breed of the Hampshire drive. We've got 5 penned that have gone through the scale and classification, and we have 6 out in the big ring. Of course, today we did the Berkshires and the spots and on the Poland Chinas, and we'll complete the day with the Hampshires. The Hampshires being the largest breed of today. We're going to be looking, or the judges will be looking at 360 head of Hampshires. The second biggest breed today that the judges would have seen would be the Berkshires, and there was 179 in that class. Looks like they have finished, and they're coming out to the big arena to evaluate the ones in the big ring. Looks like we've got probably 6 or 7 pin, 6 that I can see so far, but it looks like there's another 1 or 2 coming possibly. They will place through 10th place, but only 5 of them making the sale.
And only 2 classes of Poland Chinas today, correct, Wayne?
Yes, sir. Total of 89 total Poland Chinas in this year's show here at San Antonio.
Went in, brought that young man the blue back. I think they have 9, so I think they need 1 more, Wayne, to make their 10. Which looks like the young man here in the kind of teal shirt will be 10.
And these kids are out there showing their hearts out because, you know, look at what happened to the young man in the class before us.
Oh yeah, went from that big arena to making the sale and was 4th, right?
Fourth place.
That's
yes.
pretty awesome. So what they're doing now, y'all, they're just kind of sitting here kind of evaluating the ones that are out here, but they have their 10 they need. They're just waiting for them to get the green light from classification and the 10-pound weigh back. And if they get that, then they'll send these exhibitors back to their pen. This is a terminal show, so they don't get to take their hog back with them. But regardless, job well done and getting a second opportunity to get an evaluation from both Mr. Pollock and Mr. Ogle here. They're going to go and excuse these exhibitors from the ring. Very proud of every one of them for going out there and showing their hearts out. We've got our top 10 for this class. This first class, the Poland Chinas, which is class number 13. We started with 42, and now we're down to the top 10 here, which they will now go to evaluate. Young man in the blue will be the first one out of the gate here. Going to go and pin back the young lady that just came out of her pin in the purple. She's going to go back to her pin here, the maroon, for you Aggies out there. Young man in the blues going back to the pin, which that means he'll be in the top end of the class. 10 total placings in this class, and 5 will make the sale here at the San Antonio auction on this upcoming Friday. Young man in the black is going to be pinned back as well. He'll be the third one pulled back. They, if they keep true to what they've been doing, they pulled 6 back for their top end in the class and then placed the rest of the class, then move back to their top end. So young lady in the lavender sweater is going to be pinned back as well. That'll be the 4th pig they're going to pull back. Young man in the teal is the last one out of the gate here. And we have all of our top 10 out here for evaluation with 4 pulled back thus far for our top end. Young man in the light blue is going to be pinned back. That'll be the 5th one pulled back. And the young lady in the blue, or purplish blue stripe, is the 6th one pulled back. So we have 6 of them. Now he's going to place the remainders. So 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place is out there right now. He just has to evaluate them now. Young man in the teal will be 10th. Came from the big arena. Congratulations to him for working his way up into the top 10. Young man in the blue striped will be 9th. Young lady will be 8th. And the young man in the blue shirt as well will be, Paisley looking blue shirt will be 7th. So congratulations to those individuals for making in the top 10. Now we're working our way into the top 6 of the class. Young man in the blues, the first one on the gate, doing a good job presenting his barrow. Young lady in the burgundy or maroon is coming out next, also doing a phenomenal job showing her Poland. Young lady in the lavender, the blue bow, is doing a wonderful job keeping her barrow moving and head up and doing a good job showing that barrow. Here comes the young man in the black. He'll be the 4th one out of the gate. Still have 2 more to evaluate here. And the guys will start placing them down from 6th until we have a class winner here in the first class of Poland Chinas, being class 13. Started with 42. We're down to 6 now.
First call, class 14, Poland China Barrows. First call, class 14, Poland China Barrows. Exhibitors bring your barrows to the ball and pin.
Looks like he's going to reach in for the chips now. Mr. Polik, and he's in the black jacket here. He's our lead judge here in the Poland China show. And Mr. Ogle is in the khaki blazer. All 6 exhibitors are doing a phenomenal job out here showing their animals. They just placed the young lady in the lavender shirt with the blue bow, 6. Congratulations to her. These top 5 here will make the sale. Young man in the blue, light blue, is your 5th place, Barrow. Now we're down to our top 4 in this class. Young lady in the purple stripe is 4th. Young man in the blue is 3rd. And now we're down to the young lady in the maroon and the young man in the black shirt. Young man is 2nd, and the young lady in the maroon is 1st. And I really like that pig, the 2nd that walked out of the gate earlier. And let's hear from Mr. Polick.
Well, like Brandon just said, if I don't like this one, he can't judge with me anymore because this one wins this class pretty easy. Oh, yeah, it was a Poland type conference. I don't think we're going to be doing the Poland type conference anytime soon. But this one here that wins, job, buddy. To me, what kind of wins this class for fun? You talk about one that's opened up and square and stout featured and sound and got barrel proportions, and you get on top of this guy. He's massive from his blade back. He's got the right amount of shape. You get in behind him, he's square. He handles his hip and hock really well. That's just a good kind of barrel the young lady's driving. The young man that's going to be 2nd out here got a really good one, stout featured, big legged. You love the rear leg that one has, the flex and drive he has off both ends. He just doesn't have the bells and whistles the one that we started with does. He's not quite as square coming out of his blade, and when you get right in behind him, he's a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. He just doesn't have quite the flair and just overall power going away from you that one does. But here's one that's sound, balanced, presented extremely, extremely well. The young man that's going to be coming out here in 3rd has got one that's a very stout featured kind of barrel. And you talk about one that's got skull and design and balance. He's opened up extremely well as he comes at you. Really good out through his hip and hock. He didn't have just the depth of body and just that internal cage that we're kind of looking for today compared to those other two. You drop some more middle in him. We can talk about moving him up in that top pair. Real massive one the young lady's got coming out here next. Love him from his blade back. Square backed, really square hipped. As he goes away from him, he just gets a little tighter, maybe a little more restricted. You like to change him just a little bit up through his head and clean him up on the back of his neck. But here's one that is sound and functional and not many holes, not many problems in that one. Likewise with the young man's coming out here next. Sound, functional one. You like the design, you like the look, you like the elevation this guy has. This guy reaches extremely well off both ends. He's got a big fresh back in him. To me, just doesn't give up. He just gives up too much in terms of foot size and bone. I'd like to go ahead and just stouten up his feature all the way around to go ahead and move him on up. The young lady coming out next got a really good one in terms of shape up high and freshness and just blade back. You really like that one when you get right on top of him. He's extended out through his front end. His hocks are getting a little big on us, just a little bit, and we'd like to clean him up there to move him on up. The rest of these barrows, really good barrows in their own right, need a little bit more width, need a little bit more power to move them up, but a really good set of Polands to start this division off with. Let's go ahead and give these kids a nice big hand.
That concludes class number 13. Our first class of Polands. Now moving to our second and final class of Poland Barrows.
Yes, we've got 47 in this class. Weight ranges from 267 to 300 pounds. Again, 47 head in this class.
Back to class number 13 here. I've got the top 10 exhibitors right here, so I'm going to go ahead and read them off as followed. 10th place went to Willie Carroll. 9th place was awarded to Zeke Bond. 8th place was shown by Ali Hussman. 7th place went to Zane Thompson. 6th place was shown by Charlotte Sheets. 5th place was exhibited by Hudson Warren. 4th place went to Reese Mabry. 3rd place was shown by Preston Morris. 2nd place was handed to Reggie Spencer. And our Class 13 champion of the Poland China Barrows went to Carissa Sider. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Moving on to our final class of Poland China Barrows for the day. followed by the champion and reserve champion selection of the Poland China Barrow. And for those of you tuning in, wondering if we're going to do a lunch break, at the conclusion of the breed champion and reserve breed champion selection of our Poland China, we're going to take about a 30 to 45 minute lunch break, and then we're going to move into our Hamps, which is the final breed of the day. 9 total classes of Hamps today here. We're going to break them up into 3 divisions, so we're going to have our 3 classes, then award our light weight champion and reserve champion, go to our middleweight division, which is 3 classes, lightweight, middleweight champion, and then 3 classes of heavyweights awarded by lightweight, middleweight champion, or excuse me, heavyweight champion and reserve champion, which will leave us with 3 Hamps left for the champion drive of the Hampshire breed. Hope that made sense, and if not, I'll kind of clarify it here later on. But like I said, we're in our final class of Poland Chinas, followed by the breed and reserve breed champion selection. And then we will take about a 30 to 45 minute lunch break.
The only thing that comes out of nowhere is nothing. Exciting and true aren't always the same thing. Reliable is peaceful. Perspective comes from knowledge and experience. What's proven may not be glamorous, but the easy path isn't always durable. Be durable.
If you just now joined us, we're in our final class. There were only 2 classes of Poland China, so we're on class 14. They're doing the first sort on that, and the weight ranges is from 267 to 300 pounds, and we have 47 head in here. You know, we talked a little bit about the weights and stuff and how they have to go across the scale, and so where this 10 pounds comes in, it's all on the top end. You can't go over 10 pounds. If you were 12 pounds or something under or of that sort, it doesn't apply on any other class but your lightweights. And it's if you weigh under 240. So like your classes, the minimum weight you can turn in is 250. So on that particular class, you cannot weigh less than 240 or you are disqualified. And this goes because of the packer as well as not wanting any animals less than 240. That's the criteria.
So for instance, if I turned my weight card in at 270, I could weigh 253 going across the scale.
And that shouldn't
Correct.
affect you
Yeah,
because
so
you're still at market weight.
Got you. Okay. Most people are more worried about the upper 10 pounds than they are the lower 10 pounds.
I know that was always me.
You cut several right on the edge there.
I came very close.
They went to the bathroom, luckily, right before they got on the scale.
Knock on wood, 24 years worth of showing. Didn't weigh one out, but I got close sometimes.
Looks like we have a total of 6 pigs pulled back thus far. In this last class of Poland Chinas, they'll pull 10 total and place 10 with 5 making the sale in the Poland China breed per class. And like I said just a minute ago, after the conclusion of the selection of the champion and reserve champion Poland Barrow, we will take a 30 to 45 minute lunch break, followed by the last breed of the day, which is our Hampshire breed. It's broken into 9 classes, but of those 9 classes, it's broken into 3 divisions. You have your lightweight division, middleweight division, heavyweight division. So what they will end up doing is they'll do the first 3 classes of Hampshires, pick a champion and reserve champion of the lightweight division, move on to your middleweight division, which is 3 classes, judge those 3 classes, and then pick a middleweight champion and reserve champion, then followed by the heavyweight division of 3 classes, followed by the champion and reserve champion heavyweight division. Then of those 3 division champions, they will move on to the overall selection of the Hampshire breed. And the reason for that, there's just so many Hamps. I think we have a total of
9 classes. By
9
the way.
classes, 360 total.
That is
Hampshires.
our largest class of the day. And then tomorrow we finish up our first wave, and we'll start tomorrow morning with the Durocs, and it's kind of interesting, but it is the second largest breed of this first wave. They're at 390. In fact, there are actually more Durocs than Hampshires.
Yeah, third largest breed, because dark crosses
is the largest
at 503. Wow.
Yeah. So, in rankings, it's the dark crosses 503, Durocs at 390, and then the Hampshires come in third at 360. So, really stacked up there. The total head that came and arrived yesterday, I was told 1675, but actually the numbers are actually 1680 is what those numbers tally up to. So again, 1,680 Barrows showed up yesterday and will be shown between today and tomorrow.
Today we're showing a total of 787 hogs, and followed by tomorrow with 893. 2 of your largest breeds that are here today and tomorrow are shown tomorrow. Total of, looks like 9 pigs pulled back thus far. Maybe 10. And we still have a few to evaluate too, Wayne. So he might end up pulling more than 10. We haven't seen that all day, other than in the Berkshire breed. The Berkshires we pulled between 14 and 18 in the last class of Berkshires, whereas in the other 2 breeds we've evaluated so far today, they had to come to the big arena to conclude their 10 total hogs.
Yeah, I tell you, this heavyweight drive of these Poland Chinas must be pretty deep in this class. But I tell you, that class winner in that first class, that was definitely, like he said in his reasons, it was a sure thing there. That hog just was put together with eye appeal, muscle, looseness. That was kind of the full meal deal there.
Absolutely.
For Poland, for sure. Nice hog.
Very nice hog, and very mobile for being as wide-based, wide-chested as that hog was, and square-topped, a huge top in that hog. To be able to function, to be able to have that much functionality was just incredible. Like I said, they have 9 pullbacks so far, and several out here in the big arena for a secondary evaluation after their first initial sort. Like Wayne said, there's a total of 47 head in this class. I think still 9.
Yep.
And they still have, look, judging by our screen here, we've got 2 more hogs for Mr. Polick to look at. All right, looks like the guys have just finished up their first initial sort here. And they've got 9 pigs pulled, Wayne, so far that I can see here, unless there's one underneath us. But it's been 9 for quite some time. So they're going to go out in the big ring and give these other pigs another look at. And I know if they've only have 9 here, they're going to end up pulling for sure 1 out of the big arena here. And the guys are making their way into the big ring as we speak.
Yeah, they'll have to have 10 where they have awards for 10 placings, but
10 rosettes, right?
Rosettes, and unfortunately only 5 get to make the sale.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what makes San Antonio so tough.
They've already looks like they've already pulled one. Young lady with the blue bow is going back. That should conclude 10 here. They're still looking here just in case, say, she doesn't classify or doesn't make that 10-pound weigh back like we talked about. But as of right now, they have 10 total that they need for their placing. So they're kind of just looking at them just in case. Those of you joining, we're just now joining. We're seeing if there's anything else that they want in here. They have their 10, I think for sure, maybe 11. Actually, they have 11. Ended up pulling that young lady. That'll be the 11th hog. They had one that they were waiting on and re-weighing a couple times, it looked like. So looks like they're going to excuse these kids back to their pens. Congratulations to all of them here at San Antonio for their hard work.
Give them a round of applause here in the stands, and they've worked hard, and it takes a lot, and they have everything to be proud of that they made the first cut there.
Absolutely. 42 in the class to make the top end of the class, top half of the class is very important and very hard to do at such a competitive show. I call it the Super Bowl.
Most definitely, and you look at the numbers of what these kids are, they're striving for that grand champion, and you look at what monies San Antonio has brought. Okay, they went out. We'll talk a little more about that later, but they've brought out the first one, now the second one.
Going to go ahead and pin that young lady in the light blue back with the scarf fairly quickly. Must really like something about that Barrow. What these guys have been doing all day, they've been pulling 6 total back for their top end of the class. So they have 1 pin back so far. They're about halfway done pulling out their pin back hogs. Going to go and pin this young lady with the blue sweater back. So that'll make it 2 now, pinned back for the top end of the class. Still has 3 more to evaluate from his first sort. Young lady in the lavender sweater is going to get pinned back as well. That'll be the third one that he's pinned back. Still 2 more to sort after this one. Young lady in the black coming out here doing a good job getting her animal moving. Nope. I'm going to slow down on her a little bit. This one Poland doesn't want to come out of the gate. Says he's hungry, I think, is what he's saying. I don't speak pig, but I think he says he's hungry. Here we go. All right, they've got 4 pinned back thus far. Well, I think the guys will end up doing is pulling 2 more for their top end of the class, and then placing the rest of the barrows here. They have 11 total pulled back in this class. They only need to place 10. 10 of them will get a rosette anyways, and 5 will make the sale. This is the final class of Poland Chinas here for those who are just now tuning in. No matter if you're here in Texas watching on the webcast, or in Alaska or Australia or wherever you may be, thank you for joining us here today on Taylor Ford's webcast, and thank you for all of our sponsors who made this possible. Young lady in the pink is now pulled back. That'll make it his 5th for his top end of the class, and they'll probably pull 1 more back. Other young lady in the pink is pulled back as well. So that'll be 6 now. Mr. Pollock will start placing these other ones, so he's going to have an 11th place. Young lady in the brown looks like she's going to get 11th. Young lady in the light blue is going to be your 10th place. I've heard she's a heck of a singer too. Young man is going to be 9th place in the light blue. Young lady will be 8th place in the black. And the young lady in the bluish teal will be 7th. Then we will go in to sort the top 6 individuals in this class that they have pulled back. Started with 42, now we're down to 36. $47, I'm sorry. Total of 89 Poland China barrows here today.
And here's where it becomes crucial.
Yes, sir. If you can
fighting for those 5 sales slots,
because there's 6 total pigs left and only 5 sales slots. So unfortunately, somebody's going to get what we call the crying hole, which is 1 out of the sale. But I gotta give credit to all 6 of these individuals for making it this far to this competitive part of the class. We have 1 more to pull out of the pin here, and then the guys will kind of confer within each other on what they want to do for the top 6 individuals here in this last class of Poland China barrows.
Young lady was picked sixth in the pink sweater there. She did an outstanding job, and like I said, it's tough to get in that position. But
Well, you mean fifth.
I mean fifth.
We got our top four. Young lady in the teal
Yes.
is going to be your fourth place. Well, you weren't wrong, Wayne. There was the young lady in the sweater was sixth, and the young
Yeah.
lady in her sweater in
We had
pink was,
two very similar. The other one's a little darker fuchsia, I think, color, maybe a little
Yeah.
more.
You know, Mr. Anderson and I were talking just now, and he brought up a good point. Like, you know, these other two of the three left have a little bit of a crustier neck, just a little bit. But there's one in here that's super duper good over the top of the head, which is not necessarily it's something a little harder to find in the Poland breed.
Well, you notice that one in the first class kind of had that kind of look to
Yeah,
him,
exactly,
too.
exactly.
Be interesting how he matches these three up.
I mean, the darker blue was third. Under our top two in class here. Young lady with the bow was second. And young lady with the scarf was first. Congratulations. Let's hear from Mr. Polick here.
Really nice Barrow. The young lady's driving out here to win this class. And this one's the totals. Barrow out here, he's the one that proportions extremely well. He's very, very comfortable. He's got a great hip and hind leg. And where he wins this class for us is when you get right on top of that blade. He is pulled apart there. He's got a big fresh back in him, a big center cage. He transitions extremely well through that ham loin into that hip. But you watch this guy go. He covers a lot of ground, both front and rear. His shoulder shape and squareness of blade to knee to ground is better than the one we're going to run in second. The young lady that's going to be second out here has got one that just runs uphill, and from the side you love this one. Elevation and height to shoulder and extension, the levelness of design this one has from the side is really good. You study this guy going away from me, he's extremely square and mobile as he goes away, as he tracks away. We need to rearrange his front end ever so slightly to get around that one we started with. He gets a little straighter up and down, we'll rock a little forward in that shoulder. We just need to relax him there. He's not as opened up at the top of his blade as the one that we started with, but that's an awfully good kind of barrow the young lady's driving there. The young lady's going to be third out here. He's got a real powerful one. You talk about one with foot size and bone and squareness from the ground up. This guy's opened up extremely well. He's not as long cannoned and as elevated as those two that we that had above him. You get in behind him, wants to be just a little rounder, but that one's sound. He's functional. He covers a lot of ground and does just a lot of things correctly. The young lady that's coming out here next got a real stout featured one, and of our top three, he's got the most skull. He's got the most throat to him as well. From his blade back, this one's really good. Stout featured, round rib, got a really good hip and hind leg. He just gets a little too gooey and a little too jammed up front for us here today relative to those top three. The young lady coming out next got a real stout one, and you got to appreciate this one from the ground up. Big feet, opened up through his chest, big center cavity to him. He doesn't balance quite as well from the side. The longer he's out here, wants to be just a little tighter spine, wants to be a little more rigid off those rear two. I'd like to go ahead and just relax him and make him a little more comfortable as he goes. The young lady coming out here next has got one that's just a powerhouse. You talk about one that's opened up and three-dimensional, big back, big center cage, and big hip. Here's one that gets a little round for us as he goes away from us. Of our top 5 or 6, he just wants to run downhill. He wants to be a little shorter cannon and not quite as elevated as those other ones. Next barrow's coming out. I mean, really nice barrows in their own right. Need to be stouter featured, need to be more opened up off either end to go ahead and get a money higher, but a really nice set of barrows to round this division off with.
Congratulations to our top exhibitors here. Go ahead and read that class out for you guys. In 10th place, we had Paisley Allison. In 9th place went to Cameron Wiltsey. I hope I said that right, Cameron. 8th place was shown by Veronica Medina. 7th place went to Devani Anderson. 6th place went to Hagen Williamson. 5th place was shown by Bliss Bessire. I hope I said that right, Bliss. Congratulations. Fourth place went to Grace Dean. Third place was shown by Coulter Martin. Second place was awarded to Leighton Phillips. And our class winner in Class 14 of the Poland Chinas was Riley McDaniel from Scurry County 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Now we move on to the selection of the breed and reserve breed champion Poland China Barrow here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. At the conclusion of the selection of these two individuals, we will move on to a 30 to 45 minute lunch break, followed by our Hampshire breed. Class 13, the Texas bred it was third in class, went to 4M show pigs, and the Texas bred in class number 14 was our first place winner. The breeder was Sweet Tooth Farm. So congratulations to those two breeders for having the Texas bred here at the San Antonio Poland China Barrow Show. Our first place in Class 13, fixing to come out here shortly, was Carissa Cider from Pretty FFA, and our class winner from the last class we just watched, which was the heavyweight division, was exhibited by Riley McDaniel from Scurry County 4-H. So those two exhibitors will be battling for our breed champion, Poland China Barrow.
Class 13 captain, Carissa Cider, Pretty FFA.
Here comes Carissa Cider. Really good Poland China Barrow coming out. And then Riley McDaniel, another really good Poland China Barrow coming out. Heck, they almost look about the same size, Wayne. One was probably at the top end of its class and weight, and one was probably in the lower end of its weight. They both about the same size, but man.
Yeah, we're not talking that much. You know, it went all the way to 66. So,
and I'll tell you, I think the lighter weight one has a little more bone work than the other one in the heavyweight division. Both very good hogs, though.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Let's fix and do that. Reason you only see two barrows out here because we only had two classes in our Poland China breed. For those who are wondering, these are our top two. Both of them are class winners from each class, but guys are going over there together talking about them.
Each one's got a 50-50 chance.
Well, they're very similar. Now, Poland's, maybe not as competitive as some of these other breeds that have 300 head versus only 89 total Poland Chinas here, but very similar, but yet a little different in kind. They both are very mobile. One's a little bit more boxy, I guess is probably the right term for it, bigger structured, a little heavier muscled, and the other one's just super duper attractive from the side. Take a photo of that hog from the side, looks really, really sharp.
Maybe a little more extended. The young, the lightweight's a little squarer down low, I think, when you see him from behind.
Yeah.
A little wider, square from behind, but But like you said, that heavyweight's got that pretty side profile look.
Folks,
to
let's go
it.
ahead and put our hands together for these two young ladies out here for your champion Poland drive. Really nice set of Polands out here, and the top end was really, really good. And this is one of these breeds where it's kind of feast or famine. You either got something to use or you don't. And we've got 4 of them in here that are really, really good in their own right. And these two kind of stood out in class. They were easy class winners for us. You know, there's some differences between the two. You got the Class 1 winners, the powerhouse, got big legs, big feet, huge back, and huge bladed. Gets a little more jammed up front and probably isn't quite as flexible and mobile from behind as the one that wins Class 2. The young ladies that wins Class 2, you talk about one that's elevated and extended, really good muscle shape coming out of his blade for one that's that big. And you watch this guy go. I mean, he is sound and mobile, and he covers a lot of ground out here. We like this one's angles. We like this one's extension. The young ladies Class 2 winner is going to be your champion Poland.
Our champion Poland was exhibited by Riley McDaniel from Scurry County 4-H. Congratulations to the McDaniel family.
Nice hog. They're both really, really nice in their own right, and I thought he talked the differences dead on in what you see hopefully on the screen.
Young lady,
as
second
well
place
as what
barrel
we
there
see
comes
there.
in, and you talk about one that runs uphill. He's elevated, he's extended, he's extremely sound. Just not quite as powerful as he comes at you, not quite as good in his angles up front. That's a really good kind of barrel and pushes our Class 1 winner extremely well. It gets close between these two. I'm not going to argue with you. You like them a different way. Your Class 1 winner is going to be your reserve.
Your reserve champion went to the Class 1 or Class 13 winner, Carissa Cider from Pretty FFA. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. Now we're going to move into about a 30 to 45-minute lunch break.
Stay tuned, and we'll be starting the Hampshire drive.
Time can be frustrating. Patience takes determination. And when no one is looking, focus anyway. Lean into the struggles because the result is experience. There is no elevator to the top. The stairs are the only option.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to our second half of our first wave of this first day. And we started the Hampshires this afternoon, and we're on class number
17.
17. And we've got, in this class, they're all 250s. In fact, we have 2 classes of 250s. There are 42 in this first class. And it looks like we've got 5 so far, Brandon, in this first class of Hampshires. And if you've just now got tuned in, my name is Wayne Rohde, and my co-host here is Brandon Anderson, and we're proud to be with you this afternoon to work you through this Hampshire drive. We've got 9 total classes in this breed, totaling 360 total head. And they look like most of these classes have been broken mainly in the 40 ranges. There's 40 and 30 ranges in numbers. There's only one class that's bigger than that or larger, and that would be our last class of the day, the 300 and 300s, which we have 51 in this class or in that class.
Yeah, Wayne, we'll have those 9 classes of Hampshires. The way we're going to do our afternoon judging is we're going to judge all 9 of them just back to back to back. At the end of those 9 classes, we'll finish out our day with our 3 division champions. So we'll come back and bring the class winners and seconds from the first 3 classes and show for lightweight division champion Hamp. And then we'll do a middleweight division, and then we'll do a heavyweight division, and then we'll bring those 3 back in to show for our overall champion Hampshire. So taking nothing away from the Berkshires and the Spots and the Polands, but kind of dig into maybe a breed that gets into contention towards the end of the week in this particular Market Hog show. The Hampshires are always tough, so looking forward to a really good set of them throughout the day. Again, these smaller classes are all pretty similar in weight, and then we'll kind of spread them out as we get to those heavier classes.
Well, I tell you, I know this is all by classification on our Hampshire breed, and not by any means or any of these purebreds in their makeup. But I have to tell you, Brandon, having done the Guild show last week, that champion Hampshire Guild, I have to tell you that one could compete against any wannabe Hamps. She was just really good. It was actually a Jesse Heimer bred hog.
Yeah, and Wayne, I know that family that had it, the Tucker family in McKinley, works really hard at it. I remember I actually saw that gilt in her barn early on, and I was like, that's a very nice pig. And he said that one's a pure. And it's always nice when you see a pure Hamp nowadays that kind of sticks out. And that breed is really excelling. I mean, there's a lot of people working very, very diligent to try to make Hampshire hogs better. Jesse's been one of them at the forefront of that, and quite a few of them are kind of swinging for the fence right now on the Hampshire deal and improving that breed.
Well, with that in mind, if you can get more of these purebreds looking like these crossbreds, you're going to be able to even make these crosses even stouter, just having that purebred influence to make those F1 females.
So in case you're just tuning in and aren't even familiar at all with the San Antonio Barrows show, right now our judges are in the back. It's a 2-judge system. Our judges are in the back. Our lead judge for the Hampshires is Mr. Brandon Ogle. Then Eric Polish will be the associate judge in this Hampshire breed. But as they come out one at a time, they all get a fair, honest look by Mr. Ogle. And then if he likes them, he'll actually send them to the classification pen and the scales to weigh. And then if they get past the classification and past the scales, they go into holding area. If he doesn't like them on that initial first look, he sends them over to Judge Polish, and Eric looks at them and decides 2 things. One of them, hey, we need to take another look at this, so I'm going to send him to the main ring. Or, yeah, that pig's not quite good enough, we're going to go ahead and send him to the truck. So kids are getting a good fair look by both judges as they come through and kind of placed in areas of kind of like the old Brenham days, maybe a blue ribbon, a high red or a low red, and so that's kind of what we're doing right now in this initial sift. And then our judges will come back to the main ring, They'll work the top end, whatever they decide to keep, down to a final 10 ribbon getters in each class. And then in each breed, they're kind of different, but in the Hampshires, I'm pretty certain that we're selling 6 in each class.
That is correct, Brandon. This breed has 9 classes total and 6 placings in every class. So it's and they also did that in the Berks, but the spots in the Polands, it was 5. But if you've just recently joined us, some of the changes to San Antonio in their auction is that the top 4 will actually walk the auction stage and sell, whereas the 5th and 6th place, they will not have to walk stage. They don't even have to show up. They will receive $1,500, but they will also be able to receive add-ons, and those add-ons can be done for anybody that has somebody that's well deserving and they want to add on to their animals. Once they get their lot number, they can add on either online or in person during the auction. Or if you can't do either of those ways, then you can still get it done as long as you do it by March the 1st. You can still do add-ons through until March the 1st. Looks like we've got 11 in there, Brandon, I believe.
So again, if you are tuned in, obviously you figured out where to go watch us at, TaylorFort.com. Go to the live. Here our main judges are now coming to the main arena to give this group in the main arena a final look and see if we want to keep any of them back out of this group to go back and classify and weigh. But again, tune in, TaylorFort.com. You've already found it. If you've got other loved ones that you might want to get to tune in, pass that note on to them as well. Appreciate Taylor Fort and his stream team doing the job that they do to really bring such a good live feed. It's almost like you're at the show. I know that's helped. These barns aren't the funnest to come and set in, and all the dust and debris that's in it. So especially grandparents, I hope you're out there cheering on your kiddos and grandkids, and we're here to try to bring it to you in the best way that we can. Couldn't do that without these sponsors. So again, kind of like I did through the Berkshires, I want to talk about those sponsors throughout the day. They'll be scrolling across your screen. If you've got a personal connection to any of those, please reach out to those guys and tell them we appreciate their efforts and support.
Exhibitors are judges have exhibitors at this time. Please have your bill cards ready and give it to our committee members, and they'll help you with your paperwork.
Okay, so we're off and running here in the main arena. I think we know we've got at least 12 caught or weighed back and classified. One that he's brought that first one out, and he's already decided to stuff that one back. So working towards a top 10 ribbon getters here in Class 17, our first class of Hampshires in the lightweight division.
Really square hipped, really square over the top barrel he put back there.
Yeah, that one looks like a pretty nice one. So our two-judge system, the way that works, Brandon Ogle is the lead judge. They'll kind of work together, especially as they're sorting this top end back in, and kind of make sure they're on the same page, especially as we get into a new breed. But then ultimately it'll be Brandon's decision to make the final call here in the Hampshires, but they've been working very well together in all the respective breeds they've already done, so I assume they'll continue to do that. And as they redrive these, again, we're looking for 10, a top 10 that get ribbons. But if they stuff them right back or pin them right back, that means they like them pretty good, and they're at least going to end up at the top half of this class, more than likely, the longer we drive them. Well, young man got pinned and isn't quite sure what he's supposed to be doing, so I think now they've got him found.
Barrows got a little bit lazy tongue there, Brandon.
Yeah, earlier in the spots, I got a text from a guy that said one of those spot bears that won a class was blind in one eye. So it's funny. Actually, had a bear that was in Kansas that was cross-eyed. So it's funny what we notice about our pigs. We kind of work with them enough, but we become pretty good pals with them.
Absolutely. You know, we had a Hampshire herd boar that was blind that way, but we made it work.
I think we got 4 placed back right in right now. Again, if they're consistent with the way they've done the other breeds, again, 6 is the important number here on cell slots. Probably if they're keep doing what they did in the other breeds, they'll keep 7 to rework and then place 8, 9, and 10. Not saying they have to do that, but more than likely that's probably what they'll do, and go ahead and then be able to rework those 7, and so that first decision will be a very important one.
Yeah, I would suspect they'll do that in this Hampshire draw just because of the depth of this breed.
And there's oftentimes, even in, like you say, Wayne, maybe in the Hampshires, they may just pin 10 back and rework 10 altogether, and that happens too. May do a second pin back.
Absolutely, and that just shows their character on wanting to be fair and make sure they align these decisions up to the best of their ability, and they're very comfortable with their decisions. Both this wave and our second wave that'll be held next week, where everybody is battling for 346 sale slots for this year's show.
See, I'm glad you went and checked on me because I said 364, so I knew the numbers, I just didn't know the order.
Hey, you know, our audience would have taken a few more, I'm sure. So would the moms and dads.
Yeah, and just so you know, this is an unofficial broadcast, so just because I announced 364 doesn't mean they're going to sell 364. We got the correct answer, and that's 346, but that's still a lot of Texas 4-H and FFA youth that will have the opportunity to get rewarded for their efforts.
Absolutely. And, you know, that's what makes it so tough here at San Antonio because, you know, at Houston, I think we're over 600 there. So, I mean, that's why they have to. I mean, it's a tough show in Houston as well, naturally. They're all tough, but it makes it tough here when you only have 346.
So I know he's got 7 stuff back at the top end, and I think what he did there is 10, 9, 8. So he's got those 3 places. He's going to dismiss 2 and then rework this top 7. Again, our first class of Hampshires, 9 classes today. There'll be 3 divisions in this Hamp. We won't do any of the division drives until the conclusion of all 9 classes. So I just sit back and relax and enjoy your day. Appreciate you tuning in and supporting the youth of Texas.
First call, class 18, Hampshire Barrows. First call, class 18, Hampshire Barrows.
7 and 6 go back in.
Leaves us our top 5 out here. So looks like a nice uniform set that they've got put together here.
Usually not any problem finding enough muscle in the Hampshire breed. It's how they motivate and look and balance out with it. So
Hey, the boy in that lavender shirt, that hog's really as square made as you could put one together there, I think. Yep.
Bear he liked early.
Yep.
Kept with it.
No, that hog's really put together well for a lightweight.
Here's our judge, Brandon Ogle, lead judge in the Hampshires.
Here in our first class, the Hampshires, the young man's Barrow needs to win this particular drive. He was the first one through back there and kind of set the bar high. I was like, holy smokes, this is going to be a Hamp show. This one here, though, when he comes back out against his contemporaries here in the final end of this particular class, he really excels, in my opinion, from a standpoint of a bear that's the combination hog of presence and feature and squareness and big old back and spread when you get up on top of him and watch him go away. And I think he combines that with as much agility and structure as any in this particular drive. Young lady continued to work herself up and lands 2. I like this one cut out of a similar mold there from my class winner from a standpoint of look and shape and presentation. Not quite as stout, not quite as bold up front as that one that wins. Young ladies barrel coming out next. Second and third was a little closer decision. Unfortunately, though, for this young lady, this one started to wear down and get a little shorter stepping behind. Simply put, that's why he's third. Young man coming out next, a really chiseled, really shapely one with a ton of turn when you get up on top of his skeleton. A barrel that has good structure and feet there when you get to studying him at the ground. He gets to be a little finer in his ankle. He, too, when you get to watching him behind, gets a little different in his range of motion and how he plants and goes. Barrel coming out next in fifth. Big armed, really heavy structured barrel, a lot of product, a little too soft up front, runs downhill. Young ladies barrel coming out next in sixth from blade back. I like this one a lot. Big blade, big forearm, short tail. We called him Captain Stubby. I said, I like Captain Stubby. We need to get him in the sale. Bold, burly. From blade forward, though, he needs his neck jerked out of his head there, out of his blade, be a little sharper there through his jowl. Barrows that round out this particular class. Again, some parts and pieces, a lot of them sort on their front feet like this guy or need to be more stable behind. Nice class of Hampshires here to start off our breed.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Top 10 in Class 17 as we begin our Hampshire division. Again, top 10. First place went to Roxton Stone from Martin County 4-H. Second place went to Addison Stevens from Burnett FFA. Third place went to Mallory Mayer from Wilson County 4-H. Fourth place went to Cutter Hall from Wilburger County 4-H. Fifth place went to Adam Norris from Abbott FFA. Sixth place went to McKinley Burley from Kirk County 4-H. Seventh place went to Caden Ollie from Pleasanton FFA. Eighth place went to Alessandra Flores from Medina County 4-H. Ninth place went to Heather Vincent from Clyde FFA. And 10th place went to Addison Nowak. Addison is from Breckenridge FFA. Texas bred winner in that class was the 8th place individual shown by Alessandra Flores from Medina County 4-H. That Barrow was bred by F2 Genetics from Castroville. Congratulations to Alessandra and F2 Genetics on their Texas bred champion in Class 17 Hamps.
So our judges have started sorting our second class of Hampshires, which is Class 18. It is another class of 250s. We have 43 in this class. And again, they will be sorting them and placing them up to 6 sale slots, which will be the first through 6th placing. And we'll have placings up all the way through 10th place total. Kind of giving you a little background as far as, you know, why this is such a tough show, and all the monies here go to the kids. But the champion Barrow last year, the grand champion overall, brought $76,700, and the reserve grand brought $50,450. You know, the Barrow show here at San Antonio is the has the most sale slots of any species here at the stock show. They sell 346 Barrows, and last year the Barrow sale brought in $2,038,465 in total dollars raised for kids at the auction, which is actually the second highest amount of money raised at the stock show. The only other species that exceeds or excels that is our steer show, and it raised $2,441,635 in total auction premiums.
These all weigh 250, Wayne?
Yes, sir. Another class of 250. So it's kind of funny, but out of those 385 head, we had over 80-something head of those that are lightweights, all at 250. So almost 1/3, almost, or 1/4.
Kelly Copeland, Sterling County 4-H. Grace Kelly Copeland, Sterling County 4-H. Otherwise, we need to know the coach.
Again, throughout the day, we'll kind of visit and remind what's going on, because I know people are going to be adding from different times of the day when their families call them and say, hey, tune in, we're fixing to be in this class. But we're sifting now in our second class of Hampshires, class number 18 overall, second class of Hamps. There'll be a lightweight division later that we'll do at the conclusion of all 9 Hampshire classes, but this will be the second class in that lightweight division. As Wayne said, all these weigh 250 pounds. So they'll all be coming back later on if you're fortunate enough to get first or second and continue to show. We sell 6 in each class. We place 10 in each class. And so we're in the middle of processing and sifting class 18 at this time in the back of the arena.
Looks like we've got 4 pens so far, and only 1 out in the big ring so far.
Wayne, this morning we talked about the amount of volunteers it takes to put on these shows, and San Antonio's volunteer-driven, as are a lot of our major stock shows in Texas. And I don't know, I wished I knew how many were on the swine committee or how many actually work. They were here all last week with gilts, had a purebred gilt show, and then also a crossbred gilt show, and then now this is the first wave of Barrows. We'll have a second wave of Barrows, but a few of those volunteers have been here a lot of years, and they continue to serve here on the San Antonio Swine Committee. One of them, and we've talked about him a little bit, a guy in the purple out here. Every kiddo comes through, whether they go to the truck or whether they win their class or whether they're the champion of the show. He's going to give them a fist pump or a pat on the back, and that's pretty big about San Antonio. I mean, they've come a long ways from back when we were all real packed in here and tight and tempers got short. This show has changed and trended tremendously to the good, and it's all because of those volunteers and the stock show management and how well a show they put on.
Absolutely, and the gentleman you're talking about, he devotes his entire time. He was here also for the gilt show, and he was where every one of the kids came out after they either placed or they went back to the pens. Everyone got that high five, and so there's probably just on the swine committee alone, it's got to be in excess of over 100 volunteers just on the swine committee alone. The stock show itself, over 6,000 are represented through the entire show in all aspects, but I know it's got to be somewhere in the 100 range that represents the swine committee, and it has come a long ways from what it used to be. Having weighing these pigs out in this big arena and sifting them that way and then coming back and showing them again, it was all a dirt arena, so it's a lot healthier, and we're not inhaling quite as much dirt as we did back then today as we did back then.
Again, we're about midway, maybe wrapping up the sift in the back here on Class 18. Yeah, I think they've got one more to come back in there if you're watching on screen. We've got 9 or 10 in the holding pens. Not sure what's underneath this getting classified and weighed at this time, but got a few out in the ring, so looks like we're for sure going to find 10 ribbon getters here in Class 18 Hamps. Our judges will head up here to look in that final arena one more time.
Looks like we've got 7 out in the big arena at this time.
You know, Wayne, I'm gonna when we get into the class, I'm gonna talk about an individual that is in this class and kind of some things, some goals that this individual had. But what I found in all the years, I was a county extension agent for 10 years, and then we showed, and you know, another 10 years, and always been around it. But what I've been amazed by is everybody has a different degree of what success is, and everybody sets a goal. And I can remember one year we went to Brenham and we didn't get to the show, and we were disappointed. But there was a family there, it was a senior year, and they had never gotten down the hill at Brenham, and they did that senior year and reached a goal. So, you know, everybody with these projects, I mean, kind of has a different role and goal of what success is, and again, kind of bring that up because I want to talk about a goal that one of these exhibitors is out here in this particular class here in just a little bit.
Yeah, success is such that can be you know, one that should be rated. They've just now excused the ones out in the big ring. They've worked really hard, and to just get pulled here in the big arena here at San Antonio is an accomplishment as well. And you know, like you touched on, and you'll share with us here in a little while. You know, success is what you make it and how you accept. In order to accept success, you've got to know how to absorb defeat, and how you absorb defeat is how you can make success be the most successful thing that can ever happen in your life. And you know, it's great. Like you mentioned, that person coming down the hill. I've had people that you know, never placed at a show and finally got the place and make the sale one time in 9 years of their career.
Yeah. So Wayne, this first little gal coming out, and you can tell she's got a team helping her, and that happens from time to time in our ring. This is Grace Copeland. Grace has been, I'm pretty familiar with the show team that she shows with. She has been in and out of the hospital with multiple brain surgeries over the last year to 18 months. She had a goal that she wanted to be able to get out of that hospital in time to go show her bear at Fort Worth, and she was able to do that. Now she's here at San Antonio in the main ring, and Barrows made the top end. So I know at Angelo, they recognize Grace for just sticking with it and having that goal and wanting to just simply get out there and be able to show this year. And her goal was to be out of the hospital in time to do that. So we're glad that Grace has met that, and we hope she continues to get better. But those are the different goals that every one of us has got, and every one of us is going through something different. So always keep that in mind.
Absolutely, and what a great story, and just a great story of strength and perseverance.
So again, we're sorting through Class 18, our second class of Hampshires. We're looking for a top 10 in each class. So I know we've kept, it looks like, about 12. So we'll for sure keep a few top enders and then dismiss a few more before we find our top 10.
Looks like now we've got 2 pinned back. Young lady in the bluish colored shirt.
got a third one. And again, if it's consistent with the way we've done some other classes earlier, we're selling 6, so he'll probably more than likely pin 7 back. And then place 8, 9, and 10 if that's what he does like he did in the last class. Got 5 back now. It looks like maybe they're going to start.
Yeah, that's what I kind of gathered looking at Brandon on how he motioned wanting the buttons already. So I guess they're going to start with, what, 6? What do they got? Or no, I guess they got 6 pinned, I guess. So this looks like they'll start from the bottom up again.
Yeah, so he is going to do that. 11th is in. Here comes 10, I believe. Or no, 11, 12. Maybe I can't count. Yeah, but he did place 6th through 10th anyway. Or
Yes.
7th through 10th.
7th through 10th, yes. So it looks like then we'll have all the placing ones coming out for this final drive then. As we'd mentioned, all 6 of these will make the sale. It's just now how they're going to line them up. If you've just now joined us, we're judging Class 18, which is our second class of the lightweight division Hamps. This is another class of 250. The first class was also a 250 only. There was 43 in this class, and now we're down to the top 6.
Sixth in.
First call, class 19. First call, class 19. Mr. Barrows, you should bring the Barrows to the holding ring this time. Make sure you have your show card with you and your back card as you're into those black gates. Folks, on this Saturday afternoon, if you're visiting the swine barn, our exhibitors are making their way to the show ring at this time in those main alleys with their projects. You might want to step aside, let those hawks come through for a few minutes, and then continue to the fifth round.
The black stripe is first, and the one in the turquoise is second, and the young lady that just was pinned in the bluish stripe was third.
We're going to start with the young lady here in the blue and white striped shirt to win this particular class. Up here in the top pair of Barrows that I think kind of sort themselves off. Between those two, I felt that this one kind of transitions better there from blade and through his top line and into his loin. And I think he's just a little bolder and just a little more outward curvature there to his cage, as opposed to the young lady's barrow here in second. That one there's got a cool look with product can go. I think he's a logical class winner. Young lady's barrow here in second is without question the heaviest structured in this drive. He's extremely heavy bone. He's big-footed. There's a tremendous amount of raw shape here when you get on top of this guy. I thought that might work to his disadvantage. Eric and I both thought he was just a little harsher there in his cover. He's a barrow, too, that breaks just a little there at his ankle. That's being critical, though, on a really nice one. Just not, again, not as proportional, in my opinion, when you get off to this one instead of him on the side as compared to our class winner, really high-quality pair. Young lady coming out next and third doesn't have as much feature and oomph as that one. At times, he wants to get to be a little hot stepping up front for me. A barrow, though, that's square, shapely, extremely fresh, has a good hind leg, lands in three. The spotted top barrow here coming out next and fourth. He's a barrow that he's not as bold there coming right at you as those in the top three in this particular class. He's a barrow that's not maybe as bold there at the ground, but again, another square, sound one that's fresh and shapely, has a good hind leg, maybe not just, again, as many extras as some of those up above. This barrow here coming out next does bring those. He's a lot of ESTs in this particular drive, and some of them work to his disadvantage. He's a barrow that you get on top of him as much width and spread and product and muscle as any in this particular class, presented extremely well. He pushes the edges too much for me when you get in behind him and study him in his rear hock. Young man coming out next, elevated, really a barrow that strikes a really good profile. You take him to the ground, and Eric and I both felt he simply does not have enough feature and bone to work himself up any higher. But again, an up-headed, shapely, fresh one, good build, works himself into a sale slot. Round out this class again with parts and pieces. Need to just balance things up, make them a little sounder. Really nice class of Hampshire Barrows.
Primo feeds, sources, tests, and delivers high-quality ingredients to its 7 state-of-the-art feed mills across America. Once ordered, logistics specialists organize your fresh feed for delivery, while trucking partners ensure swift and reliable delivery to your doorstep or a nearby retailer. Experience Primo Feeds at www.primofeeds.com or find it in a store near you.
I don't know if you're like me, that Primo head kind of scared me there a minute when it jumped
It
in there.
did. It kind of caught me off guard a little bit.
Got your top 10 here in Class 18, second class of Hampshires. Again, that's the second class in the lightweight division that we'll have later on today. Class winner Emery Humphreys from Sedan FFA. Second place went to Brighton Cood from Lipan FFA. Third place went to Kylie Huseman from Lubbock Cooper FFA. Fourth place went to Eileen Guerrero from Olton FFA. Fifth place went to Cheney Cockerham from Hillsborough FFA. Sixth place went to Kason Hawley from Harold FFA. 7th place went to Colin Roberts from Beaumont FFA. 8th place went to Grace Copeland from Sterling County 4-H. Congratulations, Grace. 9th place went to Haley Bobolick from Crosby FFA. And 10th place went to McKenna Land from Goose Creek Memorial FFA. As soon as we get the Texas spread from Class 18, we'll announce that as well. We now begin our shift in the back on Class 19 Hampshires, the final class in the lightweight division. Again, we will not break and do divisions until after all 9 Hampshire classes are judged.
The weights in range in Class 19 from 253 to 258. In this class, only a 5-pound break, 5 to 6 pound break right here. And there's 36 in this class, so it's one of the smaller classes. It is not the smallest class, but it's one of the three smallest classes in our Hampshire drive today. As we get to the the final drive here later this afternoon, the first places are going to be competing for the breed champion there, which they will receive not only the breed title and go to auction, but they will also receive a $10,000 scholarship. San Antonio has worked really hard. Of course, they're celebrating their 75th anniversary of their existence. For the first rodeo was held back in 1950. They've worked really hard on these scholarships. The first scholarship was awarded these scholarships in 1984, where only 15 were issued, totaling $90,000. Today, between auction, endowments, calf scramble, show premiums, grants, they have generated to date $255 million that have gone in to help the youth of Texas and help them further their education, which allowed them to excel into their dreams and their goals.
Try to get that Texas spread for you there in Class 18 Hampshires. Again, we're in Class 19. Just amazing to me how good these hogs got to be and how well everything just has to work out a deal like this. Well, I know your kids are fed and my kids fed too, and everything just has to go right. They all have to, like a well-oiled machine. I mean, if the ball bearing goes out, it just happens, and your show's kind of shot for that year, isn't it?
That's definitely correct. And I think sometimes these Barrows are the most fragile of all species at time, because you can make one or break one in 24 hours, and on how they react to how you push the button sometimes, and sometimes you have to push them a little bit more to see if you can get just that little bit of tweak to make a difference, and how each barrow reacts a little differently on how you put those tweaks to them and everything. So you're exactly right. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't.
I know my son's senior year, we had a dark cross that we were pretty proud of, and he decided not to eat like a pig the last day. And just that morning decided he wasn't going to fill up. And, with heat of the battle, if you're not, pushing it and at least getting that thing full. I know in the Poland's there was a barrow that I thought was very, very nice. It ended up 6th in that heavyweight Poland. And I thought that thing just looked like, and he was kind of, noticed him hack a few times, probably not feeling real good. And sure didn't work out to his advantage while he was here. So.
Yeah, and some of those other scary parts sometimes that happen, and I'm sure you remember this too. Just not very many years ago, kind of that a form of TGE kind of went through the barn, and it just it just shriveled. You know, if your pig got it, I mean, it just shriveled them up to like a dried up beet.
Yeah, we've had a couple of years where that's happened, and I know one year in our show group we had a bear that we turned in at like 270, and I think when he went to the ring he weighed 250, and you know, our plan was to show him at 280. So, but all he had done is just lose it the whole time while he was here. So.
Well, you know, one thing about it, those type of things, or what you rack them up for is lifetime memories you'll never forget.
Linder Feed and Milling is proud to be the sponsor of the 2024 Junior Market Barrow Show. Linder is excited to offer the Linder Pig Class Champion Scholarship Program.
Just as we've talked about our sponsors that are here for the webcast, and again, kind of talk about them, reiterate it throughout the day. We couldn't be broadcasting this to you if it wasn't for those sponsors. Occasionally you see those commercials come across. I appreciate all that they do. Our ring announcer is noticing Lindner for their sponsorship of the San Antonio Stock Show. So it takes lots of sponsorship to get things done. It takes lots of support during those sales as well. So I do got the Texas spread class winner in Class 18. That class winner was a Horsford Show Pigs. Northern Panhandle guys getting along pretty good right there. So congratulations to Horsford Show Pigs on their class winner, Texas bred class winner in Class 18 Hampshires. So again, division-wise, we are wrapping up the sift in the final class of the lightweight division. We'll judge all 9 Hampshire classes, though, before we do those division drives. But this, I guess, would be the heavyweight class in the lightweight division, if you wanted to look at it that way. What did you say the weight break was here?
It was 253 to 258. It's just like a 5 or 6 pound weight difference.
First 2 classes all weighed 250, and this one's got a little bit of spread, but not much here. So again, pretty competitive Hampshire lightweight division. See at least 11 in the pins. Okay, they're giving a thumbs up at the scales, so looks like we're going to be dismissing these kiddos from the ring.
Exhibitors are judges have excused you at this time. Please have your dance show card out and give it to our committee members, and they'll help you with the paperwork as you enter.
Okay, now we're going back through them again. Again, they'll be looking for 10 ribbon getters here in Class 19 Hamps. Trying to catch that kid's number as he goes away, but he's been over intently watching his hog, and he's kept his number propped up where I can't see it. So So did get his number, and he did get pinned back. That's Dylan Wunderlich from Canyon Lake FFA. So. Again, if you're tuning in, we hope you're enjoying the live stream. I tell everyone this is the only good thing that came from COVID was our ability to broadcast and stock shows at a much higher level. Taylor Ford is even taking it further, I think. He and his stream team. I mean, the views that you get, it's like you're right there. It's actually like you're in the middle of the ring. I mean, it's different than even just sitting in the stands because there's 2 photographers out at all times in the ring. Surprisingly, I was always worried we might get too much chaos going on in the ring, but these kids do a good job of staying out of the way. I'm not young like they are, but they're young enough they can get down and kind of be out of the way, and they do us a great job. Appreciate it. I hope you're enjoying the view that TaylorFort.com and his stream team are giving you.
Looks like this class out here is pretty deep, and they're really conferring quite a bit there. Just looking at all the different showmen out here, the young lady in the white sweater over there, I've kind of watched that young lady grow up. She's done an outstanding job showing from little on. Just really gets out there and parades that barrow around there. And, she just does a good job of putting them out there where people can, where the judges can evaluate them.
Yeah, and Wayne, you're probably like me. I mean, I get the opportunity to work with a lot of these shows and kind of do know some of these kids, and so certainly if we point them out, we're not cheering for anyone in particular, but at the same time, I mean, like you said, it's neat to watch them grow up in the program. It's neat to see their progress over the years, and it's just neat to see them succeed. I mean, if you truly watch them and they're doing it right, I mean, they're just gradually get better every year, and it's families and programs and groups working together to really make them the best that they can, and it's pretty incredible to see the hard work that gets put into these projects.
Absolutely, and pointing out these kids and stuff too. It allows these viewers here that are still learning. I've always been of the opinion, you're never too old to learn something new, and I always like to see some of these kids that I've watched, like you said, to continue to just work hard each day in and day out to continue to get better, and then be able to point them out so other people can learn from them as well, because that's how we all get better if we do that.
There is that Todd's girl goes in 7th, or 8th, I'm sorry, 8th.
I had to go take care of a lost kid. I'm sorry.
We're going to redrive these top 7. Got 8, 9, and 10 in the pen. Again, 6 sell out of class 19. 6 sell out of all of our Hampshire classes. It's a nice bear that just comes out. Got a cool show bear look from the side.
Oh, yes, and really pulled apart as well. Just gets out there and glides. This one coming out was the first one that they pulled back.
Again, this is class 19 Hamps. We'll have 9 classes of Hampshires. This is the 3rd class. The final class in the lightweight division. The way we do our divisions, we'll wait until after all 9 classes are done. We'll come back and do a lightweight division, middleweight division, heavyweight division with 3 classes represented in each of those. And then we'll bring back those 3 winners and show for our champion, reserve champion Hamp. Get 9 of them out there for a champion drive, it gets a little congested. So.
Oh yeah. I'm glad they break it in divisions. Otherwise, it would get overwhelming. I know I would get overwhelmed with having that many good ones that I put together in one ring.
Again, one more way that they just continue to make things better at San Antonio. They've done that the last couple of years, and it sure is nice. I mean, just from a prospect of if you do win one of those divisions or if you win the heavyweight class, it's nice to be able to rest that barrel for a little bit and give him a little chance to get his wind back before you got to go back and drive. So lots of thought put into those rules as they change and tweak them. And San Antonio's done just a nice job of continuing to evolve.
Well, what's so nice is they have open ears and they're great listeners to listening to the suggestions that are given to them, and kind of absorb them and work through them and try to come up with something that can better the show, and they definitely have done that.
So there was 7. So the next one will be our first cell hog. So we got 6 of them left out there. All 6 of these are our. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, there's 6 left out there. So
all of these will make the sale then.
Sale getters. Yeah. You'd think I could count to 6, Wayne.
Well, sometimes it takes our fingers and our toes. Looks like they're going to go ahead and give the 6th place button. It was the young man here that was in the green, yeah.
Yeah, and if you're watching, it's interesting to watch these 2 guys. They've worked well together, and it'd be neat if we could mic them up just to find out what is going through their mind. Certainly, not during it, but later on, just to see how their thought process goes. But they're wanting to place their priorities in different areas, and when you got 2 minds that are trying to discuss those priorities, and the kind of little bit of compromise probably gets to go on. Again, ultimately, the way this is set up, you've got a lead judge in each breed, but it's fun to watch these guys. And I mean, these, I hope they think it's an honor to be here at San Antonio, because it's one of the best ones in my opinion, and fun to get the chance to come down here and do it, and appreciate those guys and what they're doing. So I hope they're enjoying it, and we're enjoying watching them sort them.
I sure think they do, because I look at the ease that they're working through these hogs, and you can tell they're having fun at it.
Of course, up here, and like I said earlier, there was 3 in that Berkshire class I liked, and they happened to be the top 3. I just got lucky. But, like in this particular deal, I've got my opinion, but my opinion doesn't matter much from up here. Anxious to get these guys. Down to the 2 ladies.
Folks, at this time, we do have exhibitors making their way to the showroom with their projects. If you could, please keep these main aisles clear, especially over here by these holding pins and black gates. You're coming and visiting the barn right now. Maybe just stop in those main aisles, just wait a little bit, let's get these animals in. We don't want anyone getting hurt.
Young lady in the sweaters was first. Looked like that pig might be just a little bit more open up behind his shoulder area through his rib. But both super nice barrows.
A really high quality class of Hampshires here in Class 3 are heaviest of this first division. Really some differences here as you start to study and break apart the top end. However, I think there's one thing that I really, really dig about the young lady in the red, and this barrow is the barrow that brings some extras to the table, has the width, has the feature, has the rib and body, looks like he belongs where he is from a standpoint of weight. Where he excels this particular group, in my opinion, is from a standpoint of comfort. He's sound, his angles are right, everything's heading in the right direction. There may be a barrow or 2 behind him that brings some more extreme pieces, but I really like this guy from a standpoint of having enough of everything and still being extremely, extremely sound. He's got a better angle to his front shoulder than my second place barrow. He's got a better set to his front 2 feet than my barrow in second. And he's just simply more comfortable out here in the drive. Young ladies barrowing 2. You get on top of this one, and oh my, there's a lot there. Excuse me, extremely big chested, extremely big top, really big and square in his pin and hip back there when you get in behind him. He's a barrow that wants to get a little far forward up front. He's a barrow that's wanted to just wear down on me here in class. I told Eric, I said, this is one I'd like to use, but the longer we drive him with this high quality of a set of pigs up here, he's a barrow that I simply can't make an excuse for to get up any higher than where he is. He brings some very neat pieces to the table. Comfort level here got him in drive. Young man's barrow coming out next in third. A barrow when you get off to the side, this one's extremely, extremely good. He does have that better set up front and is a little more comfortable and relaxed than the barrow that's in second in this particular drive. You get on top of him, very, very impressive from a standpoint of just freshness and squareness of back. He's a barrow that's not quite as heavy structured. Again, maybe not as far out there as some areas there from a standpoint of feature and bone as those top 2, but a barrow that's very, very good here to be third in a very deep class. Young man coming out next and fourth. I like this one's heaviness of structure. I like his mobility. I thought as we continued to work him up here in this particular class, he's a barrow that planed up a nickel from a standpoint of shape and edge, but he brings, again, a barrow that brings some neat parts and pieces to the table, maybe not as far reaching as some. Again, just maybe like to see that one cut with a little more genuine edge and shape all the way through. This is a barrel I struggled with here in this class from a standpoint, again, of feature and bone and presentation. He's extremely good. There's a lot of hog here. He's big-chested. Also, in this particular drive, I thought he's wanted to start to wear down on his front feet. You watch and study this one on his rear, too. He wants to not fill his track. He wants to kind of step outside of his skeleton every few steps. If he could bring him in there, keep him strong enough up front, he's got far enough pieces that reach far enough to work him up higher. Unfortunately, those don't all blend together here today. Barrel that rounds out here in the 6th spot, heavy structured. I like his comfort, his mobility. He's really sound with enough of everything else here to land 6. He lands 6 there. You start studying him in comparison to the top 5. He's a barrel that runs out of some muscle and shape. A really nice barrel here to be 6. I'll talk the 1 and 7, brings a lot of ESTs, extremely heavy structured, a lot of product. He's a barrel the young lady does a great job of driving and kind of hiding a hole of his that he wants to kind of nod there every once in a while. But that's a barrel that does bring some pieces I wanted to talk about. Cool pig here. Nice class of Hampshires in class 3.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Top 10 in class 19. Again, our 3rd class of Hampshires for the day. Your top 10 class winner was Creed Cozart from Brown County 4-H. Second in that class went to Elizabeth Babb from Snyder FFA. 3rd place went to Dylan Wunderlich from Canyon Lake FFA. 4th place went to Colton Gober from Haskell FFA. 5th place went to Philip Smith from Lynn County 4-H. 6th place went to Jacob Kaiser from Nolan County 4-H. 7th place went to Cammie Sly from Fayette County 4-H. 8th place went to Talon Toch from Gillespie County 4-H. 9th place went to Jacob Pennington from Wise County 4-H. And 10th place went to Leighton Canales from Odom FFA. Congratulations to your top 10 in class 19. Creed Cozart did have the Texas bred champion in that class too. Bred by Cozart Show Pigs, so congratulations to Creed and her family. Texas bred champions in class 19, again to Creed Cozart and Cozart Family Genetics. Now move to class 20, our first class in the middleweight division. So we'll be sifting those in the back. We'll be back with you momentarily.
We're going to give Wayne Roddy a little break here. I'm sure y'all need one from him as well. So bringing his young guns over here. My name is Landon Roddy. I'm Wayne's son. I'm here with Mr. Anderson. He's marking down the kids that are getting checked off over here. Looks like we have 6 pinned back so far. This is our first class of our middleweight division of the Hampshires. Class number 20. There are 40 head in this class. Weight ranges are from 259 to 266 in this class. Want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors here today. You see them kind of going across the screen. We appreciate all their support for this webcast done by Taylor Fort and his crew. Couldn't do it without them. All you people watching at home on this Saturday, taking time out of your relaxation period to support these kids from afar, we really appreciate you guys being a part of this. Those of you guys just now joining us, I'm watching the screen as well. So Mr. Ogle is the initial sorter over here. He's the lead judge in the Hamps. If he points to the side, kind of where Mr. Pollock is, that means he doesn't want to pin it right away. And Mr. Pollock will either point to the right like he just did, and that means that the animal will no longer show in this class, and kid goes back to his pin. If he points more toward the screen, it means it'll go in the big ring for a secondary evaluation. If Mr. Ogle points straight ahead immediately, which is toward the front of the screen here, means it's going to a pin. And the past few classes, they've kept between 12 and 13 back for a chance at the top 10 placings. Within those 10 placings, 6 of those placings will make the sale in the Hampshires. As we talked about earlier, the spots in the Poland China is only the top 5 made the sale in each class due to the class numbers are way smaller. 9 total classes of Hamps here today. We've already judged 3 of them, all the lightweight division, and now we're moving into the middleweight division. Like I said earlier, this is the first class of the middleweights. Looks like they have 11 or 12 pulled back. I don't know if there's anybody below us getting weighed or classified. We talked about classifications for the Hampshire. You know, for the different breeds, you have a 3-panel judging system on the classification for breed characteristics. Here in the Hampshire Drive, if for whatever reason you get classified out, you do not go to the truck, or your animal doesn't go to the truck. You get sent into the dark cross division, which is shown tomorrow. Guys are together. Mr. Ogle in the brown. He's in a brown blazer, and Eric Pollock. Mr. Pollock is in a black pullover there. Just so y'all know who's who, which judge is who. Just went in and pinned a young man. And the rest of them will be going on. So we wish them the best of luck down the road. Job well done in a very competitive first class of the middleweight Hampshires here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Mr. Anderson just informed me we have 13 pulled back for a top 10 placing spot. The top 10 individuals get a rosette. Top 6 make the sale here at San Antonio. They're letting the first one out of the gate here. Young man doing a good job setting up that animal. Giving the judge a really good look. Young lady in the scarf here coming out. Doing just as well here. Showmanship is so important coming out of that gate. That's your first initial reaction when it comes out of that gate. If you give them a good look, you've upped your chances. Young lady in the pink coming out now. Haven't pinned any back yet, but, you know, Mr. Anderson, like I was talking about, first impressions are very important coming out of that gate, kind of like in life, right? You know, first impressions are huge.
Well, and I've always talked to a lot of these kids, and I mean, it's all fun to compete, and we all want to worry about what color our ribbons are, but at the end of the day, we make better kids when they get these stock show projects on feed. So I think these kids have got that hard work and effort in, and they're used to making good first impressions, because if you don't do that, you can't be successful at this level of shows. So these kids have worked very hard, and yeah, I'd say first impressions is a very important part of life.
Absolutely. Looks like Mr. Ogle just pinned one back here. This will be the first one, young lady in a kind of a greenish-looking shirt. Really good-looking Barrow, very mobile. Something they've kind of held true to throughout the day. I've noticed base width is huge with these guys, and dimension. For those of you maybe showing Wednesday, Thursday, what I've seen so far is just you want to be wide coming at you, and definitely functional. But muscle is very important to these guys here. Going and pinning the young lady in the blue next, light blue kind of sweater-looking thing. Should be the second one pinned back.
Just takes good ones nowadays, and we talked about now in this breed, I mean, finding muscle in these crossbred hogs or these Hampshire-looking crossbred hogs is usually pretty simple. It's how they're formed and functioned with it, and how they go with it, how they balance up, and add that show ring look that all of them want as well. So
absolutely. And, you know, for the most part, I've noticed on these Hampshires, too, or crossbreds in general, they're going to have muscle. If you have to worry about a crossbred having muscle, then you might want to switch up your breeding techniques.
Yeah, I've seen very few of those light muscle boars get kept back into boar studs. It's the other pieces and parts that we've got to deal with, and we've got a lot of issues in that crossbred deal right now in terms of pasterns and in terms of angles, but appreciate everyone keeping plugging away and trying to keep these projects for these kids. So.
Absolutely, that's what we all do. Young man in the blue plaid-looking shirt here is going to be pinned back next. That'll be the fourth one. Still have one more to pull out of the initial sort pin.
This young lady showed her way out of the middle, and now has gotten at least in the top 5 at this point. So
good for her.
Again, that's why we've got a 2-judge system. Our judges, I think you've already mentioned it, but Brandon Ogle from Illinois and Eric Polish from Iowa. Both of them been in the hog business for a very long time, grew up around it, and appreciate those guys coming and lining up our show.
Absolutely. This morning it was funny, Brandon. Mr. Polish walks in there and looks at me and says, I haven't seen you in probably about 18 years. I said, oh, yeah. He's like, yeah, back then you were showing and didn't have a beard. And it's funny how these guys can still remember you even that long ago. It's almost like a good hog, you know.
Well, I'd say it's either good or bad.
That's true. I mean, Rory Delm still probably talks about Alley Cat even to this day.
Yeah, we've talked about that. And Taylor and I have talked a little bit too. I mean, it'd be neat to get some of these guys, the legends of our deal, and really pull them off and kind of extract a little information from them, like a Rory Delm. I mean, could you imagine the knowledge that you could learn if you could get Rory to sit down and talk with you long enough? And he's been at it a long time, and you know, kind of a lot of people maybe didn't think he was hitting the show bear deal as hard, but what you may not know is he's hitting the show calf deal.
Oh, yeah.
Hard, and now he's getting right back in. I mean, not that he ever got out of the hog deal, but he is re-emphasized and re-energized, and don't ever count that guy out.
Absolutely. He's got some grandkids coming up showing before too long.
That's a pretty good driving factor I've found with grandparents.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like we have 7 pulled back so far. And that's kind of historically what they've been doing all day in these bigger classes or more competitive type classes. They pulled instead of 5 or 6, they've get 7, maybe even 8 in there. But 7's kind of been their number. 6 or 7 has been kind of their number for their top end of the class, and they'll start placing. It looks like Mr. Ogle's doing that as we speak, starting to place. You mentioned Rory Delm, and there's so many other ones. I remember kind of idolize, Dad was real big in the Durocs. My family's been raising Durocs for 60 years now, and watching Rory and what he did, and so many others. We got Chuck Real coming up here tomorrow. He kind of got to pick his brain a little bit. He was on the Texas Pork Producer Board for, I think, about 40 years, and he just retired, and I could be wrong there, but he's going to come up here and talk a little bit. And I think Mr. Brian Ferris, he's the livestock coordinator here at San Antonio. He's going to come up here and kind of visit with us about what they do and what visions they see with this hog show and different events for all you guys listening. You kind of get to see the people that you don't always get to see in the front of the room. You get to see the people behind the scenes and kind of hear from them, which is always super important because they're the ones who are the driving force of this show, and they'll also say, people that are driving force of the show is all these volunteers that take time out of their own days and work to be here to help these kids. So I got to give a shout out to all these volunteers here that help make this show possible and run this smooth. Those of you just now tuning in, now we're judging our top 7 in the class here. I have 3 of them pulled out right now. They'll pull all 7 of these animals out here and then place from the bottom back up till we get a class winner here in class number 20, first division middleweights of the Hampshire Barrow Drive. Young lady in the green doing a great job getting that pig's head up, and several others out here just really driving their hog. Conditioning is so important, and these kids are all doing a wonderful job of getting their animals ready for this such big competitive show we have here at San Antonio. At this point, Mr. Anderson, a little trick of the trade that I learned was showing when you're in this top 7 here and you want to get down to the top 6 to make a sales slot here, if that judge isn't looking at you, you hide your barrel a little bit till they're looking at you, and make sure you keep your hog separate from everybody else's. Say you may not have as much muscle. Don't put your animal next to something that has the most muscle in class. Keep it separated, and if they're not looking at you right there and they're placing from the bottom up, kind of hide your animal a little bit, and sometimes that'll help work your way up a little bit more in the class.
Yeah, it does happen from time to time, and a lot of these kids even mentioned it earlier with a gal in that last class, and she had done a great job of kind of covering up a blemish. And at this rate, you've been to a few shows and probably been to your county and had enough judges tell you what's wrong with your animal. So if you're learning from that, you either fix that or you know what it's got. And like you say, you can hide out for a little bit, but at a certain point, then you don't have any choice. You've got to get after it and go show and bear down and just see where the cards fall.
Now, did you say it's the young lady in the black shirt that kind of worked her way up?
She was in the Dead Sea and worked her way back out. Yeah.
Wow. She's here in this top 7 of this really, really competitive first class of middleweight Hampshire Barrows here.
So Judge Ogle is coming over. He's getting the buttons, so it looks like he's fixed to start placing them. So here's 7.
She just made her way up into a sales slot. Young man in the multicolored plaid shirt here was 7th.
Again, this is our fourth class of Hampshires. We've got 9 classes of Hamps. We'll have those 3 divisions after the conclusion of those 9 classes. So stay tuned. If you're just joining us, though, that is what we're on, is the 4th class of Hampshires, class number 20 overall for the day. Appreciate you tuning in, and like we've talked about, I mean, certain people are going to come on at different times throughout the day, so we kind of want to reiterate how we do things, and we know we've got lots of different knowledge levels of how stock shows work, and hopefully we're covering it well enough for you. But right now we're down to the heat in class 20, the top 6. These 6 hogs have already made the sale, so now it's just a matter of who's going to be first and second, have the chance to come back and show for that division drive.
Absolutely. Looks like they just placed the young lady in the kind of forest green shirt. She'll be your 6th place, and like I said, we started with 40 in this class, and now we're down to the top 5 in class 20.
And I don't know, just from looking out here, I mean, I'm sure maybe she just didn't get a great look coming out, but that barrow looks very competitive in this particular drive.
Absolutely. And young lady in the light blue is 5th. Young man in the paisley is 4th. So she's driven that barrow up to the top 3 animals here. I guess to show you, like we were talking about all these kids, how great they are as individuals right now and later on in life. They don't give up. And for those of you showing tomorrow that may be listening or later on in the week, don't ever give up, because you can work your way up. Young lady in the black is 3rd. Worked her way up from the big arena from the first sort. It's awesome. Young man is 2nd. And the young lady in the green is going to win class number 20 of the Hampshire Barrows. Let's hear from Mr. Ogle.
I've judged with Andy Rash a few times, and he uses a phrase, mixed bag of Skittles at times, and this is one of those classes there, because depending upon how your priorities may line up, you could go several different ways, and I'm not going to sit here and dig my feet in. I could be open-minded. The young lady in the green wins for us consistently out here. I thought from the back to the front here, kept his structure together. He's big in his rib. He's got real good turn up front. I like him extremely well from the side profile. He may want to funnel in just a nickel coming at you. I get it. I still think he brings the most positives to the table. Young man here on the gate, extremely, extremely heavy structured. That is a very, very big leg. You get on top of him, there's a lot of width and spread of skeleton on that guy. He's a barrow that I'd like to freshen up in his overall skin condition. He's a barrow that I'd also like to give a little more slope of shoulder up front. If I'm going to pick on my class winner for funneling, I got to give that one more angle. Young lady coming out next, big chested, big bladed, again, a hog that has a tremendous amount of product and power. He's a barrow that's bugged me there from the back up until now. His right rear, he wants to put a lot of pressure on the outside of that right rear ankle and heel. I'd like to see that a little aligned a little different there to get him any higher. This barrow here from the back until the front, this is Eric and I have having good conversations on this barrow. I just finally told Eric, I said, we're going to have to agree to disagree. You like him more than I do. He's a barrow that from blade back, I do dig. He's extremely good. He's shapely, got an awesome hind leg. He does have a good look through his front end, extremely fresh and well presented. his front pasterns really bug me. He needs to be stronger there and more elevated at his shoulder for me to get him any higher. A barrow that I liked a lot initially here too, another one that's really bull-armed, really uniform there in his fill and body shape from forerib to flank, has a good big rear hind leg on him. He's one that as we got him up here towards the top end in this particular class, thought he just planed up a little bit from blade forward. He too maybe gets just to be a little more refined there from his knee and down to his ankle. We kept referring to the young lady in the dark green shirt. When they first came out here, those last 6 or 7, that's a barrow that I thought would push up towards the front. Unfortunately, though, he just started laboring and dragging there a little too much structurally, and I think that has to do with him being the shortest and roundest in his hip and rump here up on the top end of this particular class. A more mobile barrow coming out next that's more comfortable off his rear too. He's a barrow that to me just gets to be a little plainer in his makeup, and that's why I had to slide him in. Fun class to study and discuss here of Hampshire barrows as we work into our middle division.
That concludes class number 20. Mr. Anderson, do you have the placings here for class 20?
I do have the placings. Top 10. First place went to Liston Maycock. Second went to Kanan Coates. Third place went to Remy McLaughlin. Fourth place went to Brody Stanton. Fifth place was Lexi Collins. Lexi's from Idalou FFA. Sixth place was Camden Montfort from Mildred FFA. Seventh was Kobe Walker from Brownwood FFA. Eighth place was Brianna Torres from Somerset FFA. Ninth was Keaton Fawn from Lyford FFA. And 10th was Jade Stone from Martin County 4-H. Your champion Texas bred in Class 20 Hampshires was the class winner, shown by Liston Maycock from Abbott FFA. Barrow bred by Nor's Show Pigs of Abbott. So congratulations to Nor's Show Pigs and Liston Maycock for their Texas bred champion in Class 20. Now move to the SIF start in Class 21. Again, our middleweight class. What's the weight break here?
Weight break on this class here is from 267 to 273, and 40 total head in that class, Mr. Anderson.
Getting to some a little bigger. If you're not aware of our weight range, we probably already told this earlier in the day, but if you're just tuning in this afternoon, 250 to 300 is where these barrows got to be turned in at. They've got to weigh within 10 pounds of their turn-in weight either direction, so the most they could weigh is 310 in that heavyweight class. But again, here right in the middleweight division of the Hampshires. This is the middle class of the middleweight division. So I guess this is the true middleweight class in the Hampshires.
What's crazy, and not trying to give away my age here, but back when I was showing, the most you could weigh in the heaviest class was 270. That was a few years ago. I'm 33, but it's amazing how much more we put on. I guess, is that from a packer standpoint? They want them a little bit bigger?
Yeah, packer preference. I mean, that's where the market's pushed us to, and that's kind of, it's kind of the nature of it. These things certainly are big and grande. I mean, and it's a lot of work. I mean, it's hard enough work to keep a 270-pounder together. The 300-pounders are even harder, to keep right and keep going. And so I commend everybody for working their tail off and getting these things looking right. I mean, it's just amazing the effort that gets put into these things and the hard work that gets done at home prior to getting here. And, even some differences I've noticed on how dark your animal is. I mean, the matter of how dark their black is makes a difference nowadays. And so every little bit matters, and move that weight break up a little heavier, and big hogs. Pins are still the same size, though.
Really?
Yeah.
We're gonna bring him here in a minute. We're gonna interview him.
Okay.
All right, everybody. I'm going to welcome an individual here to us. I'm kind of going to put him on the spot here. I've brought Mr. Brian Ferris in here to talk to us a little bit. He's not much of a pig guy per se, but I want to get a little info on you. So, Mr. Ferris, tell us what you do here at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Well, my official title, I guess, is the Competitive Events Director. And so when I came here 5 years ago, a lot of people asked me, they said, is that a full-time position? And I kind of giggled just a little bit. And in order to put on a show of this size, yes, it's certainly a full-time position. We work year-round trying to get ready for this. And myself and Morgan Thomas, who is our competitive events manager, and then Donna Wagner, who is our competitive events coordinator. And so the three of us work collectively throughout the year to just do all the behind-the-scenes planning and make sure that we've got the bedding coming and making sure that just everything is in order. And so when it gets to this point, as you've already probably talked about, our volunteers are just tremendous people. And we've got a great workforce there, but they pretty well just take it from that point and execute it. And so I guess what you'd say that I do is just make sure that everything is prepared for our various competitive events, whether it's the stock show, the judging contests, junior shootout, ag mechanics contest, calf scramble, all of those types of things. Even Western Art and is one of the areas, and that contest is in December. And so we're just busy all the time, just trying to get ready for these events for these kiddos.
And a lot of people don't know this behind the scenes because they only see what's in front of them here in the ring. But I've seen these guys and ladies at work, and it's just a nonstop go job, especially this time of year. And I'll tell you, one of the things they brought to this was the podcasting and the webcasting for all you people listening at home that aren't able to be here and supporting these kids from afar. That was one of the things that they brought in. And Brian, I want you to tell us a little bit more about what you guys have done in the past 5 years you've been here that has made this show so great that y'all are most proud of.
Well, I think obviously the show has a tremendous history of success and prestige, and that was one of the things that was so awesome about being able to come and work for the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, having grown up showing here. And now, of course, I was more in the sheep barn and growing up showing the market lambs. And then I was one of the 4-H scholars through San Antonio. And so having seen that and then come back and have my kids show and then be a parent, and then was even an ag teacher for a year, I've seen all the various aspects of this show. And so one of my biggest approaches to this whenever I came in was I still wanted to keep us very exhibitor focused. There's some shows that you may go to and you just may feel like you're just one more number. And I'm sure there's individuals that may think that about us, but at the same time, I can guarantee that what we are trying to do is always do the best for our exhibitors and keep you in mind and make this a great experience for them. And so there's some things that we've tried to do. They may be subtle, but even a few years ago, coming out of COVID, we had a lot of things happen that forced us to rethink things, like widen the alleyways a little bit in terms of space. And so now we've got these 8-foot alleyways, and people have a little bit more space in between them. And then we've got the full barn. We've moved Animal Adventures down with the ag education piece, and that's one of the things as a show that we realize that we really need to push. We are still huge advocates for agriculture, and we've got a group of individuals in the urban San Antonio area that need to know more about what we do in the agriculture field. And so you're going to see more areas within the fair and the festival side, the shopping side, because that's where those people are. They're not coming into our barns as much. I mean, we have the folks that walk through looking at the animals, but that's not done near like it was when we were kids. Mm-hmm. And so we are really trying to reach out, and I think this is what is making San Antonio good or making it better. Is we're trying to expand on our ag education piece.
Absolutely, and you're bringing it to them and kind of showing them and giving them a respect for what we do as exhibitors, kind of giving them a background, but also they learn to appreciate what this industry does.
Absolutely.
And I think that's so huge. I think that is so huge.
You bet. And you know, and in the same light, while we're dealing with those individuals, and I think one of the things that our listeners, especially the exhibitors, need to fully understand too is we don't get to give these scholarships like we do without the other side. And so all of those individuals that come out here and that you see on the midway and in the carnival and in the food and fair court, those folks are funding your scholarships. I mean, in a way, because they are giving back to the to San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, those folks that attend the rodeo. And not to mention we have a number of fundraising committees, but at the same time, all of that comes back in a way to support these kids. And so so don't feel like we're the only business in town. I mean, we're as exhibitors, yes, we sometimes start thinking, you know, just about the stock show side, but we are all here in kind of what I'd like to say is just a balance, and so we can't have one without the other. So that's where I'd always say be patient with all the other individuals that may not be exhibitors, because ultimately we're depending on them.
Absolutely, and kind of what I tell people too, Brian, you know, you talked about volunteers a while ago. You talked about the people that help on these committees to fund this thing. They're giving their time, and in life, time is probably the most precious thing you can give anybody, because number one, it's yours to give, and you don't get any of it back. And they're donating and using their time that they won't get back for these individuals, whether it be in the show barn, in the carnival area, in the shopping center, to help this thing run for the betterment of these kids. And it goes back to how much money y'all have given away, $255 million?
That is correct, yes.
And that's huge. And it all stems back to these people who help volunteer their time and help raise this money for all these kids. And, you know, it starts with you guys and everybody else around us in the volunteer stuff. So, like I said, Brian, I wanted to bring you in and for people to get to know who you are as the livestock coordinator and get to see how much you appreciate not only what you do here, but what you did even prior to even coming here.
Sure, and I think that's the biggest thing is, you know, people sometimes look at us as leaders of show and they just think that we're holding that position, but at the same time, grew up showing, understand it. My father was a county extension agent, so come from an extension background, and then, you know, again, our kids are showing, and so whenever we're not at stock shows or whenever I'm not running this show, you know, my kids are showing, and so so I sit in those lines with you. I understand, you know, that we may not be always as efficient as we would like to be as we are sitting in those lines, but rest assured, folks, we want to do our best. And I was telling somebody the other day, we also want to hear from you, you know, whether you have a comment, complaint, whatever. If you've got an idea, you can always voice those things. I mean, you'll be heard. Now, I never can promise that we will always take action on those things.
But y'all are listening.
But we are listening, and you know, we've got a great resource through the animal industries, working with our county extension agents and our ag science teachers, and we've got a great relationship with those two organizations. And I would say this, an opportunity to kind of plug this, and it doesn't impact in our livestock shows, but we've got a lot of schools out there that don't necessarily have a 4-H or FFA program, so to speak, and so we are getting more and more involved in the CTE and STEM programs, and so we have opened up those contests to CTE and STEM programs for to come to our contest, Agrobotics, Food Challenge, you know, the various contests that, but we've said that still though, when it comes down to agriculture or when it comes down to the livestock shows, those animals still need to be supervised by an ag teacher or county agent, and so we don't do that there. And you know, some of the other things, you know, we talk about improvements in the buildings and what we do to try to improve our show. And, you know, we were able to over on the other side of Freeman Boulevard, scratched the floor on the concrete that was slick, and we got rid of some mats. I think we made the flooring a little bit better there for our cattle exhibitors. We were able to get some new bleachers over there, and that's something that we're looking to do here in the future.
That would be so cool, so awesome. And we could sit here. I could ask Mr. Ferris 1,000 questions all day long, but I do, like I said, Brian, I know you're a busy man, and I do appreciate you taking the time out of your day to come sit with us. I wish you and your family nothing but the best. I know your baby's a senior this year. Is that correct?
No, well, my middle one's a senior.
Middle one's a senior. Yeah, you still got one.
Yeah, my baby she's a sophomore.
Oh,
and
my
so
gosh.
we've still got a couple more years, but yeah, it's hard to believe number 2's about to graduate, and it just reminds us to take advantage and to really treasure every moment that we have with our kiddos, and to realize, and I know our judges have said it so many times in their comments as they close out a grand drive or so, our parents play such a critical role, our ag teachers, our county extension agents, but just the family dynamic that we have in this barn and the ability that we have to grow these kids and build relationships, it goes so much farther than who wins the show, and just make lifelong friends that we will have forever and ever. And so super glad to be here, super glad to be able to run this show, and we just really do, we're excited to have everybody that comes each year. It's stressful time, there's no doubt, but we love it, and if we didn't love it, we wouldn't do it.
Absolutely. Well, Brian, thank you for stopping by and coming and seeing us, and wish you nothing but the best of luck throughout the rest of the show and your future endeavors with your kids at livestock shows.
Sure. Thanks, Landon. Thanks for being.
Of course. For those of you joining us, we just got done talking to Mr. Brian Ferris, the livestock coordinator. Appreciate him taking his time here. We are on class number 21, 40 head in the class. Mr. Anderson, I've missed you. Happy to have Mr. Anderson back.
I'll gladly get out of the way from Mr. Ferris.
He had to go stretch his legs.
Good class here. Very good class.
Very deep class, absolutely.
Yeah, and I was able to go down and get a real nice bird's eye view of some of these, and it's a good set of Hampshires here.
We talk about good hogs out here, but I think we got even better kids too.
Well, they've already pinned back 8, which they haven't done in any of the previous classes, so they think they're pretty good this time too.
I guess he is going to place 9th and 10th here. I was wondering if he's going to just go ahead and pin 10 back and start over again, but looks like he's going to place 9th and 10th here and excuse the other individuals. And just because you didn't get placed in the top 10 here doesn't mean you didn't have a really good hog. Like you said, it's a really, really deep set of hogs in this class number 21 here in the Barrows.
So redriving 8. Top 6 will be your cell holes. Again, this is class 21.
This happened in the gilt drive, and I know this is the Barrows. But when they got to where they were this deep with this many head, you know, in the past classes, they would bring them all out and then place them. I wonder, see if they change it up here and maybe pin back 4 or 5 and then place those other ones, or if they're going to try to get all 8 out of there and see if they can go from 8 to 1 without pinning any back again. This will be interesting to see here. It's one thing when you have 8 different kind of hogs that don't all necessarily line up, but when you have 8 that all look the same, it makes it a little bit more difficult, and that's one of the beauties of having a two-judge system here at San Antonio.
Yeah, and I think, too, is when we talk about the battle of attrition on these hogs, I mean, if you do have 8 to work back through and maybe you do want to stuff 2 or 3 back, and the tougher the competition gets, I think that's kind of neat to see because it rewards those kids. It's that one more time of euphoria to get pinned back into that top hole or two, and you know then you're sure competing in a very competitive, very tough class, and that's the way it should be. We should be crescendoing to a you know, a really big finish here in the Hampshires and this class. If this is any indication of where we're headed the next 4 classes after this, it's a pretty exciting time.
I say pretty be fun. I'm excited to see what we have. It just seems like every class they've just stepped up the competition all the way up through the entire class.
So what we're saying is, if you're at home, go pop you some popcorn and get cozy, because I think it'll be good.
Who needs Netflix when you could be watching such a competitive hog show here? I want to give a shout out to in that regard to Taylor Fort and his crew and all the sponsors you see coming across your screen. We thank them and for giving us this opportunity to bring this hog show to you at home, sitting on the couch ringside. You guys get the best seat in the house, other than us, Mr. Anderson.
I have to say, this is a pretty nice view to be able to watch this Barrows show from. I really, you know, enjoy the opportunity to come down to San Antonio. Only going to be able to be here for the weekend. I'd love to stay for the second half, but unfortunately get to go back to work.
We're going to miss having you. You know what, too, what I like to see, too, these 2 guys out here are smiling. So they're having fun now. They're really having a blast.
So there's 8 going back in.
Okay. Young lady in black just was 7th. Started with 40 head. Now we're down to the top 6, it looks like here. Young man in black was 6th. Down to our final 5 here in class 21. We have one more class after this of middleweight Hampshire Barrows before we move on to the heavyweight division, which there's 3 classes of those. Those of you just tuning in, we are currently judging the top 5 here at Class 21 of the Hampshire Barrows at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show. Young lady with the sparkly black shirt here, or blazer, I guess you'd say, was 5th.
Yeah, I asked the young ladies that are helping with the stream team. I judged horses growing up, and they always said the rule was no sequins before 6. And apparently in the pig world, though, you can wear your sparkles whenever you want.
You know, and I think that's super important, too. You want to be able to stand out. When you have a judge out there who's looking at 40 head of hogs or 20 head of hogs out there, you want to be able to wear something where, as a judge, in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, I like that young lady's pig, but if you're wearing a neutral color where there's a lot of color, it's hard to find you again. But if you wear something that maybe stands out a little bit more, a little bit easier to find you, if I'm looking for, I know what your pig looks like, but now I'm trying to find you in a sea of a bunch of kids out there showing all at the same time, and all kind of, it's almost like a controlled traffic jam out there sometimes.
Yep, you want to be memorable.
Young lady in the blue was 4th. And we're down to our top 3 here in Class 21. Goes back to the conditioning thing you were talking about. You know, they're really driving these animals for a pretty good amount of time. Young man in the light blue was 3rd. Looks like young lady in the green, 2nd, and the young lady in the bluish green is your class champion in Class 21. Turn the mic over to Mr. Ogle here for
Okay, I'm going to say what I told Eric when we went back there to the back a while ago. We've both been in the trenches before, and like in that last class, and I think we get a little bit this way here. If you were 4th and say I'm this and this and this and this above the one that won, I probably ain't going to argue. We've had this discussion last class and in this class, and again, I'm talking out loud. Nothing bugs me more recently than watching some of these shows, not big shows all the time, but if you're heavy boned and you're good looking, snap an ankle, getting to the first pin. But the last 2 classes, it seems like we've been saying a lot. I mean, they're growing out of their bone, they're getting out of their feature, and then there's one in here, and I'm not going to say which one, but there's one in here that's really stout. And Eric said, what do you think of that one? I said, he may be mature enough to vote this upcoming election. I'm not sure. So we're trying to total things up and come out here with the hogs again. That brings some extras and totals and need to win. The young lady's barrel here in front of me does that for me in this particular class. He's a barrel that, again, has enough width, has enough muscle and spread. He has a big rear leg, and he knows how to use it. He's still good on his front pasterns. Is he the edgiest or the fanciest? No, but I think that's a good, stout, powerful barrel that covers the fundamentals and soundness and structure and design, needs to win this class. Young lady in 2nd, you have more shape, you have more turn up high than the barrel that wins. You're a little sharper there in your jawline and back through your neck. It's a barrel that, to me, doesn't quite have that bend and flex behind where you can put it back behind him. He darn sure doesn't have as big a rear leg as my class winner. The barrel here in 3rd is wide, square, tons of muscle and shape. Eric and I like his design, and as we kept talking and working him up, he may not, again, bring all the ESTs in his class, but he's as least screwed up as any of them. I mean, he doesn't have a huge hole. We like that about him. Again, design, muscle, shape, and soundness. He's not the ESTs, but we like him here in 3rd. Young lady coming out next and 4th. This barrel just doesn't balance and put himself together enough for me. It's not just the flank that throws him off. I think he gets to be a little finer from knee to his ankle and his knee up front and his ankle behind gets to be a little finer from a standpoint of feature. I think he's a barrel that wants to maybe get a little easy in his top at times, maybe shorten that up, strengthen that up, move him up a spot or 2. A blade back, we dig this one. Blade forward, he's snipe-headed. We got to give him a little more there between his eyeballs and through his jawline. But he is very, very good from a standpoint of shape and his hind leg. We just need to make him a little more burly, manly up front. Young man coming out next, a barrel that gets to be just a little too much give there in his rear hock, just too much give, little sickle hock there behind, a barrel that wants to flatten there too, but some shape, fresh as well presented, nice kind of a barrel there. We round out this class again with parts and pieces, some that may be plainer, some that may be a little advanced in their skeletal maturity, and some, again, that need to be stoutened up. Interesting class of Hampshires here to sort through.
Placings in Class 21, Hampshire. Class winner Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H. 2nd place went to Izzy Gober from Haskell FFA. 3rd place went to Kyle Hardison from Fredericksburg FFA. 4th place went to Madison Morales from Canyon Lake FFA. 5th place went to Kelsey Nees from Splendora FFA. 6th place went to Grant Schilling from Slayton FFA. 7th place went to Kennedy Haney from Ford County 4-H. 8th place went to Lawson Bevel from Armstrong County 4-H. 9th place went to Kinsley Clark from Whiteface FFA. And 10th went to Mason Colby from Anderson Shiro FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 21 Hampshires. Again, that was the 5th class of 9 classes of Hampshires. We're now judging Class 22 in the back, beginning the sift on Class 22 in the back.
Absolutely, Brandon. And there are 35 head in this Class 22, and weight ranges go from 274 to 279 here. This rounds out the final class of the middleweight division of the Hampshires. They'll come back later on today to judge for the overall champion and reserve champion middleweight division. 3 classes in each division, light, middle, and heavy.
Texas bred class winner in Class 21 Hampshires is Kennedy Haley from Ford County 4-H. Kennedy's Barrows bred by BRS Hog Farm in Kroll, Texas. Congratulations to Kennedy and BRS Hog Farm, your Texas bred champion in Class 21 Hampshires.
Those of you just now joining us here, if you're looking at your screen, you can see Mr. Ogles, the initial first sifting judge here. If he points more toward the front of the screen here, that means you're pinned back for a chance at the top 10 placings in this class. If he points to the right or toward the secondary judge here, Mr. Pollock, he's in the black here. Mr. Pollock will evaluate that animal, and if he points to the right, he is going to send that kid back to his class or back to his pen. The animal will go on to greener pastures, and the kid will go on to a different show. Or if he points straight ahead, it'll go into the big arena where they will do a secondary evaluation of those animals together to see if there's anything they want to pull out of that big arena there. And, you know, Brandon, like we talked about earlier, there was a young lady who was in there, and they pinned her back out of the big arena and ended up getting 4th in her class and making the sale here at San Antonio, which is just good stuff if you ask me.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, hard work and effort. And I commend these guys, too. I mean, there's going to be time to time when you miss a hog. And like that particular instance, and then earlier in the spot class where at least though they're willing to get that thing up there where they think it belongs eventually instead of, it's a little bit of a pride factor. Hey, that thing, can't fish him out of the deep sea and surely place him very high. But finding them and every hog has a bad point or two whenever they don't look their best and that one little discount shouldn't hurt them that much. So appreciate those guys doing that. That is fun to watch those kids show their way up, and lots of effort gets put in.
And Brian Anderson, if you're listening, you pulled me out of the big arena and placed me first in my class. So there's a perfect example of a long time ago. Not calling you out or anything, but I am. But it goes to show, once you get in that big arena, that pig's able to really stretch its legs a little bit, get a totally different perspective sometimes versus going through that initial smaller arena where they really can't go like they would in the big pen.
So how many years did you show here? I guess every year you were in 4-H?
Every year. So I guess my first year showing here was in, let's see, that would have been 1998. No, excuse me, 99 was my first year showing here at San Antonio. And, I think I hit the truck my first go out of the gate, which that's all part of it. I learned more in those instances than I do when I was successful, but every year here has been a challenge, but a fun challenge, and I'm sure a lot of these kids can attest to that as well.
So as a young county extension agent, my first job after being an assistant, I went to Ashpermont, Stonewall County, and I can remember the first set of pigs I ever hauled on my own I brought to the San Antonio Livestock Show. Also the first time I had pulled a gooseneck trailer. That was interesting. Had 4 kids in the back, and then we came down here. Parents and other kids showed up later, but we brought the set down. We had 8 head, and that was back when we showed. I mean, there was 3 classes of the auction. The top 20 made the sale, and big classes. And I'll never forget we got 6 of those 8 in the sale, and everybody told me how hard this San Antonio Stock Show was. And after that year, I left thinking I was something, and it humbled me every year after that, pretty much, because those odds are hard to beat when you get to come into San Antonio every year in, year out, you know, everything's got to go the right way for those things to get along and make those cell holes. So you think, yeah, they sell 346 head. That's a lot. Well, they only sell 346 head.
Out of what,
Out of
3,000?
about $3,000. So, yeah.
That's crazy. Well, I'm going to put you on the spot here, Mr. Anderson. You know, you've been in this industry a long time, you and your brothers, and been very respected family in this industry. In the time you started kind of doing this, when you talked about extension and all that other stuff, what are some things that you've seen that this industry's grown in and the direction we've kind of gone over the years? What's kind of changed as we've gone on in the years that you've been helping out and seeing these kids show? I know that's a loaded question.
Well, and I'd say there's a couple of things, and I asked your dad a similar question earlier, and he talked about, you know, going into two waves. Now, I was asking him specifically what's made San Antonio better, but I'd just say in stock showing in general, you know, the way we're able to care for these things nowadays, and especially being able to turn our weights in, we show them fuller, we show them fresher. We're producing a lot better product through the show ring, I think. In terms of just showing them full and fresh and happy, and I'd hate to be a show photographer nowadays because they don't pose quite as good. I can remember back in the day when, man, we'd fight that weight and we'd suck them in half, and I look at a few of those pictures and I think, oh my God, those things are terrible. What were we thinking? But now, and of course, those hogs grew a lot faster. The frustrating thing in some of these breeds and you know, the crossbreds in general is you can't grow them as fast as you'd like to, or as fast as you know, commercial hogs would, because, you know, your end product, because we've got so much power, so much muscle bred into these things. If we were to push them and amp them up all the way through, we wouldn't have a functional product at the end. So we get to care for them a little bit longer, maybe not quite feed them as much at a time. Those are some of the biggest changes I've seen. The hair change is big. I know, you know, when we went from going really tight clip to fuzzy and hairy, I mean, we were in 2019, I think, and had a family that I was helping, and we had a Barrow that had a great big fluffy hair coat, and man, he looked cool and had extra bone to burn, and he was champion Hamp that year, and I kind of remember that one being fluffy and shaggy and having all the cool pieces. So, and now everyone's kind of keeping them long and hairy. Not saying I started that trend. I think Langdon was just too lazy to clip him.
I was going to say, yeah, somebody was just too lazy, or their clippers went bad on them.
We kind of got him out, and we're like, hey, let's leave him like that. So, but he and I are both getting bigger too and older, and maybe we just couldn't get down there to that level and clipping. But
I'm going to say it's wiser. That's probably the appropriate term there, Mr. Anderson.
Wiser, yeah. Maybe that's why we're, you know, keeping more hair on them. Yeah, so a little less work. But I've seen a lot of changes, a lot of trend changes. But all in all, I mean, the more I am in this game, investing in our kids is what's important. And
Absolutely.
You know, this is a vessel. We do it. You know, parents, leaders, I mean, the groups that we haul with, I mean, you'll remember those people forever, and those connections forever, and never forget them. You know, and so while we get stressed and fret over what color our ribbon is, and I say this to this day, I'm a city administrator, and you know, when I go to hiring kids, if they've got 4-H or FFA experience, especially stock show experience, that's a huge plus. And I mean, because those kids have been there, they know what hard work and effort is, and are willing to, they can actually spell work ethic. So it's interesting in today's time, but I think these kids become better future adults through this program.
And they're going to rise to the top too. In today's society, you know, like you said, work ethic goes a long way, and no matter what, you know, technology, whatever, they're going to figure out a way to make it happen and put in the time. Those of you just joining us, we're on class number 22. This is the last class of the middleweight division, with 3 classes after that. 35 total head in this class. Weight ranges from 274 to 279. Young lady just got pulled out of the big arena for a chance at a top 10 placing rosette. Top 6 in this class will make the sale here at San Antonio. You know, kind of making a point on what you were talking about. You know, you make friendships that last a lifetime here whether it's with your showing team or your 4-H club or your FFA chapter, whatever it is. I've got a lot of friends that I've got to know through the showing world that were in totally different parts of the state or even totally different parts of the country that I still talk to, still keep up with. People in my wedding, good people. And they're friends for a lifetime. I've known some of these people for 20 plus years. I'm 33, and to know somebody for 20, 30 years that you didn't even grow up with, you just were at stock shows with, you'd be in the sorting pens with them, you'd be in the holding pens with these kids, get to know them, go stop by their pens, y'all go throw football or put rocks in a water barrel and play tackle football in the arena after the stock show's over with. I know several of y'all know exactly what I'm talking about. Those are memories made, whether you're in the show ring showing or in the show ring after the show playing with these kids. So all those things are important. It's the little things that add up to be really, really big things in this industry. And so I'm glad these kids still carry on that tradition. How many we got pinned back, Mr. Anderson?
Like 12, I think.
12 and 10 will get a placing rosette, and 6 will make the sale. Those of you just tuning in, what the guys will do is they'll take them out of their initial pins one at a time. They really, really like it. Mr. Ogle will point at them, and they'll go back to their holding pin for a chance at the top spots. They've been pinning between 6 and 7, and last class deep enough where they actually pinned 8 back. Once they pick what they think is at the top of the class or that has risen to the top of the class, they pull those animals back. They'll start placing the rest all the way up to 10th place, and the rest will be excused from the arena. Just like right there, they pin the young man in the green shirt back to his pin. He'll be in the top part of the class.
So class 22, like Landon said, the 6th class and 9 here in the Hampshire division. So this will be our final class in the middleweight division. In class 22, we've got 4 pinned back now. 5, counting this young lady in the blue sweater coming in. And if you're just tuning in, our judges are Brandon Ogle is the lead judge here in the Hampshires. Eric Polish is the associate judge. They have sorted through today. We did the Berkshire breed earlier, the spot breed, and the Polands prior to lunch. And after lunch, we dove into the Hamps. We've got 9 classes of them. This is our 6th class of those 9 classes. Got 6 pin back now. Again, those 6 ribbon getters. Last class, they kept 8 and reworked 8. It looked like he's going to play 7, 8, 9, and 10. Explaining to that young man why he placed him where he did. Like that's 7. Eight's the young lady in the pink sweater. I thought he'd already gave that out. There's 8th, 9th, and 10th, and then 11 and 12 are left out here, but there's only 10 ribbon getters, so 8th, 9th, and 10th. And then we'll redrive 6 here in class 22 Hamps. So commentating wise, and I don't know whether they do this in all the rings, but like I say, I enjoy the opportunity to come and visit and watch the Hope Show, and I hope y'all enjoy it to an extent. Adding a little bit of the history of the San Antonio Livestock Show, what the Rohde brothers have, or our Rohde family have added between Wayne and his son Landon. Adding a little bit of that, bringing Brian Ferris in here to talk about what's going on tomorrow should be really fun. Bringing Chuck Rial in as well. So hope y'all enjoy just a little bit of the extra commentary that you're allowing us to do while we're bringing these live stream to you. Again, live stream brought to you by TaylorFort.com. Stream team that he's got does an incredible job. I've worked with them the last couple of years. I love the looks and views that we get for these, and couldn't be made possible without our sponsors. So if you've got, see those sponsors coming across your screen, if you've got a connection with them, tell them thanks. Tell them we appreciate them and for what they're doing, not just for the San Antonio Livestock Show, but for the stock show industry. Able to showcase this event because of them. So appreciate Taylor and his team and all the sponsors for the ability to webcast this to y'all this year. Like now they've made some final decisions. They're going to start rolling them in pretty quickly. There's 6th, 7th, or 5th. Down to our final 3 here in Class 22. Final pair now.
Looks like they're going to confer, and didn't take but a minute or a second.
Here's our judge, Brandon Ogle, for comments on Class 22 Hampshires. Final class in the middleweight division.
Here in this class of Hampshires, very comfortable starting with the young lady here in the middle of the ring. This is a barrow, again, that puts a lot of positives together into one package. A bold, powerful bladed barrow, really square and good in his chest floor coming at you. Leaves you equally impressive behind and proportional. Get on top of him, plenty of muscle and shape, has more edge, just a little overall more attractive, fresher appearance than the young man's barrow in second. Take nothing away from this young man's barrow in second. That one's got a big old stout rear leg in him, big chested barrow, big armed, maybe not quite as much turn when you get up on top of him, maybe not quite that wow factor when you step off to the side, but that one's fundamentals and feature when you take him to the ground are very, very good. Nice second place barrow. Young man's third place barrow coming out is one I like a tremendous amount. Extremely shapely, ditch backed, good look from blade forward. If you get on top of him, if you're maybe just ringside judging, if you get on top of him, he just needs more fill and outward curvature to his rib. He gets a little drier caged. That's why he's 3. Young man's barrow coming out next has an advantage there, a little fuller, a little more uniform there in his body shape and depth. When you step off to the side, he's a barrow that wants to get too far up on his pastern and ankle for us, gets to be a little rigid there when you set him behind at the ground. Young man's barrow coming out next is one that kept coming out and putting him back quick. Good hind leg, big features. He's a barrow there, collectively study him up in the top end, gets to be a little plainer from front, blade forward. He's a barrow that gets to be just a little rounder in his overall muscle pattern. An edgier, shapelier barrow coming out next. A barrow to me that gets to be just a little too fine there again in his ankle and features. If we could stouten him up there, a barrow that you could move up a couple of spots. A barrow, I told this young man I want to talk him here in 7, a barrow that I like a whole bunch. He collectively gets to be just a little too flat in his forerib, and a barrow that gets to be just a little narrower up front than those ahead of him, but got some very, very neat pieces. Good class of Hampshire barrows to wrap up the middles.
Placings in Class 22, your top 10 class winner, exhibited by Taylor Reed from Sweetwater FFA. Second place went to Mason Hoven from Princeton FFA. Third place went to Cook Parker Anderson from Midlothian FFA. Fourth place to Jackson Sinclair from Carson County 4-H. Fifth place went to Ryder Wiles from Hall County 4-H. Sixth place to Georgia Witt from Robinson FFA. Seventh to Trevor Pacoda from Live Oak County 4-H. Eighth place went to Brooke Smith from Archer County 4-H. Ninth place went to Patrick Means from McKinney FFA. And 10th was Cale Jones from Tidehaven FFA. Congratulations to our top 10 in Class 22. In our final class in the middleweight division of Hamps, we'll have the Texas bred winner out of Class 22 for you as soon as we get it. Texas bred winner is in Class 22 is Taylor Reed from Sweetwater FFA. Class winner was Taylor Reed, and that's exhibited by Rains Livestock, or bred by Rains Livestock from Fredericksburg. So congratulations to class winner and Texas bred champion to Taylor Reed, Class 22, and Rains Livestock in Fredericksburg.
Okay, now we're starting our start of our heavyweight division. We're on Class 23. And it ranges from 280 pounds to 287, and we have 34 in this class. Again, we're on class 23, and weight range from 280 to 287. We have 34 head in this class. Again, we're placing 6, and so they're into that sort. So far, we have no one in the pen yet, but we do have one out in the big ring. So what we've got here in our heavyweight division drive, we have 3 classes. So on completion of our last class, which will be class 25, it'll also be our last class of the day for today. And then tomorrow morning we will resume with the starting at 7 a.m. with the Durocs, and then finishing up the day with all of the dark crosses. Today, when we end the day, we will have gone through 787 head. 360 of those will be the Hampshires that we've done this afternoon. Tomorrow, we'll be going through a total of 893 total head. 390 of those will be the Duroc show. And the balance, which is 503, will be our dark crosses. When they go out and pick all the division champions in the reserve, and they go for the overall breed, that individual will not only win the breed champion and then goes to the Ring of Champions auction where it's sold. And of course, it'll go on and compete, of course, for the Grand and Reserve Grand. But they win a $10,000 scholarship. But it doesn't end here at San Antonio. It's kind of like if you watch or listen to us in the Gilt show, they top out in competitive events here at $20,000. So, for example, you could win a breed champion this year, come back and win another breed champion, or win it in the Gilt show and you get another 10, then you're topped out. However, it does not. They really have worked hard into these scholarships, and they you can still be eligible then, when you become a senior, to also apply for the 4-H and FFA scholarships that they have and provide. So, and that does not, that's a separate deal. So anyway, that is a great program that they have put together. Their auction has done outstanding as well. Last year, the Grand Champion Pig brought $76,700. The Reserve Grand bringing $50,450. Here at San Antonio, they sell 346 lots or barrows, and last year it brought in monies for these kids over $2 million. It was $2,038,465, and the entire sale they sell 1,012 lots. Within that, they raised monies exceeding $6.7 million last year. So I know the auction committee has worked really hard and is really trying hard to get that all prepared when they start their ring of auctions with the different species. It is San Antonio's 75th anniversary, and of course we congratulate them on that milestone and chapter of history here at San Antonio. The first rodeo started in 1950, and their mission statement has been a volunteered organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. The first scholarships given were in 1984, where only 15 scholarships were given out, and was a mere $90,000. And since then, since the inception, they have given out over $255 million of monies that have been awarded through scholarships, grants, endowments, auction, calf scramble, and show premiums. Looks like we've got 5 so far in this class 23 that are pinned. And we have 5 actually out, actually 6 now in the big ring. If you have just joined us, our lead judge for the Hampshire show today is Brandon Ogle. He's the one that's seeing the pig at first time. He motions, if he motions to over toward the other pen, or he takes a motion to his right, depending on what direction he's turned, that will send him over to our associate judge for this breed, and that's Mr. Eric Polick. And if he points forward, Brandon points forward, then it goes for classification and weigh-in. It's a three judge classification, and it's done by chips. And so if you get 3 blue chips, you're automatically in, but you got to get 2 out of the 3, and then you go on to the scale and get weighed, in which whatever weight you've turned it in at, you got to weigh within 10 pounds of it. And it's the 10 pounds over, unless you are the lightest weight. That's the minimum weight here at San Antonio, which is 250. You can not weigh below 240 or you will be disqualified, and it's because of the fact that you're 10 pounds under in an unacceptable carcass value for the packer, and they do not accept that. So that's why that's put up that way. But otherwise, as far as any of the other, you can weigh more than 10 pounds less than what you turned in, but you just can't weigh 10 pounds over.
Okay, class 23, we heading into the heavier weight divisions. What's the weight break? I'm sure you've already told them. What is it?
It is 280, Brandon, 280 to 287, and we have 34 head in this class. Looks like we have 8 pins so far, or we did.
I think I got one more snuck in there.
Oh, yes. Yes, they did. So we got 9 so far. Of course, the judges will place them through 10th place. All 10th places will receive a nice rosette, but only 6 in this class will go to auction.
I believe our judges have made our final decision, maybe waiting on a few things to happen in the back through classification and weigh-in.
Give a little bit more knowledge as I spoke about the scholarships. The first scholarship in our Barrows show that was ever given was only given to the grand champion, and that was given in 1997, and it was $6,000. It took until 2007 that they decided to go ahead, or was able to raise monies to give out more scholarships, and that's where they started with these breed champions receiving $10,000, and that was in 2007. The first scholarship given for the Hampshire breed in the Barrows show was the first one received was awarded to Kelsey Curry. She was our champion back in 2007, and so she was the first recipient of our $10,000 scholarship. And as we've talked about, every breed here will get a $10,000 scholarship. So if you add that up, they give the Barrow show. They give $100,000 worth of scholarships to these breed champions. They've let out the first one. Now they're letting out the second one out of class 23.
I think they kept 11 here to resort back through. Again, class 23, 34 head in here. First class of our heavyweight division, the Hampshires. Kind of get into the heat, I guess you would say. 2 classes ago, we had a really deep class. Last class maybe not as deep, but still a very nice top end. Saw this hoe come through the young lady comes out with. I thought that one looked awfully nice in the sift. But at this point, you just got to be plenty good everywhere to get a button.
And it looks like, of course, they want them full as well. I think you see a lot of fill back in that back flank as well. And so if you're short there in fill, it could hurt a little bit there. But it looks like the sword, again, has some really good fill through their body area.
That's what we talked about, and you kind of talked about it earlier when the weight change and how we used to kind of draw them back and really show them empty, and how now we're showing them a lot fuller and fresher, and just everybody's a little more comfortable in the barn, not nearly as much squealing. Said the only people that are unhappy with that are the photographers.
True. Yeah, this is really, we've come a long ways, and it definitely is the most humane way, and our packers are they were kind of getting to the point that they didn't want them anymore because they were just so dried out, and it was so much more work, and it took so many more volunteers to try to get through a sift.
Second one's coming back.
Yeah, a lot of that, Brandon, was back through when we only had a one-judge system, so that poor judge had to not only sift everything by himself, then he had to come back and sort them again. You talk about the past. One of the things I don't miss anything at all, and I don't know if you ever witnessed going through that, but when we had all these white hogs, we used a product called wet powder, and we whitewashed those boogers. And you thought we had dust back when we did the sift. You imagine all that dust when it dried on all those white hogs. I probably still have some of that in my lung back from the 80s.
Yeah, that's why everyone left this barn not feeling well, I think, because you're powder. So,
oh, my goodness.
Lots of things have changed. Wayne, they're taking a little bit of time assorting. Are you a fan? Do you use any AI on any like artificial intelligence? That's a different word on the hog industry versus you use any of that in your day-to-day work? Have it write you letters or anything like that? Have you done any of that?
No, I have not.
Just kind of curious. I mean, you kind of think about.
So you have to elaborate on that a little bit, Brandon.
Well, they've got you can tell that an artificial. I mean, there's different modules, you can tell them, hey, I need to write a letter that says this, this, and this, and they'll write that letter for you.
Oh.
So you're not doing that yet.
No, I'm still from the Stone Age.
Okay. And I just,
How about you? Are you?
I haven't stepped off. I don't trust it just yet, but I've got a lot of people that are using it.
Well, we might let them experiment with it for a while and test the waters.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if it'll ever hit the stock show industry, but.
Oh, man.
Got 5 pinned back, I think, right now.
Did that one get out? Because like in the third pin, it's empty.
Ghost hog. That's the AI generated hog. He's in the third pin.
That's the champ. That's the champion to be.
Now they're talking more and more that maybe there's, outer livings and, UFOs and all that now, Wayne. So who knows?
Just never know. There's that saying, every day's a new adventure.
It is all the time. So is that 5th?
Young man's third. Young lady in the purple is second, and our class winner. Congratulations to all 3 of these, and of course all the ones that made the top 10. Again, unfortunately, only 6 go to the sale, but they have done an outstanding job to be a top 10 winner here at San Antonio in our
first class
23.
of heavies. Young lady here in the pink. This barrel kind of comes in and grabs a hold of this class and puts it in a stranglehold pretty quick. This is a barrel that is burly and sound and has this stout features and some extras, and again can get out and go and handles it. Takes some advantages from all the way from the ground up, blade back. I like this one to win. It's would be hard to justify going another direction. The young lady here in purple will be second. Eric and I thought the most difficult decision in this class was between 2 and 3. The 2 Barra and 2, and you can let the barrel and 3 out. The 2 and Barra is a little more elevated. He's a barrel that squares up more out of the back of his shoulder. He's a barrel that's shapelier all the way through. We really like the added feature and just a practical type of a barrel that this one is. He's extremely rugged and big-footed and heavy structured. You get on top of him, he gets to be just a little too round and plain shaped. The young lady here in the pink coming out next and fourth, that one does have that composition advantage and is shapelier than the one ahead of him. This one wants to close up on me a little coming at you, wants to get to be a little straighter in her rear hock. The young ladies barrel here, this is one we could have moved up a spot or two. Unfortunately, he kind of wore down on us as the class went on and wanted to get to be a little less comfortable, and that's because he pushes the limits behind. There's a lot of hog there. If we could bring him in there in his hock, just give him a little more endurance. This one we could get higher on. Young ladies barrow coming out next, extremely stout, big featured barrow. Gets to turns his hock in when you get in behind him, gets to be a little narrow tracking at the ground. Parts and pieces round out this particular drive. Again, how your priorities may lie, things could be shuffled, but either flatter or need to be sounder. Nice class of heavy hams.
In our first class in the heavyweight division, the Hampshire's Class 23, your top 10 class winner went to Larison Allen from Taylor County 4-H. Second to Addison Shook from Gaines County 4-H. Third place was Traken Alice from Odom FFA. Fourth place was Taylor Woldridge from Carson County 4-H. Fifth place was Juliana Perez from Sinton FFA. Sixth place was Brentley Hilbers from Idalou FFA. Seventh went to Cheyenne Moat from Marion FFA. Eighth place went to Case Morris from New Home FFA. Ninth went to Reagan Lord from Seminole FFA. And 10th place was to Ansel Hodges from De Leon FFA. Your class winner, or Texas bred winner, was also your class winner in Class 23 hams, exhibited by Larison Allen from Gymnet FFA. Congratulations to Allen Farms of Ovala, Texas. Happens to be her family raised that pig, so Curry Allen back in there. Congratulations to the Allen family as well as Allen Farms on raising that one. Curry, hope you're doing well.
Yes, congratulations, and we should give a shout out to Curry and hope things are well with him. Our next class, we are going into our middle class, in Class 24. We have weight ranges from 288 to 299. We have 39 in this class. And then when at the completion of this Class 24, then we'll go in the last class of the day, which will be ending our heavyweight drive, and at that point, then after that, we'll do the division champions and reserves, and then follow that by our overall champion and reserve champion hamp of the show.
So where I was headed with my conversation about outer space and whether or not there's, we got the World Pork Expo, right? Do you think there's a Jupiter Pork Expo? Or Uranus Pork Expo, maybe? I don't know. Are there beans on? Do you think they show hogs on other worlds? I don't know. Neat to think about. It's you sit here all day, you get a little bored. So,
if you can get some of that on film and show it to me, it might get me to thinking a little bit more.
Maybe that's what those ships are for. Maybe they're wanting to haul hogs home. Maybe they're buying pigs. If you're counting, that's two more. Again, we're now sifting Class 24 Hampshires. This is our middleweight class in the heavyweight division.
39 head. And then when we get finished with this class, we have the biggest class of the Hampshire day, and that is 51 head when we round out our last class after this one. in this class 24. I think this is the last one coming out here for this class for the first initial sort. Yep, and it's going to get pinned. Good job, young lady. So we've got 7 in the pen at this point, but of course we saw that one go to the scales in classification, but there could be some others behind there. Looks like we have 6 out in the big ring here. Actually, we've got it up to 8 now, so. Up, we're up to 9.
Again, our next to last class of Hampshire's here, class 24. We'll have one more class after this, then we'll do the division drives, so hang tight. We'll really see a nice conclusion to our Hampshire breed here this afternoon.
They've excused what's out here in the big ring. They've worked really hard. All they get is a congratulations clap, and they've worked really hard. So, I mean, just to make it here in that first initial sort, it doesn't matter the pen or the big arena. They had a chance to show, and that's a great accomplishment here. Looks like they ended up penning 12, and they'll take it down to place 10 of them, and then of course 6 will make the sale.
Pigs are getting a little loud, Wayne. Maybe feeding time, huh?
Was that some of your Jupiter pigs or what?
Maybe so. Maybe so. Here we start the sift, and we're looking for top 10 ribbon getters here in class 24 and a top 6 that go to the sale. So best of luck to the kiddos here in class 24, Hamps.
Number 2 coming out. You know, it is 4:30, so some of them probably, they're ready for dinner.
Yeah, that's what they think they're in that pen for, I guess. Again, our lead judge here in the Hampshire is Brandon Ogle. Eric Polish is the associate judge for the Hampshires. They've handled Berkshires, Polands, and spots earlier in the day. Finish off our day today with the Hampshires. We'll come back tomorrow. We've got 9 classes of Durocs, and then we've got 9 classes of dark crosses as well. So do the same thing in the Durocs and the dark crosses that we have here today in the Hamps. So tune in tomorrow. We'll start at 7 o'clock. And spread the word on how to get on here, TaylorFort.com, click on the live icon and scroll down, find the Wave 1 Day 1 today, and tomorrow will be Wave 1 Day 2.
You know, Taylor and his crew does an outstanding job, and we sure thank them for putting this program together. That's one thing COVID did do, is be able to come up with a program where people that wouldn't be able to come to this show could enjoy it from their home or wherever they're residing at, and be able to get a play-by-play on it. So we thank them for the foresight to help put this program together and what their staff does. And we also thank all of the sponsors that you see on the screen for investing into this program as well, and allowing this broadcast to be brought to you today.
A pretty deep top end right here. They've stuffed 4 back.
Definitely got some muscle and width in them. There's some carcass value, Brandon.
So in this class, and again, we talked about, we do know who some of these kids are, and through success, I mean, you're going to recognize a few of these kids in the ring, and as we go out here, you can tell how competitive it gets towards the end of a breed. You know, when they get to this level, they're all kind of aiming towards the winner hole, and so they think maybe this is the class to be in. So there's a young lady in this class that just got done having the champion crossbred gilt here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. She also turned around and won the Supreme Championship at Kerrville with a crossbred gilt, and she's got a bear in this class. And then there's a young lady as well that just got off, is on a pretty good win streak. She was champion at Fort Worth and champion at San Angelo. So if you don't think those two girls are going to be driving pretty good ones, I mean, that's just a little of the heat that's in this particular class. So, along with lots of other really good ones from other counties. Should be fun to watch. Stay tuned. Again, our judges have placed 7th through 10th in this particular class. They're redriving this top 6. Kind of looking forward to a really competitive top 6 here in Class 24. Our next to last class of Hampshires. Again, Class 25 will be our heavies. Stay tuned. Right after that, we'll roll into our division drives. So we will be showing lightweight divisions, the first 3 classes, middleweight divisions, the second 3 classes, and then the heavyweight division be the final 3 classes, and then we'll show for our overall champion Hamp. So stay tuned for that as we finish out our Hampshire breed very strong. Good set of hogs, Wayne.
Yeah, this is pretty deep. This is that class that we talked about, that you've got the depths in here. Separates the men from the boys in this class, doesn't it?
Our judges are contemplating this set pretty hard. Again, lead judge in the Hampshire is Brandon Ogle from Illinois. Eric Polish is associate judge. 5th place button.
Young lady in the red, or maroonish red, was 5th.
It's Addison Horton. She's the one I said had the champion crossbred gilt here at San Antonio, and then also the supreme gilt at Kerrville. So had a good week.
Had a great week.
Yeah. The 3rd place button down to the top pair. Think we need to give them a quarter. Deepest discussion we've had today between this pair. On this pair. Again, ultimately, Ogle will win if being the lead judge. His decision will be final. Finally made a good, tough decision here. Here's your judge, Brandon Ogle, to discuss the pair.
A pair that we probably took as much time on as any here today. Between this particular pair here, this is how I see them and how Eric sees them. And the barrow that wins this particular class is a barrow, compare the two. This barrow is bigger pin, bigger bladed, bigger forearmed, has more turn up top, is more attractive from blade forward. He's got a tremendous amount of presence from the side. The young man's barrow is better in his knee and chest than the barrow that wins this particular class. He's got a big hind leg. He's got a lot of spread behind. You watch that one come at you himself. Is he enough? He doesn't have a big enough chest advantage to turn the class winner. He just don't. He's square in his knee, but he's not that much bigger chested. It's a tough pair to sort. That's the way we land on them, 1 and 2. Young lady's barrow coming out next in third is a barrow that has got some more blade and, again, a little more shape than the barrow ahead of him. He's a barrow that wants to run downhill ever so slightly. He's a barrow that could be set back in his shoulder. Young lady coming out next in fourth. A barrow that really got a good side profile on this guy. Good shape and turn up high. He wants to get to be just a little different how he fills his track behind. Need to bring him into his hock, pull him back into his skeleton. Young lady's barrow here next that comes out in fifth is one that I like. Checks a lot of boxes. Heavy structured, square. You start studying him when we're out here in the top 5. He gets to be one of the smaller, plainer barrows out here in this particular drive. The barrow coming out next in 6. A lot of cool pieces about this one. He's square chested. He's got a lot of turn and shape up high. He's a barrow that wants to hawk in and tracks too narrow when you study him at the ground. Nice class of Hampshires here as we round out the drive. Different parts and pieces for different folks.
Good class, good way to get to our last class of Hampshires. Placings in class 24. First place went to Shane Parks from Galveston County 4-H. Second place went to Cameron Mason from Montgomery County 4-H. Third place went to Keenan Mingus from Yo FFA. Fourth place went to Aubrey Hanna from Ellis County 4-H. Fifth place went to Addison Horton from Farmersville FFA. Sixth place went to Houston Hazeltine from B County 4-H. Seventh place went to Peyton Shuping from Floydada FFA. Eighth place went to Lorelei Allison from Klondike FFA. Ninth went to Alexander Villa from Akins FFA. And 10th place went to Briar Parson from Medina.
There is no destination without vision. Even the mere lack of resolve stalls progress. Accept that critics are eternal. Have the courage to be noticed and make an impact. If faith in the vision is deep enough, it's worth the risk.
Well, we have reached our milestone for today. We are on our last class, class 25, which will end the chapter for the 2024 Hampshire drive. So with that in mind, we have the heavyweights. It's class 25. It's 300 to 300. So this is the largest Hampshire class of the day at 51 head. So once we get the completion or conclusion of this class, then we will bring back the first and second places starting in each of the divisions, and then we will have the judges go ahead and name the division and reserve champion division out of each weight division, starting with the lightweight, followed by the middleweight, and then by the heavyweight. And then once that has been done, then we'll take all of the champions out of each weight division, and they will come back, and you will get the champion Hampshire named, and Then we'll come up, round it out with the reserve champion Hamp. Again today, if you haven't been with us through this whole Hampshire deal, once we complete Class 25, our judges have gone through 360 Hamps in this breed. It is the largest breed of today. Upon completion of this Hampshire show, they have evaluated 787 head today. And then tomorrow morning we'll start on Durox at 7 a.m. and that will entail over 300 head as well. So we've got a big day tomorrow between we've got, in fact, 390 head, almost 400 head of Durox tomorrow. And then we'll end the day with the dark crosses, and that's 503 crosses that they'll go through. And the grand total for tomorrow's show will be 893 head. Totaling the two shows together, 1,680 head showed up yesterday that came upon the grounds for the first wave of our 75th annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo.
So as we wrap up class 25, the initial sift of class 25, our judges are out in the middle. They've already got, I don't know, I kind of lost count, but I think about 18 or 19 kept in this particular drive. So if we thought the last class was fun, I think this one's fixing to be a little funner. So I recognize our Texas bred champion from class 25. Texas bred champion was Aubrey Hanna in that class. Aubrey's Barrow was bred by Lindner Show Pigs, so congratulations to Aubrey and Lindner Show Pigs for their Texas bred champion on class 24, correct, class 24. Again, we went from classes of 35 or 40 there in the earlier classes to 51 here in the heavies, so maybe judges weren't expecting that, kept quite a few, but also I think it's indicative of the quality that we're fixing to see in this particular drive. So best of luck to everybody here in the the heavyweight Hamps as we drive for completion of this class. We'll roll into our divisions, so stay tuned for that. But we're now getting ready to start the final sift of class 25. Again, 51 head in this class. Got two stuff back here in the heavyweight Hamps. Three stuff back now. Pretty deep water as we finish the Hampshires. Again, I know they kept at least 18. Be interested to see what that final number is. There was still some processing underneath, so. Got 5 pinned back now. Again, yeah, bigger class. Yeah, they've kept a lot, but we're still just 10 ribbon getters and 6 cell hole getters here in our heavyweight class of Hampshires, class number 25.
Looks like we've got 8 that they've put back, huh?
Yeah, and I know he's not done driving yet. I think we've still got at least 2, maybe 3 more left to go. So we've got 11 pinned back already, and they are all out in the ring now. There's 12 pinned back. So again, we're going to do another sift just to get to our top 10.
Yeah, it'll be interesting if he keeps them all out or not.
As our judges continue to tear down this last class here at Hampshire Barrows.
I'd say in fairness to all of them, they're just going to have to redrive all these again. I hope he keeps all 12 of them in the ring, gives them a little recognition, but there are just 10. I know that the hard way. If they keep 11 in the ring, if you're a top 10, you get to go to the backdrop and get your picture. If you're 11th, you don't. So, pretty coveted spot. Lots of time, lots of effort, lots of everybody's time behind this set of pigs here in the heavyweight Hampshires as we finish. One he liked awfully good and pinned back again. If you get a sail hole in this class, you have definitely earned it.
Without a doubt.
Got 3 pin back again for another redrive. 4.
Now we got 5. What is that, hot chocolate?
So now we're just back to a regular class. We've got 6 pin back on our second drive. Again, finishing up our final class of the day, Class 25 Heavyweight Hampshires. We had 9 classes of Hamps. We'll roll into our division champs immediately after this, so stay tuned. We'll do a lightweight division champ and reserve champ, then we'll do a middleweight champion and reserve champ, and then a heavyweight division champ and reserve champ, and then we'll come back and crown our champion Hamp.
For our lightweight division champion round. That's first and second place Barrows from classes 17, 18, and 19. Return to holding pins at this time for staging for our lightweight division champion round.
You have those sheets that have all the
fifth place one. Again, down to our final four here in the heavyweight Hampshire class, a very competitive drive, as we've talked about, and certainly, 51, bigger number in this particular class versus a few others, and also just deeper quality-wise, but still six. We've got it down now to our top four in this particular drive. And then we'll go into our division drives as soon as they make their final decisions here in Class 25. There's our fourth place button, third place button, 2 and then 1. Very competitive drive. Congratulations to all of our top 6, honestly all of our top 12 in this particular drive. An incredible set of heavyweight Hampshire Barrows. Here's our judge.
Well, here in the final class of Hams, thanks for bearing with us. It was a big class, and it was very, very high quality. Depth was extremely good from top to bottom, and had to work through them three times. The young lady here in the Pinks barrow continues to surface to the top for us in this particular drive. He's a barrow that you watch this one come right at you. He's square. He's got a stout melon, really good in his jawline, still sharp and refined at a heavier weight. You get on top of him, tremendous amount of turn and shape. You watch this one go, and is on his pasterns and his hock. He's extremely square and right. We like this one to win. Young man here in the second, there is a whole lot of hog here when you start to study in this one, and he continued to work himself up. He's a barrow that's huge bladed, as good as any in this particular drive from a standpoint of the shape to the center part of his rib and skeleton. You get behind him, tremendous there in his pin set and rump. A lot of product here. Young man's barrow's awfully good to be 2. Starting nitpicking on things, and this young man's barrow coming out next in 3. You studied him in comparison to those top 2. In my opinion, he got to be a little flatter, a little harsher in the center part of his body. When you compared him to the top 2, not as much bust there in the center part of his cage. Young lady's barrow, this is one that I liked a whole bunch. I really like his hind leg. He's big-footed. He's extremely good when you get on top of him. You get him out here into this top end of this particular drive. He's a barrow that got to be a little finer in his front knee. He's a barrow that gets to be a little softer in his front foot set. And again, just kind of gets swallowed up by some of these bigger guys in this particular class. Young man's barrow coming out next in 5 is similar to that one ahead of him. I thought that this one here got to be, again, a little harsher, a little drier in the center part of his cage, but you like, again, his presence, his mobility, his shape, a really nice barrow to land where he's at. Young lady here in the orange, if we could fix that one's hock, that one hock that's off. He's coarse. He's a little puffy. Beyond that, that's one that we dig a tremendous amount, and maybe we pushed him too far to get him where we did. But that one is awfully, awfully good. If we could clean him up in that one joint and hock, that's one we could ride right up towards the top end of this class and make it even more difficult to sort. We round out this particular drive. Again, hats off to you exhibitors, feeders, teachers, parents, whatever. Very, very good set of Hampshire Barrows here to round out our breed drive. Very impressive set of pigs.
Your top 10 in the heavyweights, class 25, class just concluded. Congratulations, class winner Alexandria Nelson from Kendall County 4-H. Second place was Tobias Morales from Lipan FFA. Third to Sam Fritsch from Coleman County 4-H. Fourth place.
Things keep moving faster. Not getting distracted by price tags and tag-alongs takes discipline. Discipline requires vision, purpose, and patience. Dreams may occur after dark, but they are not achieved overnight. Be steady. Keep moving forward. Stick to the plan.
Continuing with the top 10 in the class 25. Fourth place went to Kaylee Ender from Stanford FFA. Fifth place went to Hunter Butler from Florence FFA. Sixth place went to Sage Bearden from Kroll FFA. Seventh place. Eighth place went to Samuel Hansen. Ninth place went to Easton Pedroza. And 10th place went to Stormy Malden. I believe 7th was Caden Rawls. I apologize if I didn't get that one right. Sorry, Hadley Metters is 7th. Hadley Metters is 7th. I apologize for that in the heavyweights. Okay, well, they've already called them. We'll do the lightweight division here in just a moment, so hang tight, and we'll do the lightweight division, middleweight division, heavyweight division, back to back to back, and then we'll show for a champion Hampshire drive.
What they're currently doing is they've asked them to come back up, back behind the ring, and what they have to do is go through the weighing again to make sure they're within their 10-pound weigh back. That they're required to do that before they go and come out and show again. So anyway, they're getting that done. They'll get them pinned up and loaded up, and then they'll start. We'll start that lightweight division drive.
Folks, gather around. We're getting ready to show for the lightweight division Hampshire champion.
So we're starting with lightweight first, and then going to middle, and then heavy. Is that right, Mr. Anderson?
That is correct.
Woo! Those of you watching at home, if you thought those Barrows were pretty good on the screen, let me tell you, we saw about the same thing out here, or from up here. That last one kept 19 back to begin with, and pretty crazy stuff.
Your Texas breadwinner out of that class, Class 25 Hamps, went to Kaylee Ender from Stanford FFA. Barrow bred by BRS Hog Farm from Kroll. Congratulations to Kaylee Ender and BRS Hog Farm from Kroll.
Absolutely. Here we go with
in the lightweight division, we bring them out. Class winner in Class 17, exhibited by Roxton Stone from Martin County 4-H. Out of Class 18, your winner comes out. That's Emery Humphreys from Sudan FFA. Class winner out of Class 19, exhibited by Creed Kozart from Brown County 4-H. There's your three class winners in the lightweight division. The second place individuals we've got on deck, second from that lightweight was Addison Stevens, part of the first class. Second from the second class, Class 18, was Brayton Cood. And second in Class 19, the heaviest class in this division was Elizabeth Babb. Best of luck to everyone in this lightweight Hampshire division.
Just did the math here out of these class winners in those three divisions. Three classes there for the lightweight division. Total of 121 hogs were exhibited in the lightweight division. And here's your top three. Here are class winners of each class. So started with 121 in those light classes, down to three here. All three very uniformed here, Brandon.
Yeah, those guys have kept them pretty solid. Want them to have a look from the side and attractive and show barrows. That's what I like about them. We got show barrows out here. I think if you were listening and you heard his speech earlier, maybe the heaviest bone one's not always going to win, and I don't know that I don't disagree. I think we still want them balanced and fluid from the side and sound and fundamental. All those extras you can pack on them. Muscle we've already talked about. Obviously how you shape it and how fresh you got it show day is important, but most importantly ought to be the fundamentals and the structural soundness and correctness, and make them look like show barrows and then power them up, and certainly feature's going to come, but with feature, I don't know if that's the most important thing.
That's almost like when you're splitting hairs, you have two identical creatures out there. It's like, okay, last thing is bone. I think they
got it figured out. Let's see what Brandon decides to use in the lightweight division. Again, our judge for the Hampshires, Brandon Oakland.
All three outstanding Hampshire class winners here in Division One. If you would, please put your hand together there for these individuals. Very, really good group of kids. When they come back out here, I think, again, you could justify yourself one way or the other. I think it comes down between a couple for us, and between that particular pair, how I read them, I think that there's one that's just a little longer everywhere from a standpoint of his neck, his hip. I think he's got a slight advantage from a standpoint of foot size, and I like the way that this one's shoulder blends and his knee sets in him the best of these particular three. Young lady here in the red will have our division champion.
Champion lightweight division comes out of the third class, exhibited by Creed Kozart from Brown County 4-H. Now bring in Elizabeth Babb from Snyder FFA to show for reserve champion lightweight division. Looks like they've got their decision made here for reserve champion in the lightweight division.
The young lady's second place Barrow comes out of that out here in drive and out of that class that was extremely good. I think, again, you stack that one up in comparison to these first two, and give a shout out here to this young man. He was the very first Hampshire that won the first class that we saw today and set the bar very, very high. And again, he's an immediate contender out here, and one that we've talked about on both sides. However, in our opinion, when you get the young lady's second place one out here, she beats those other two for all the exact same reasons that the first one did. You'll be reserve division.
Second from that class, Elizabeth Babb from Snyder FFA becomes your lightweight reserve lightweight division Hampshire. Okay, we'll reload them and do it again. We're going to head to the middleweight division. Again, in that lightweight division, your champion lightweight Hampshire exhibited by Creed Cozart from Brown County 4-H. Reserve champion lightweight Hampshire exhibited by Elizabeth Babb from Snyder FFA.
Now those three classes, Brandon, we started with a total of 115. Guess they're getting all these out of the ring and, like you said, reloading here. What I like about what they do with this, too, is you pick your light, middle, and heavy, and you don't have 9 pigs out there trying to just find one hog out there, because you might be driving these hogs with as deep as that Hamp drive was. You could be do like the Durox where they had 13 really good ones trying to find one. It took forever to get them out there, and you'll drive those animals in the ground trying to figure out what you want to do sometimes. So it's good. I'm happy San Antonio does that, where they break it into those 3 divisions. I know they've been doing it for a while now, but I'm glad they continue to see that and do that, and with these really, really deep sets here.
Just noticing here in the middleweight division, we've got a battle of the ladies, it looks like. So all 3 class winners are going to be driven by a group of young ladies. Certainly a good division, remembering back to the middleweight, so anxious to see what this set looks like out. I think the pot's right. I think we're about ready to show for our middleweight division Hampshire.
I think so, too. Yeah, the guys look ready to go. Here we go.
From class 20, listed Patrick, Abbott FFA.
Class winner out of class 20, Liston Mackick from Abbott FFA.
From class 21, Elizabeth Yvonne Jensen, Hayes County 4-H.
Out of class 21, the middleweight class in this division exhibited by Elizabeth Jansen from Hayes County 4-H.
And from class 22, Taylor Blair Reed, Sweetwater FFA.
Our class winner in the heaviest class in the middleweight division exhibited by Taylor Reed from Sweetwater FFA.
I thought those Barrows in that first set, the lightweight division, Brandon, were so good and so true to what they were and athletic. And this middleweight division is no exception here. These are just as good, if, I don't know, maybe better. I don't know. I guess we'll find out here after a while. But, man, looks like I think they've made their decision here.
You got it made.
Again, I ask you, put your hands together for these middleweight class winners the young ladies have out here. A really nice trio, I think, between these particular 3. There's one for me, and Erica's Ingredients that comes to the top for us rather quickly. You start studying these 3, and he brings some extras when you compare these 3 from a standpoint of just turn and how rolled up his back is with a big hind leg, and he's mobile. Young lady right in front of me, I'll be champion middle.
Winner out of Class 22, Taylor Reed, Sweetwater FFA is your champion middleweight Hampshire. Now brings in second from that class, Mason Hoven from Princeton FFA to show for reserve champion.
Another good one with the second place coming out here and matches up very nicely with those other two class winners in that middleweight division. Makes it tough. Young man's coming out there driving that barrow really good. Those young ladies are doing a phenomenal job keeping those animals moving and just showing all those good points and features why they think they should be at the top here. And this is where you talked about earlier, you know, you got to be aggressive at some point and turn it on, and now's the time. This is it. You're in it to win it at this point. Here we go. It's for reserve champion middleweight division.
For reserve in this division, the young man's second place barrel comes in here, and again, this is a hog that I talked about how much I appreciated, how much extra he brought to the table, and still does it in a flexible enough package. I think he's a little more relaxed out here up front. I think he blends a little better there from the top of his blade forward. Young man, your second place will be reserve middle.
Reserve champion out of the middleweight division comes out of the same class exhibited by Mason Hoven from Princeton FFA.
Get ready to reload for our heavyweight division now, followed by our selection of our champion and reserve champion overall, Hampshire Barrow here at the San Antonio Market Barrow Show.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Then I think that'll be it for the day. I mean, they got through it.
Yeah, we're wrapping up pretty good time today. Makes it nice. Everybody may get to go and actually get something in their belly tonight. Decent time. And
make sure you lock your trucks.
Hey, you're almost done.
I don't think it matters in San
Yeah,
Antonio.
that's very true.
On the cooler.
I think there's a few of them ready to wrap up their day. So,
I think so.
yep.
Man, and they've been, you know, we've been sitting down all day. I can't imagine these people out here who've been standing all day. I'm 33 and my legs hurt. I can't imagine Miss Donna over here who's been helping for 20 plus years, and she's been on her feet all day and she ain't said a word about hurting or anything like that. So I better step up my game, Brandon. It's pretty sad.
Or try to keep this gig. I mean, whatever, you know, way you look at it, I guess.
You know, I guess I need to bring a pillow because my rear end's a little sore.
If you thank her enough, maybe she'll continue to do that, and you can continue to do this.
You know what? That's a very good point there.
Well, I ain't real sharp, but
Oh, come on now.
sharp as a cactus. How's that
There you
sound?
go. That's a lot sharper than a, I don't know, dull knife maybe. That's Wayne Rohde back there. You know, you and Dad were talking the heavyweights, and I haven't had a chance to kind of visit with you guys about it. But man, I was standing over there on the side and kind of going down low. Those heavyweights were deep. Especially that last class. I mean, they pin back 19, then go back into another sort, pin back 12 again, then pin back 8, and it just, oh my gosh.
Fun times.
Very fun times. I'm glad they're out there judging, and we're just sitting up here.
So now you can disregard all that stuff I talked about earlier about not caring what color ribbon, you know, because now it's the heat of the battle, and if you're here, you just as well go get it, right?
Oh, absolutely. Exactly. And you know what? These people, I mean, with as deep as this was, these people could be competing at the end of next week for something even better. I mean, all these kids are that win breed or reserve breed, but I mean, these deeper classes and with so much competition, I mean, these people are in it to win it. I mean, potentially. And with what they do with this sale, it's a big deal.
Okay, we're in our Hampshire Division Drive. Your class winner out of Class 23, exhibited by Larson Allen from Taylor County 4-H. Out of Class 24, class winner exhibited by Camlin Mason, Montgomery County 4-H.
I think she just got done winning Angelo, too, by the way.
Right after she won Fort Worth. Yeah. Is that a pretty nice run?
Yeah.
And out of the heavyweight class, Class 25, class winner exhibited by Alexandria Nelson from Kendall County 4-H. Our heavyweight division drive.
Got the battle of the biggins here.
Yeah, and you said from up here they don't look that big, but you were also down there by the pins and
Totally different perspective down there,
yeah.
let me tell you, Brandon.
Don't let them step on your foot, huh?
You know, I walked down there and we were talking about bone, like, oh, yeah, they got pretty good bone. And you go down there, it's like, oh, my gosh, they're tree trunks. Another battle of the ladies in this division as well.
Again, our judges come together one more time. Our lead judge in the Hampshire, Brandon Ogle, did a very nice job today. Judged a breed earlier today as well. And then Associate Judge Eric Polish. These guys have worked really good together and had an enjoyable time. A couple of times we've made the comment up here. It's nice to see them enjoying themselves and having a good time and smiling with the kids, and it's what it's all about. It's been a comfortable day here at San Antonio weather-wise, and hogs have cooperated well. Kids have got them displayed well, and we've had an awful nice bear show. Wave 1, day 1's getting ready to be in the books. 4 more decisions, I guess, right?
Yes, sir. Heavyweight, champion, and reserve, and then the overalls after that. They're really talking about these heavies pretty. You know, I felt like the other two divisions, they had it pretty clear cut, a little bit quicker than what they are here. They're really driving these animals. And as I say that, here goes Mr. Ogle.
Again, young ladies, put your hands together. Really, really nice set of heavyweights here for all three of these girls. You know, we bring these three out, and Eric and I do think it's a fairly easy decision for us. Eric described this one as his kind, and I like this one too, from a standpoint of just presence and rear leg and shape and squareness up high. This one, I think, just really swallows them up. Young lady in the pink with the heavyweight. Class winner will be your champion heavyweight.
Congratulations to Alexandria Nelson out of Class 25, Kendall County 4-H with your champion heavyweight division, Hamp. Bring in second from that class, Tobias Morales from Lipan FFA to show for reserve champion heavy. Now showing for reserve champion heavyweight division. Stay tuned, though. We'll also turn right back around and pick a champion overall. I know it's been a lot of an intense build-up, but we've still got one more drive to go. Our overall champion Hampshire and reserve champion Hampshire, the 2024 San Antonio Barrows Show, concluding after this decision.
I think it gets a little closer here for reserve. One was kind of an outlier in that group. I mean, all three were very, very good, but looks like it's getting a little bit more closer. There's a little bit more discussion for this reserve champion heavyweight division. Here we go.
Young man's second place barrel comes out here and again becomes in discussion. There's parts and pieces of these three that bring some different things to the table. I think, again, there's one that we go back to that hit us hard initially. I think that this one has a little more just turn to its shape. I think this one, we love his skull shape. He's got a real big hind leg. I think he puts a lot of cool things together. Young lady that wins the first class will have reserve heavy. Nice job.
Congratulations to Larson Allen of Taylor County 4-H, exhibitor of our reserve champion barrel of the heavyweight division.
Congratulations to Larson Allen from Taylor County 4-H with the reserve heavy division champion.
Now we get to turn around and take all those division champion winners back out again and judge for the overall Hampshire Barrow and reserve overall Hampshire Barrow. Bring both the light, middle, and heavyweight. Total of 360 Hampshires here today at San Antonio, and we're going to narrow it down to 2 here in about, I don't know, probably a minute, 2, long enough for them to get back in the pens. Maybe get a little drink of water.
Hopefully they'll roll right into it.
Yeah, that'd be kind of nice, wouldn't it? And I'm sure they've seen all these barrows out. I mean, here in the past 3 or 4 minutes here, they kind of know what they see and what's probably they're going to lean to. But it'll be interesting once we get them all 3 out there how quick their decision actually will be once we get to that point.
We've had a pretty super Hampshire show, I think.
I think so, too.
I don't know what's better than super.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious? Would that be something, Mr. Anderson?
It would be awfully super, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and it gets you excited about what you see tomorrow. I mean, we've had such a great day 1 here at San Antonio. And just to end the day with this competitive Hamp drive, it just makes me so excited what we're going to see in the Durocs and the Dark Crosses tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a good show. And I guess we're in a good mood because it's earlier than, remember 2 years ago we got done pretty late judging Hamps, and it was a long day. But it was cold that day, too, if I remember right.
Somebody told me that they went to midnight one time almost.
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't there that year.
I wasn't either. I was probably in bed. I was in bed somewhere. Here we go.
Your lightweight division champ exhibited by Creed Cozart from Brown County 4-H. Your middleweight division champion was Taylor Reed of Sweetwater FFA. And your heavyweight Hampshire champion is coming out next, exhibited by Alexandria Nelson from Kendall County 4-H.
Now, to me, Brandon, this is the fun part. You know, we brought them out individually with their divisions. Now we get to see the light, middle, and the heavyweight all out here together. And even with the size differentials here, because we ranged from 250 pounds all the way to 300 between these 3 divisions here and somewhere in the middle. But they're all very, very uniformed and consistent within each other. Obviously, one's going to have more muscle, being a lot heavier and a little bit taller and bigger framed. But as a whole, you size these pigs down from top to bottom, they're very, very uniformed as a set. And it just goes to show you how competitive. You know, you can have 360 hogs and get them down to 3, but to have these so uniformed, all you breeders out there, keep up the wonderful work. I mean, even if you had an 8th, 10th place in one of these classes, nothing to shake a stick at, y'all. This is a tough show, and I think they made their decision here for the overall champion Hampshire Barrow.
Well, it's been a long, fun Hampshire drive here, and we have all three of our division champions out here. And like Eric said, let's tie this up and keep on moving forward here. And I think that there's one that does bring a whole bunch of good things to the table. Again, I've talked about how I think he's so very unique in a lot of areas. We'll get to the chase. Young lady, your heavyweights champion, Hamp.
Champion Hampshire comes out of the Hampshire division, showed by Alexandria Nelson from Kendall County 4-H. Now bring in Larison Allen from Taylor County 4-H to show for reserve champion Hampshire.
I don't know if you people on the screen can see that pig's got its tongue hanging out right now. A little Michael Jordan action over here.
I almost brought that up in that Hampshire drive. I noticed that. He's kind of got a little attitude, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. A little confident.
I grew up in that generation. You probably don't remember Michael Jordan very well.
I was little. I've seen a lot of pictures of him. I know there's still that debate between LeBron and him, but, you know, he's the GOAT.
Not a debate.
Not a debate. Non-negotiable there is what some of these judges have used, terms these judges have used. Non-negotiable.
Very non-negotiable. And if you'd like to know how I sway on there, that just holler at me.
Hey, and I barely remember the Cowboys when they were winning their Super Bowls.
I do too. That's so long ago. It's so fun back in those days, and I still just suffer through every freaking season.
But you know what? They're going to win next year. I'm just going to say that out loud.
That's what they've said every year. Back to the show. We're picking our reserve champion Hampshire. A great day we've had here. I hope you guys will tune in tomorrow and certainly put the word out, and hope you've enjoyed it. Here's our final decision of today.
The young ladies reserve division comes in here, and again, immediate contention. I think it's very, very close between those three. Young lady, Eric and I were mentioning there on your bear. I hope you have a stinger for Houston if he's here. We think that one's very, very good for his weight. That one's very, very unique. It becomes between these two heavier hogs, and between that particular pair, we think that there's one that's a little square from blade knee to ground. We think he's a little better there in his elbow. I think he has a little more turn to his shape up high. Young lady, your middleweight will be reserve Hamp.
Reserve champion Hampshire comes out of the middleweight division, exhibited by Taylor Reed from Sweetwater FFA. Again, congratulations. Champion Hamp, exhibited by Alexandria Nelson, Kendall County 4-H. Reserve champion Hamp, exhibited by Taylor Reed from Sweetwater FFA. What a day.
What a day it's been. It's been very enjoyable. And I guess we start the show off, kick it off back off again tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And look forward to all you people at home tuning in with us tomorrow.